is a lifestyle. Sports cards and we live now.
Jeremy Lee in the building and every guest that you ever needed. Sports cards after hours keep the hobby heated. Updates, hobby talk like you never seen it. Sports cards live and none could ever beat it.
Sports cards is a lifestyle. Sports cards and we live now.
Welcome to another episode of Sports Cards Live with your host, Jeremy Lee.
What is up, everybody? Welcome to episode number 310 of Sports Cards Live. It is Saturday night, April the 25th, 2026. My name's Jeremy Lee, and a few quick announcements before we get started. The Fanatics weekly auction-ending watch party is back tomorrow night. Join me here on the channel. If you're looking to sell a vintage collection, reach out to Leighton at justcollect.com. He'll be joining us a little bit later here in the program. AuctionWire.ai is now a proud sponsor of the show. That is one of Leighton's companies. He's a partner in. You can use promo code SCL for 60 free days of AuctionWire. It's a pretty amazing auction aggregating tool for us as buyers out there. Guys, Mint Inc. delivers the ultimate hobby experience. Founder Johnny Amendola will be joining us for a short time tonight, talking about the Expo, Toronto Expo, which is next weekend. Guys, the Front Row Card Show is in San Diego this weekend, today and tomorrow, 425 tables. Visit frontrowcardshow.com for more show dates and locations. Guys, grading's expensive. It ties up your time, your money, and your assets, but you can get it right with Mr. Minty, offering a full line of 100% substance-free pre-grading supplies, grade preparation, evaluation services, and concierge drop-off and pickup services of both PSA and BGS, designed to help collectors save time and money in the expensive grading process. And you can meet Mr. Minty in person at many shows across the country. Go to mrminty.com for more information and use code SCL25 to save 25% off products. Happy collecting and keep it minty. And guys, Kronosio, the AI-powered collection assistant that allows boxes and boxes of cards to be scanned, documented, and listed for sale online in just minutes, works with sports cards, TCG cards, slabs, and raw cardboard. Co-founder and COO Jonathan Bernier is going to be joining us in the show tonight. You guys are in for a treat with Jonathan. I promise you that. Check out collectorinvestorauctions.com to register and bid in their upcoming monthly auctions. The May preview will be up very soon. And if you'd like to sell your cards on eBay but want to skip the hassle, you can reach out to me directly, jeremy@slabsharks.com, and I will help you consign your cards with Slab Shark. This episode is also brought to you by Upper Deck, the Sport Card Expo, Inferno Red Technologies, ComC, and Card Ladder, with an affiliate link in the video description below. This episode is also available on Apple and Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Follow for free. And if you're enjoying this content, and even if you're not, leave a rating or review. It does help. And a huge thank you, as always, to our loyal viewers and podcast listeners. If you haven't yet subscribed, please take a moment and do so. And as always, your questions and your comments are in play. Let's get to it. Let's bring out Mr. David Chase. What is up, David? Welcome back, buddy. How you doing, my man?
Good, my friend. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. A bit of an interesting day. I started out by going to the local monthly card show. I picked up one card. Not sure if I'm going to keep it for myself or it might end up in my showcase at the Toronto Expo. We will see. But for anybody who's interested, it's a 1954 Topps Eddie Matthews. It's a beautiful, beautiful copy. It's in an SGC 5.5 holder. It's one of those cards where I thought, you know what, why don't I just spread a little money around the card show and, do a little business. Not something that I fell in love with, but I thought, what a nice vintage baseball card. So I grabbed that one today at the show. And then I went to the Calgary Collector Expo. It's like a Comic-Con. It's bigger than any card show I've ever been to. Here where I live in Calgary, this thing, I don't know how big it is, square footage or tables, but it's bigger than the National. It's bigger than the Expo. It's bigger than any show I've ever been to. And the amount of people in this place couldn't move around. It's an absolute zoo. But it was fun. So I had a took my little guy there today. We had a good time. I went on Thursday too, did an interview at the eBay booth. They set me up with some media passes. So I did an interview with Karthik, who heads up eBay Live Canada. Put that up on my Instagram. Took my little guy back there today. So it's been a fun weekend. How about you? What's going on with you? How's your day?
I mean, I've had a good day, but we have to finish about Comic-Con, because when I found out you were going to Comic-Con, I did a little research, Jeremy. I ended up preparing for the show. You're going to be very proud of me. Finally,
oh my gosh,
for the show. First time
I have no idea what I'm in for.
So I have 1 minute of lightning round questions about Comic-Con, because I've been to Comic-Con before. This is your first time, and I just have, these are just quick one-word answers, or maybe, one sentence maximum answers. I just have 1 minute of questions for you.
I'll keep it quick. I'll keep my answers quick.
This is Jeremy at Comic-Con 2026. Everybody ready? Number one, did you spend more than $100 at the show?
No.
When was the last time you read a comic book?
Well, wait a second. Today I spent under 100. On Thursday I spent over 100. So
that counts. Okay, that's a yes. And this is lightning round. You're supposed to be a lot faster on your answers. But when was the last time you read a comic book?
Decades.
Okay. Were you recognized at the show?
Yes. I was.
Did you see a light? I like that. Did you see a lightsaber battle?
Yes.
I saw the guest list. Did you interact with Mikey from the Goonies?
No.
Captain Kirk?
Nope.
The dude who played C-3PO?
Saw C-3PO, not the dude.
Please tell me Alyssa Milano.
Man, I ran into one buddy there today who said, and this is a buddy of mine, because our sons are in soccer and karate together, and he's like, "Are you coming? I said, I don't think so, but say hi to her for me."
Wow, he didn't say hi. Okay. And when you ate lunch at the show, did you consume over or under 2,000 calories from fried foods?
Under. Whew.
Under. How many life-size R2-D2s were in attendance?
Like a dozen.
And was it uncomfortable walking around all day in Superman tights?
Yes.
All right, that's the end. That's Jeremy at Comic-Con 2026. Put that on your TikTok, Jeremy. You got it.
There we go. Yeah, I picked up on Thursday. I bought a Lego set off of a guy there who, anyway, was set up, and it was the chess board that you build and can play. So I bought that to play with the kids, and I picked up like the old tabletop arcades, the little ones that are.
Oh, I love those. Which game?
I picked up the Galaxian, which is one I hadn't had yet. So bought that off a guy who had it with the box. Not that I care, but the box goes in the basement. But I picked that up too. So no, it was a fun day. It was interesting. It was just so crazy in this place. Like and I saw, I saw a few people. Well, one guy in particular who sets up at the expo in Toronto every year. My buddy Andy from Forest City Coins and Collectibles. He was there. It was great to see him. And then a few people who said, "Hey, Jeremy Lee." I'm like, "Hey, how's it going?" It was hilarious because I wasn't expecting it. I was out of my element there, but it was I don't know. It was a lot of fun. There's similarities to card shows, but there's so many more things to do there than there are at card shows. So many more things for families and kids to do, and way more food options all under the roof. It's crazy. Yeah, I was blown away by what it is, but it's a whole different community, as I'm sure you and many viewers and listeners are aware of. It's just completely different. When's the last time you were at Comic-Con?
I went to San Diego Comic-Con this summer with my son, and I mean, you talk about overwhelming. I mean, that you go there for like 3 days, and you don't know where you're at. You're going through panels. And by the way, I have no idea 90% of the shows that they're showing. They're like YouTube shows and weird things like that. But so Comic-Con is fun, but let's talk about cards, Jeremy. I went to Front Row Card Show San Diego today.
Nice.
So that was fun.
Great to hear. Front Row Card Show, partner sponsor here of this show. So how was it? And did you see Dan who runs the show?
I did. So Dan is like the first guy you see when you walk in the door. And he's the kind of person, he buys so much at the show. You have to literally you go to him, you walk around a little bit, you go back to him. He has completely new inventory every time. And he prices it really reasonably in today's market, which is kind of a surprise, right?
Nice.
And so he literally goes through his inventory very quickly. And I ended up getting this, for me, I love vintage, and anything after basically 1959 is not vintage for me. So for me, this is a modern card, but
Let's see.
I've never had this before. I ended up
Oh,
getting this Pete Rose rookie.
Nice. I love, so many people do not like that card. I guess we're
know.
both among the few who really like it.
I know, right? So this is my modern card that I ended up at Front Row Card Show. It was a really good time. I mean, it's set up so well. I love the best thing about Front Row Card Show is usually when you're waiting to get into a show, you're waiting in line forever, and they wristband you, and you literally walk right in, right when it's time for you to go in.
Nice,
which I love.
Nice,
yeah. So it's
awesome.
super fun.
Well, that's cool. I'm glad to hear you got to go to the Front Row Card Show. I'm hoping to get to one this year, but we have the Sport Card Expo coming up next weekend, and the sort of show opening event, extracurricular event that I've been hosting and promoting for coming up on 15 years now is back. I'm going to share it on the screen right now. There it is, the Hobby Social Night, sponsored by Upper Deck and Total Sports, and hosted by, you can't really see it, it's behind these things here. It's behind those things you see on Instagram nowadays, but hosted by Sports Cards Live and GP Sports Cards. I don't know how to get rid of these things down over here in the corner, but it's going to be great at the Arizona Grill Lounge, 215 Carlingview. If anyone's going to be at the Toronto Expo and you're there Thursday night, make sure you come to that event. It starts right after the show ends that day. Everybody's invited. Again, Upper Deck is sponsoring it. They're going to have a nice full spread of food for people. There's going to be some giveaways. It's always a great time. So come on out to that. Will be great to see people at the social night on Thursday night, this coming Thursday after the Sport Card Expo. What else can I tell you guys quick? And May the 9th is the Thorncliffe show here in Calgary. I will be there set up accepting consignments for Slab Sharks. So if you're in Calgary, come by the Thorncliffe show. That's not until May the 9th. I've been sharing more and more cards, David, to my new Instagram account, my PC Instagram account. And today I shared the George Vezina rookie card, the 1911 C55 card. So I ran out of characters. I had so much to say about it. So if anyone hasn't checked out my new Instagram account, hey, check it out, jlee_cards, and throw a follow. I'm going to be sharing a lot of cards there. Also at the Toronto Expo next weekend on the Saturday night, that is the Mint Inc. trade night. And Mint Inc., Johnny, who runs Mint Inc., and he'll be on shortly with us tonight to talk about the expo and this event. So I'll save it for him. But it's not just your typical trade night. It's got a charitable component aspect, something that he's very passionate about for the Mackenzie Foundation. I'll let him come on and describe and explain what that is. There's also a bit of a counterfeit $50 and $100 bills scare up here in Canada right now. So if anyone is going to be trading at card shows here in Canada and then upcoming a little bit, watch those 50s and 100s, guys. There's something on CBC News where you can check that out and get a little bit more information about it. Hobby Spectrum up and running, guys. You can now add up to 10 players you collect, 7 teams and 7 sports, and some other great things coming soon that I'm very, very excited about. We're going to be bringing on shortly here. We're going to have Leighton Sheldon is going to join us tonight. We're going to bring on Mikey Singer and Johnny Amendola. Again, Mikey Singer runs the Sport Card Expo. He also runs the Strongsville show. So we'll have at least the Strongsville part of the Strongsville show, I guess. So he's going to come on to talk a bit about the expo. So is Johnny. Then we're going to bring in Jonathan Bernier, who's the co-founder of Kronosio. He's got a great story. And then we're going to finish off the night with Joe Perreault, Chris McGill, Josh Adams, and David Chase is going to make a return at the end of the night. So before we bring on Leighton, who should be joining us momentarily, let's go through the chat. David, say hello. We got Bill Betts. Game over. I like the new icon there. Bill Betts. Welcome. Laura, good evening. Yes. Hope everyone's playoff teams are doing well. I know the Ottawa Senators got swept by the Carolina Hurricanes today. Double O's card guy. What's up? What's up, Jesse? I got a big thank you to this guy, Jesse, for helping me at the Stampede City Card Show last week. We hung out all day, had a great time. What a great guy. What a nice guy. Very helpful. Thank you so much, Jesse. Linda's First is back. I feel like it's been a while since we've seen Linda's First. Well, yeah, 2-month hiatus. Where have you been? But welcome back. Hope everything's okay. Jacob Dahl. what is going on. Double V Mike, I love this every week. Live from Calgary, it's Saturday night. There's Tony, the Southern Collector. Good evening, my friend. Good evening, our friend. Mark, good evening is the word I never heard of. What's going on, Mark? E105, good evening. Orlando is here. Confluence Sports Cards. Jim at the Bank. Larry Gitlin is here watching some NHL and NBA playoffs. Yeah, the Avalanche. So they're a powerhouse. Collector Charles, good evening to you. Situational Adventures. When are Sports Cards Live fanny packs hitting store shelves? I'll tell you what, the longer they take to hit them, the longer that they will just not be selling. That they won't have the chance not to be selling. What is up, Skeppy? Good evening. I'm wearing the Hockey Cards Gong Show. This was the Chateau. They had a party a couple years ago. Had these shirts. I'm wearing the Hockey Cards Gong Show shirt tonight. Mark says, "Is Mr. Minty shaped like a Tic Tac?" Yeah, good call. Rob Star, what's up, Rob? Welcome. Junk Wax Heroes. Yeah, stay awake. Yes, it's a long show down the East Coast. And what is it? It's already about after 11 o'clock, way out east there. Definitely Yankees fan. Good evening, Kevin Hawthorne, Jeff McMahon, Eve Chase.
That's my wife and son, who I think are at a friend's house, possibly watching. Hello, Dylan. Hello, Eve.
Oh, okay. I didn't even put that.
They
together.
Never watch, so
I'll let you ask your dad what my best card is and what. But no, I would not sell. I mean, listen. To be being real, there is a price for just about anything, but sometimes that price that I would set on a card would be so ridiculous that you'd be a complete idiot to want to buy it from me. Not Eve Chase, but I'm just saying, like, you'd be a complete idiot to want to buy a card from me when my price is going to be, because I'm just attached. It's like that. It's that whole thing, like, where you hear people saying, oh, they think their cards are worth more than my cards are. Yeah, we do. We think our cards are worth more than yours because we have many of us have attachments to our cards, like an emotional attachment, which makes them worth more to us than they are to you. So that's, unfortunately, when it comes to my personal collection, my cards are worth more than yours are because I want my cards, not yours, in most cases.
I have that same thought. It would be such a ridiculous price to get rid of a few of my cards that it would be impossible to get that price.
Exactly. Melissa J calling out David Chase. Brad's Vintage. What's up, Brad? Good evening. Oh, Jesse, I must have just missed you at Acadia. Welcome again. There's Mike Petty. But guys, this is the real Mike Petty, not the fake Mike Petty, the real Mike Petty. We're all aware of him. Oh, Brad says that's a beautiful. Matthew's getting close on his run, and that is a beauty. Good to hear. I'm glad you like it, Brad. Found treasures. What's going down? Hi, David. What's up? Please say hi. You said hi.
I did it.
Jim at the Bank says sports card shows are minor leagues relative to these TCG shows. Well, let me say this was not a TCG show that I was at today. This was a fan expo. TCG, I mean, there were tables selling Pokemon cards, but that was the minority. There's if we have sports cards here and then TCG here, there's something that's even way bigger up there. And that's what this was. But there was TCG there for sure. There certainly was. Brad says, so you're saying it's possible for the National to get even more crowded? Yes, that should scare us. CS, I sense a fund your comic submission for Batman #1. I'd love that for sure. Adam Deadhead, is this the new start every week? Where's Joe? This guy's too much. Well, Adam, if David is too much,
I agree with you.
Yeah, David's too much for me too, Adam Deadhead. But you can come back. David will be gone for the middle of the show. You can come back at the you
hopefully I'll win you over someday.
Yeah. Can't we all just be friends here? Come on. Can't we all, why do we got to say mean things in the chat anyway?
That's okay. I've had so much praise that I need a little thing to calm me down a little bit. So I appreciate that, buddy.
Right. Let's temper the ego a little bit. Down. Model train show here next week. Very good. Orlando says, so it's like a fan fest, but people get dressed up in costume. Exactly. Lots of people in costumes. Absolutely. It was just nuts. Shaheen Petty been the Fonzarelli for a while. Howdy all. What's up, Shaheen? Welcome. Inspired is here. Benny Cromwell, Lonely Basement. We got everybody here. Wow. Okay. Oh, Brian Pirip's mint cases were released this past week. Thoughts? Need to learn a bit more, but Brian's a really nice guy. Hello, Anthony C. Foul ball. We got Nathan says David is my hero. There we go. Now we're talking.
It's all evened out. It's all evened
out. Let's bring on Leighton. Leighton, you good? What is up, buddy? Welcome.
Hey guys, how are you? What's up, David?
What's up? How you doing, Leighton?
Pretty good, thanks. They're really getting tough with the comments there, David. I was just listening for a minute.
I just it's a good thing I was hugged as a kid because I'll get over it. It's okay.
Well, look at Yankees fans. Says David is fine just the way he is. Oh, Orlando says Leighton my favorite. So there you go, Leighton. Good. So Leighton, it's been let's see, you weren't on with us last week. You're back this week. You and I, hey guys, everyone's gonna the people who like our Vintage Spotlight podcast will be happy to hear that we have planned our next one. We are recording it this coming week. It should be out by Wednesday. So Leighton, I'm excited to record that. We have a new sort of thing planned, which we're excited about.
I'm excited.
How are you? How was the weekend? Any shows today? What's going on?
Sure. No, I didn't go into any shows today. I went with my son to see Super Mario Brothers, the movie. We went to dinner, kind of relaxed in the house, got some work done. Certainly very busy in the hobby, no matter if you have a show or not. I know I missed the sticker discussion last week, and I had a shout out to Mike from Junk Wax Heroes. So he was on my podcast the other day, which I guess will drop maybe like tomorrow or Monday or something. But, I know it seems to be like stickers are gaining momentum, and then the discussion of stickers is gaining momentum. And so admittedly, I didn't get a chance to really listen to last week's episode. But it is interesting to me, both from the collector's side and then, of course, from the dealer's side. I personally don't use it very much. I have used it a little bit. I'm probably costing myself some money, it sounds like, from what I'm seeing. And then, of course, I guess one of the things that was interesting that was pointed out was the ridiculousness of, well, if you have a black label card and you have this sticker on the black label card, like, at what point are we taking surveys of, is this truly the top 10% of all the cards? And so, I was curious where you guys left off in terms of, like, where did you land? Is it a mixed bag? Is it, the community seems to be vehemently against stickers? I'm curious.
So, yeah, I'm glad you brought it back up. And I'll go first, David, if you don't mind here, because Greg, Midlife Cards, Greg dropped a video just yesterday, maybe the day before, and I watched it, and he went through some cards that had sold, with silver and golds, not the black. I think the blacks are only given to PSA 10s.
And modern cards. I don't think you can get one on vintage. Yeah.
And I think only on 10s, I believe.
Yeah, I think you're right, Jeremy. Yeah.
Right. So Greg did a video, and he said a couple of times, he was asking the question, he goes, what is driving the value? Is it the eye appeal of the card, or is it the sticker? And he said that a bunch of times, and I'm thinking to myself, well, Greg, the sticker should just mean there's eye appeal. And then he goes, guys, I know that the sticker means there's, I'm like, okay, good, Greg, you're, but he was still, what he was trying to isolate was very smart. He was trying to say that, are people assigning value to the sticker, to cards that have eye appeal stickers, or are people assigning value to cards that have strong eye appeal? And I think that the problem is that if you are assigning value to a card, I don't say if you are, I think that if the card has strong eye appeal, that's what the sticker is there to indicate exists. It's like saying gluten-free on a piece, on some food. It doesn't mean that you're not going to pay more because it's gluten-free, because it says gluten-free on the bag. You're going to pay more because it is gluten-free. Are we paying more for cards because the sticker is there, or because they have high eye appeal? And I think, listen, it's the same thing as grading. As soon as a card enters a slab, we pay more for it because it's in the slab, which is supposed to tell us what the grade is. But theoretically, you might be able to understand yourself by looking at the card. However, technical grade is so much different than eye appeal. I now believe that they are two completely separate sets of standards. So my point, what I'm trying to come back to, I guess here, Leighton, if I can just sort of sum this up, is the stickers are only there to tell you that the card has eye appeal. Oh, but Jeremy, my eyes work. Everyone likes to say that their own eyes work. I know your eyes work. I know your eyes work, but not everybody's eyes understand it and can make that assessment. So listen, I'm not saying that they're right or wrong, good or bad. I don't have anything against the stickers personally. If people are going to pay more money for a card that has a sticker on it, that's up to them. That's up to the market. Is a group of individuals making decisions, and if they're doing that, that's great. I would maybe pay a small premium for a card with a sticker, but I will also pay a premium for a card that has strong eye appeal without a sticker. That's what that's supposed to do. Nice. You made the comment too, Leighton, that a black label with a black sticker. Like, I'm not saying that's necessary or required, but the 10-point scale is one of the most limiting things we have in the hobby. It's one of the narrowest viewpoints, focal points in the whole hobby. There are so many more than 10 grades. And I saw it in a comment. I think there was a comment on Greg's video the other day that said something like, the hobby doesn't want a more specific or accurate grade assessment, because look what happened to SGC's 100-point scale. SGC never had a 100-point scale. There were only like 18 different grades on SGC's 100-point scale. It was the same as PSA. They just used a different number system, but it was not a 100-point scale. There was nothing between, like, I don't know, 80 and 84. There was no 81, 82, 83. So listen, the market is a group of people making decisions for themselves. And if people want to pay extra for that because they think it's going to be worth more down the road, maybe it will be. But listen, I've paid premiums for cards that have strong eye appeal because they deserve it, because I want that card more, and the vendor knows what they have in many cases, and I have no problem paying for a premium card. It's a lot there, Leighton, I know. David, what do you think?
I love, Jeremy, when you were on Gordy Bonker's show this week, by the way, because you really explained it perfectly. I've been talking to my wife about eye appeal for years, and she thinks I'm absolutely crazy. And I've had to literally give PowerPoint presentations telling her about why I'm the part of the niche of the hobby that I'm into. And you totally spelled it out exactly that way. It made me seem like I knew halfway what I was talking about. So thank you, Jeremy, for doing that for me, for my family. But that's what this is about, okay? I know we all think about stickers. It's such an easy target to think about stickers. It's not about stickers. It's about eye appeal, right? It's about the slab and how we have been brainwashed for the last 20 years, where a PSA 3 versus a PSA 4, where none of us can tell the difference between the two grades, and it's based on somebody's opinion, that we are willing to pay a crazy number difference just because it's one grade versus the other grade. And I think that that's the old school way of thinking. And I get it. The people that have been in this industry for a very long time are having a very hard time understanding this movement. And I get it. Okay. But here's the thing. The movement is about the card, not the plastic. And you can say it's about the sticker, but that's what the sticker is telling you. And I know that sounds absolutely crazy, but really, the difference that's going to be happening, in my opinion, over the next decade, and this is totally my opinion, is I think the spread of the value of one grade is going to increase. And it's going to be from, when Greg is doing his video on averages versus the sticker, it's of course going to be such a different price, because the average in a grade is an average grade. These are spectacular for the grade. They should be priced way higher, and they are very, very, very tough to find, those cards, as Leighton will tell you as a dealer.
Absolutely. And before Leighton comments on what we've said, David, you kind of you said something there, how the sticker movement is, a lot of people just don't like it. They're not used to it. And that's what happened when grading was first introduced in the 90s as well. So it's not like we haven't seen this before. This is just an evolution. And I've said it, I'm going to keep on saying this, so you guys get prepared to get sick of me saying this, but there's, eye appeal is a different set of standards than technical grade. And I'm now of the opinion I'm of the position for myself. Again, you've heard me say, I don't care about technical grade. Like it doesn't, the only reason I care about it is because it helps me save money, because technical grade there are beautiful 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s. Beautiful as 6s, 7s, and 8s in many cases. So I care about it from that perspective, but I don't care about the technical grade. I care about the eye appeal. So it's a different set of standards. And I guess as long as stickers are being applied, and you know what, there's actually one comment here that I want to bring up. Josh, who will be joining us later here, says, I don't understand how anyone can say this card is top 15% of all copies. No way they've seen every copy. If you are in tune or aware of how they do that, they don't ever declare that they've seen all the copies. They are making sort of estimates, and it's only Fanatics Collect, I think, that uses the 5, 15, and 30%. I don't think NBA does that. I think they're just looking at what is strong for the grade and extra strong for the grade. So I just think that it's a different standard. And as collectors now, investors, dealers, whatever we are in that order or not, we can collect. We can decide what standard do we want to play by. What standard are we abiding by and bringing cards into our collection in accordance with? Okay, let's go back to Leighton. A lot there to chew on, Leighton. So let's get your thoughts.
Well, I mean, yeah, certainly a lot there, but I think you guys both nailed it. And first, to be clear, I think stickers, as you said, David, is an easy target, but it's also an easy way to summarize kind of like what you're talking about. But really, we're talking about eye appeal. And so what I was trying to kind of, if you will, uncover with Mike, Junkback's Hero the other day, was that, so David, you and Jeremy, you probably are in the corner of, you feel very comfortable that you maybe don't need a sticker, if you will, to identify that the card's really nice. And I think that that's awesome. But I was making the point to Mike that in the particular case where, let's say I'm the dealer and I was playing, and I made mention of this the other day. So I was playing tennis with this guy that owns a tennis center. And he's got some money and he wants to buy some cards. And I want to be clear, I know my cards. But I do like that there's some sort of third-party sticker, purple, whatever color you think it should be. I'm just saying that there's at least some sort of third party that now can tell this gentleman that even though I think the card's nice, like he doesn't know as much about cards as me. And I don't think he should be penalized, meaning like he doesn't know as much. He can't sign up for baseball card school. And so the next best thing for him, and I like the way you put this, Jeremy, I've explained it like this to now more sophisticated, i.e. people who are looking to put in, call it tens of thousands of dollars. I'm making sure that they know that there's a technical grade and that there's the how it looks to you grade, because eye appeal, whatever the fancy words that we want to use are. And so, of course, that makes them a little bit mixed up because they said, which is right? And I said, no, what really is right is what you think looks good to you. I said, to be clear, I would imagine if you had an unlimited budget and you had a long wish list, you'd want to get perfection that looks perfect, right? But like, I know that doesn't really exist. And so, when you're looking at, and 52 Tops Mantle is a perfect case, right? Because you can buy some 4s that might be cheaper than a 3 or a 2. And that's not necessarily right or wrong, but I just think that it's important to educate folks. And that's really why I decided to bring up the stickers tonight, because I don't fall on one side or the other. It's more of, I can see the application. When I talk about stickers, I really am talking about eye appeal. And to be clear, I see both sides. Like, I understand why, if you're a keen collector who's been around for dozens of years and you've somehow figured out a way to build a really wonderful collection for yourself that's quote unquote low in technical grade, but high in eye appeal, I think that's awesome. But I also think that there's some sort of movement happening, as David was alluding to, and that those cards might cost you a little bit more moving forward. That was really it. That's what I heard both of you say. Certainly, it's going to cause me to think about maybe showing some more of my cards to, if you will, Eye Appeal Inc., our buddy Matty, or to Mike Baker. But I would also say, at least so far, the cards in my own personal collection, if they're nice, I haven't got them stickered, just for full transparency. And then when it comes to selling more expensive cards, generally I haven't got them stickered. I just ask a premium, and then folks kind of do their own research, and they come back and they say, well, that's really expensive. And I tell them I agree. But that's if you look at just the grade of whatever, 5, and you're looking at an average, because that would make sense to me why you're looking at that. And so maybe that is going to cause me to take some of the cards and show them to the likes of, Eye Appeal Inc. or to Mike Baker. To be fair, maybe a player to be named later. You never know, right? Things are happening fast in our space.
Absolutely.
So
go ahead, David.
I have a question. I mean, this is a question that I would love to know from you being one of the top dealers. I remember you had an amazing T206 Cobb at the National, if I remember correctly, like in a PSA 2 that was like mind blowing. I think, I don't know if you remember, but like, let's say you had that card that had a very a premium to it, and you had another T206 Cobb in the same grade that looked average, that had a lower price that was around average prices. As a dealer, which card do you think would sell first?
So I would say that, and I know that card in particular was a red Cobb. It was a gorgeous 2. I had another one, and I know the gentleman who bought it. He was hemming and hawing for a while, but it was someone who's kind of like working on the set. And what I would say is, David, it depends on the collector, because there's really, right, like some collectors have a bigger budget than others. Some are, have a smaller budget. And what I found is, especially with that Cobb, I remember, let's just say getting into passionate discussions. You're way overpriced. This is ridiculous. This is gross. And I'm like, all right, well, you shouldn't buy it. And I would literally say, I'll point you out some other cards from really reputable guys that are the grade, the number grade you want. And they're like, yeah, but I want your card. And I said, I get it. You want my card because you think it looks better than the 2. And so that's what I was trying to say, David, in terms of like, hey, maybe there will come a point where I would need the stickers to support the premium. But if you had to say like what card sells faster, I'd say in today's market, April, whatever date, I would say probably the better card, because people are ponying up and the market's on fire. But that being said, there's plenty of people, I'm just going to throw it out there on a Cobb. If you have a gorgeous red 2, and let's just say it's just stupid, it looks X-Mint, you want like 12 grand or 10 grand, which is a lot. There's other people, David, that would say, you know what, I'd rather buy the $6,000 version or the $7,000 version. And even though it's a little bit off, it's still over 100 years old. I still love it. And by the way, I can now also buy a Mickey Mantle card. So it really just depends on the person.
And one follow-up, Jeremy. I'm so sorry.
We got to go quick, but okay,
last follow-up with that. So, and I've also heard from a lot of people that the people that are paying these crazy prices are usually new people in the industry. Do you feel like that? Do you feel like, what do you think a stereotype is of the people that are buying these high eye appeal cards for the highest price? Do you have a thought on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it ranges. You have some folks who are sophisticated collectors. They've been around for a while, and they know that they've been looking for the right copy for, in some cases, years. As Jeremy, you and David can both attest to, it sometimes takes that. And then in other cases, it is someone new, and they just want something that looks fantastic for, quote unquote, that number grade.
One thing you said, Leighton, was that you've had nice cards in your showcase, and you will ask more for them because they are nicer than the standard card. And I think a lot of people would want to do that. I think a lot of buyers would just pull out the comps and say, yeah, but this is what they're comping at. And you can say, yeah, but it looks really nice. And they can say, oh, I don't know. And then what the stickers do is it gives you that third party opinion from a so-called expert saying that it actually does. And it kind of just substantiates what you're trying to say, or maybe helps you validate the premium that you might be asking, because it just does that. I think there is a need for it, but it's not for everybody. That is, of course, that is certain. But a fun topic, Leighton, lots of comments. What we're going to do now, though, guys, is Leighton, I have a couple options for you, Leighton, right now. Depends what your night is like, but we're going to bring on Johnny Amendola and Mikey Singer right away. And we're going to spend 15 minutes talking about the other stuff. Okay. But Leighton, if you want to stick around or come back later, you're welcome to. If this is it, that's great. Or we can do that. We can continue the conversation next week. Maybe that's the best course of action right now.
Yeah, I think so. Just because I have my son tonight, I didn't realize the time would go so fast. Would certainly like to chat, more with you, David, as well. But certainly it was. It's a fun topic, and one that I'm going to kind of keep tabs on, because I want to make sure that I'm doing what I think is good for my business. But honestly, if I leave, quote unquote, a few dollars on the table and I've made a fair profit, and a collector gets a great card, and then they go get it stickered later and they sell it for more, like, I'm pretty sure that person's going to come back to me.
Yeah.
So, I'm not so strong in regards to like my cards need to be stickered, but what you were just alluding to, Jeremy, is one of the things that might be forcing my hand a little bit. I'm a little bit like, hey, I don't want to be a salesman of my card. In other words, I don't want to try to tell you about the comps. I'm happy to talk about it with you. But if all of a sudden now a third party, just like with grading, has said, well, this is a really special example, we don't have to agree on the price, but at least we agree it's a special card for that grade.
Absolutely. Yeah, makes good sense. That's a great way to put it too, Leighton. Thanks for joining. As always, we'll see you. We're not here next week. There's no show next week, everybody, because I will be at the Toronto Sport Card Expo with these next two guys. But Leighton, we'll be back the week after, and I think you're good to go that week. So we'll see you then. Have a great rest of the weekend, Leighton. Thanks for jumping on.
Thanks, guys. See you soon.
Take care, buddy. All right. Okay. Now, David, if you want to, you're going to hop off now, actually, David, and we're going to bring you back on in about an hour or so. So thank you for coming on. Great opening discussions, everybody. And we'll bring David back on later.
See you later. Bye.
Pop off. We'll see you again soon. Thank you, David. All right. Mikey Singer, Johnny Amendola. Here we go. There's Mikey Singer, and there's Johnny Amendola.
There we go.
Fellas, welcome. Mikey, how are you?
I'm great.
Johnny.
I'm also fantastic.
Guys, you hear me talking about Mint Ink all the time. This is Johnny Amendola. He's the founder. He's been on with us before. He's a mover and a shaker in the hobby. Big setup at the Sport Card Expo next week. An amazing trade night, Saturday night of the Sport Card Expo. And I wanted to give Johnny a chance to talk about the Mackenzie Foundation, something that he's very proud and passionate about working with. It's a nice charitable endeavor. Mikey Singer helps facilitate and give these platforms to various groups that are running trade nights, setting up at the show. Mikey, what do you think about Johnny and the trade night that Mint Ink has been doing several years in a row now, and especially with the kindness towards the Mackenzie Foundation? How does that make the expo management feel that these kinds of things are happening?
Well, first and foremost, Johnny's the reason the trade night exists. Several years ago, when Johnny first, or the second time he ever exhibited at the show, coming off the pandemic, he came up with the idea of wanting to do a trade night and making it more than just your regular trade night, making it more into an experience, a party with the DJ and breaking. And it really was a lot more than just your regular trade night. And the fact that he quickly converted it into a charity drive makes it special. And now there's 600 to 700 people who are coming out to these trade nights. And, I expect it to one day break 1,000. And it's an awesome night. I get to go down there and hang out with the Mint Ink team. I mean, I just sent in my friend to get a hobby box of Bowman Chrome basketball that we broke the other night.
Mikey's been a day oneer, Mint Ink. When I started streaming in the pandemic, Mikey and his nephew were like day oneers. So it's wild 6 years later, and here we are.
So, Johnny, tell us a little bit about your plans for the expo, the Mint Ink booth. I mean, you guys have a great location. You're usually right near the eBay booth, right near my booth. We're often
right
very
beside eBay again, right across the street from you. Love it.
Yeah,
right at that sort of front. Yeah. So we have a 800, 900 square foot presence right in the middle, and basically it's like the ultimate experience. There's 60 feet of singles and value boxes, and then another 40 feet of wax and deals, and there's activations. Like, I got to give it to my team at this point. Freddie and the gang, Zoe, the marketing coordinator, like they crush it. I only talk to Mikey when like I need something and somebody messages me because they don't have something. And Mikey, please get this to me. They're bugging me. And he's awesome. You know, he's all over it. That's pretty much how it goes. But yeah, apparently this year we're crushing it. There's free packs and merch, and we have a bunch of great product. We're bringing some tops retail for cheap. And yeah, it's a ton of fun. Freddie and the team really have it locked in. So I just get to show up, and I think I'm booked on the eBay stage every day for some streaming, and I'm going to, you know, take my time and get around and talk to great people like you guys. So I'm super excited. The trade night, like Mikey said, it's fire. Basically, like, you know, they have to keep giving us bigger space. It's humbling. We have a 5-year commitment to the Mackenzie Health Foundation for $100,000. We raise a bunch of money. We match it every year. So we're essentially donating $20,000 a year regardless. We run these 2 trade nights and our golf tournament with the help of sponsors. We're getting there a lot faster. And the idea is to contribute more. And the money all goes towards mental health. I'm a big proponent of that. I'm a big user of things. I have a great, you know, therapist and all this and that. It really helps me. It's you know, I have a bad day and Hulk Hogan's the only guy I get to talk to. You know, it's like they say heavy lies the crown. So Jeremy, we're over 40 employees now at Mint Inc.
Wow.
Which is wild. I announced today unofficially, but I'll officially tell you that we're opening in Vancouver and Oakville next.
Wow. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. You might be able to convince me to by next week to open in Calgary too. So we'll talk about that.
Let's talk for sure.
But yeah, we're rocking and rolling, and we're going to hire a whole bunch more people, and we're going to keep raising money for great causes. And the idea is to keep bringing like, what I consider the ultimate hobby experience. And what that means to me is it doesn't mean we're better than anybody. It's just like the way the mandate for Mint Inc. and sort of what that means to me is like just having the customers, you know, from start to finish. And the community building is huge, huge part of that. So yeah, we're humbled, and you guys, like, my head is already so big that couple of minute introduction, my head's exploding. So thank you guys for always being so kind to us.
Well, Johnny, honestly, I mean, you're doing great things. You're doing important things. You are helping to grow the hobby. Like I do know you. We're friends, and we chit chat. We spend time together at shows. You know, you are running the business, and you're a big personality, but you are truly just a really. You're a nice guy. You're a humble guy, and you're helping the hobby build this reputation of giving back. The hobby does that. There's often been very charitable endeavors on behalf of the hobby, but you're doing that, and it makes me proud to be associated with you and being a part of the hobby. I just want to say, I saw your team that you have a booth here at the Calgary Expo this weekend.
I saw Brando. You might be able to convince me by next weekend. Read between the lines, Jer. Like
Brando, I saw Brando and Maz.
Deck, but
I saw Brando and Maz, 2 of your guys there today. People at the booth. They saw my son, gave him a pack of Pokemon cards. Great location there. So that's real. That's just it's great, man. And listen, I know you're busy. You've got things going on tonight, so we're not going to keep you much longer. But I want to bring you on. I'm grateful for your support and sponsorship here at Sports Cards Live, as always. And for the 5% off your first purchase, promo at mintinc.ca, everybody. Worldwide shipping. I say that every show, but this is the man behind that. Let's go to Mike. Johnny, stick around because I want to go to Mike.
I'm good. I'm good. I gave you the window. I'm going to just throw this out there. We opened the Flawless, and we hit a Kevin Love logo man. First time I've ever hit a logo man. The video is awesome. They clipped it on the spot. So it worked out.
Good. Okay.
It worked out great.
Beautiful. Mikey, next weekend is Expo. You and I mean, listen, we get psyched up for it months in advance, obviously. But what are anything special, anything different, anything you're specifically looking forward to next week? You just came off the Strongsville, Mike. You just came off the Strongsville show. And I want to show Mookie Chilson right here. Says Mikey Singer crushed it at Strongsville. Major prop. So nice to hear. I don't think we've had you on since Strongsville. And
nope.
And I saw, I think it was Bob Booz on Instagram put out a pretty funny comment like, all right, guys, it's now day 60 of Strongsville coverage, and it's well over now, but we're not quite done yet, maybe. But why don't you just briefly talk about, your thoughts on how Strongsville went, but more importantly right now, what are you looking forward to next weekend in Toronto?
Well, quickly, I'll do a wrap of the shows overall because we're going into our third show in 4 weeks, and it's been an incredible run. Edmonton was the biggest show it's ever been. It was an incredible city, and that was almost 3 weeks ago now. And then we went into Strongsville, and that was the biggest we've ever done, and that was an amazing show. The people were incredible, and I walked out with a Hank Greenberg rookie and a James Mayer rookie. So I was super stoked to walk out of there with those. And now we're going into Toronto, and Toronto is going to be the biggest show we've ever had. We're at
you added a whole bunch, right?
We've added another 90,000 square feet.
Yeah, that's
to
amazing.
a show that was already over 200,000 square feet. It's by far the largest card show and collectible show in Canada. Second largest in the world, and it's an incredible experience. As you know, Johnny hit on it when he was talking about the store and what he's doing for creating community, creating the best experience. And that's what the show does so much better than I think any other show that I've ever been to. And I'm just not running shows. I'm also attending and buying. I go to as many things as I can. And Steve invests. The owner of the show invests into the show to make sure that it's a great experience and brings in the very best people from the industry, and they add to it. You know, eBay Live launched this year in January or in February at our show and in Comic-Con, and now we're going to have their massive booth. They're taking a huge presence. As Johnny said, he'll be a big part of that eBay Live stage.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
You know, and his team does an excellent job doing the breaks and creating an experience around them. Obviously, having a player like Upper Deck there doing what they do. You know, we have our main stage where we're going to have great talks. I've got this guy, Jeremy Lee, who likes to big time me and tell me who he wants to interview you.
Love it.
But he does incredible interviews, and we get some great nuggets. The players seem to talk more freely there, so it's an extra experience for those fans who are coming out to just meet those players. So there's a lot of things that I'm excited for, not just the show growth, but the growth of the hobby overall, and seeing how many families come down. I think that's what's been so special over the last 8 years of being part of this, has seen the growth of families and people, you know, my age, 10 years younger. Like everyone at public school, when I'm dropping off my kids these days, is talking about the show.
I was in the stores this afternoon, and it was like, I looked around and Peter was there. Peter Frong, a Canadian card investor, local influencer. And he was talking about, he just came from a show and he was talking about the dealers. And I said, like, where is LCS? And I said, you know, Peter, I said, it's different what we're building here. I said, like, you know, we do business with a ton of dealers. Like, you know, they're coming here. It's Monday, Tuesday, Freddie's buying their cards and they're buying supplies. But when it's like Tuesday evening, Saturday afternoon, the families is incredible. The camaraderie between the kids, or like the amount of mothers. Like today I walk in and this lady, and she was putting an illustration rare collection of this set of Pokemon together. And, you know, so it's interesting from a purely business sense. You know, a lot of people talk about how it's exploding right now and all this and that. And I also give like props to Leighton, because, you know, I tell Freddie all the time, like, you know, we don't have to be greedy, because if we make a little every time, they keep coming back, and they keep coming back because they're happy. But it's like, I had a mentor once, and he used to drill it in my head, like, people perceive loitering as a bad thing. And I think it's actually the opposite. It's a very good thing. By osmosis, if you create an environment for people to loiter with like-minded individuals, the camaraderie that exists from that. You know, I've had parents tell me, my kids have social anxiety and they can't make friends. We came to a couple of your trade nights, and oh my God, you know, like it's incredible. All of a sudden, it's just because we're like-minded. The other thing is it's like this trend in business. What's happening in our space right now is it's like Jay Lee said, they were talking earlier. It's like it's very multi-generational. You just said it right now, Mike. Like, so it's not just the mom and the son. It's like the grandfather, the daughter, and the grandchild. And sometimes you might even kick a fourth gen in there, you know? So it's pretty awesome, but that's so important. And you guys do a really good job of the camaraderie, the community. It's always a safe show. There's no BS, lots of security. Everybody's, you know, I tell people, sorry, Jay Lee, I'll drop it after this, but I tell people all the time, you know, the people will say to me, oh, you know, theft or this and that. And we're dealing with a lot of that now across the space. But like how tight knit, as competitive as we all are every day, when it comes to that, the way I see people come together is incredible.
Yeah.
So it's just super, 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 super important. We're all allowed to have business. We're all allowed to make money. That's awesome. But it's super, super important that we have like the camaraderie and the community around it. That's what's going to keep it going for a long time.
Yeah.
In my humble opinion.
And one more thing that I'm stoked about is the creators that are going to get to come in. I get to see them twice a year. Guys like Kyle, King of the Cards, and Mojo, and you, Jeremy, that I get to speak to on the phone.
Yeah, it's always great.
Time.
These people are flying in from everywhere. You got some guys coming in from England now. It's really awesome.
It really and it adds to it. And we're talking about what we do to grow the community and grow the space. And you know, me and you, Jeremy, talk about this all the time. Kyle has done an excellent job reaching a whole new level of card collectors and people who are interested in the hobby because they've caught a TikTok of his, or they've caught a YouTube videos of his. So between him, Mojo, Trike, and some of the others that we've got coming in, it's going to be an awesome show. A ton for people to do at the event, and I'm excited.
Well, those guys do a good job of getting the word out there and really spreading the news. It's great, and they have so much reach. I think Kyle, King of the Cards, is the big in terms of just numbers. I think he's easily the biggest in the space now, is my understanding.
Him and like I think he's right up there with Jeff. And then, you know, Ryan, there's a few of them. It's wild the reach. Kyle's reach is incredible. And Kyle's such a genuine dude.
Yep.
Yeah,
he's a one-man show. He's with his girlfriend. Like you can see the kind of person he is, the way they are together. Like it's interesting because the rest of us that have these great big reaches, Jeff, Ryan, myself here in Canada, we're all running businesses. We're employing, like, sure, Kyle's got his bit, but it's just a different. So, and I think that's like Mikey said, like that takes it to a whole. You know, that's the content the mom is going to start to watch and say, okay, little Jeremy that's the kind of guy, that's the kind of human being that I want my children exposed to. I think Kyle's a really genuine dude.
And he's see the natural interactions and the excitement and those moments, right? Like the show is all about moments, whether it's a moment with the creator or a moment.
I agree.
You know, it's a 60-year-old man who's meeting his favorite player that he dreamed about meeting since he was 10 years old. Showing a picture when he went to the hockey camp.
So before we wrap up, guys, first, Charles says, I get really good vibes from Kyle, King of Cards. Can't say that for other influencers. That's fair. Thanks for that comment. Johnny, the hobby's growing. We saw Tom Brady launch a chain of stores across North America. We just heard that, and in partnership with the Vault. Now it's the Vault by Tom Brady. We just heard Lewis Hamilton is partnered with Dave and Adams Card World to open up a chain of international card shops. I was thinking, Johnny, if there's anybody in Canada who's going to launch a chain of card shops, and like you said, you're now going to be opening up in Vancouver and another shop in Ontario. Is it just you, or are you partnering with an athlete like these other guys coming in?
Jay Lee, I'm going to tell you that we're going to continue to strive to bring the ultimate experience in Canada. We are coming to the West Coast. We should be open September. I think by next weekend, you're going to convince me Calgary too. I think next year is going to be very exciting. I think the space is amazing. I think Topps and Upper Deck and the Pokemon Company and Bandai are doing amazing things. I think people like you and Mikey and your respective spaces, you guys are crushing it. Right now, we're rocking and rolling. I mean, you're a smart guy. There's lots going on, lots happening. I'm not going to say anything. Can I show you something amazing? Oh my God, guys, wait, hold on. Mikey, maybe I'm going to bring this next week. Wait. Check this out. I bought this from my buddy. This is the World Series home run jacket. This is Vladdy's jacket. He's my buddy. All the Blue Jays are hanging out at Mint Ink. That's pretty cool, right?
That's cool. Very nice.
We're way dialed in. I'm working on something with Basketball Canada. Listen, I have so much passion for what I do. I love it. I don't work. I don't need the money. I don't do it for any of that stuff. I have no children. So it's like, from a legacy perspective, I'm living in this moment And I really strongly believe that the high tide raises all ships. And if I've been tasked with the crown that says, because I'm the loudest guy in the room, I got to be that guy. I'm prepared for the challenge, man. So I'm going to keep working with great people like you and Vladdy and the Blue Jays and Tops and Upper Deck. And all I can guarantee you, Jeremy, is I will remain very accessible to ensure that people are happy. And we are going to bring a proudly Canadian company coast to coast. That's my other commitment. We're not going south. America's locked and loaded. We need to bring the ultimate experience. Like, I'll be happy when my wife says to her family, we're opening in PEI. So like, we're going to bring a proudly Canadian, exclusively Canadian brand coast to coast. That I can tell you. How and how long and who with, you're going to have to just enjoy the ride.
All right. Well, excited to do so. Mikey, final comments from you. Then we're going to switch things up.
Just two comments to quickly wrap up. First one, Johnny touched on this. What's super cool now is how many athletes are in the collector space. So he's talking about Jay's coming in. We just had Jake Wallman in Edmonton, and he's a super collector. Joseph Wall, like all these guys. A lot of them are getting into collecting, which is nice and obviously helps the hobby. And the second thing is I see a comment from one of our viewers asking if the Halifax show is a go. It is 100% a go.
We'll be there.
We will be launching the site. We'll be rolling out very shortly. Thank you for your patience. You'll be able to buy tickets very soon.
Give Mikey a break, guys.
Yeah, we're just trying to. We're like I said, third show in 4 weeks. But everything is being approved right now in the background, and yeah, we're rolling out new shows. 3 brand new shows this year with Halifax, Calgary, and the Collector Super Show. So it's been an interesting year for the show, and again, we're really looking forward to the biggest and best show in Toronto yet.
Absolutely. Well, I'm looking forward to the Calgary show in September. Johnny Amendola, Mint Inc., Mikey Singer, Sport Card Expo, Strongsville show, guys. Thanks for joining. Johnny, you got something to
I just want to say thanks for having me, and I want to know when you land, when you get in town, Wednesday or Thursday?
Wednesday. I'll be on the show floor about 6 o'clock. Scoping
I won't be there till Thursday, but if you have time, message, come by for a coffee at the office. Remember, we're 10 minutes away. I would love to show you the new facility.
All right, buddy. Thanks,
okay,
Johnny.
Guys, thanks for having me, Jared.
See you guys. Thank you so much.
Later, gentlemen.
All right, guys. That was fun. Thanks to those guys. Now we're switching it up. We are going to bring on Jonathan Bernier from Kronosio. You guys hear me shouting out Kronosio at the top of these shows, and he's got a great story. So, Jonathan, give me a thumbs up if you are ready to join. Give me the old thumbs up. There it is. Everybody, please welcome Jonathan Bernier, co-founder of Kronosio, not the ex-goaltender, the entrepreneur, the hobbypreneur. Jonathan, welcome to the show. How are you, my friend?
Very good. Thanks for inviting me, Jay and Jeremy.
You bet. It's good. It's good to have you. You might notice he has a bit of a French accent, but he is fluent in English as well. And, Jonathan, you were at the West Coast Card Show. You were set up right across from the Burbank Sports Cards booth, sort of towards the back of the room. You were set up with Rico. You guys have a great partnership going on. We're going to talk a bit about Kronosio, but I really wanted to share your story because you are somebody who's been in the space for a long time. And the audience, the listeners, the viewers, they hear me mention Kronosio because you're a great sponsor and partner here of the show, and I'm very grateful for that, of course, and for our partnership. But I wanted to get I want people to learn a little bit about you because they hear the name, they see the brand. So let's just jump into it. First of all, it's good to see you. I know I'm going to see you in Toronto next week, but tell us a little bit about your own collecting background. When did you start collecting sports cards? What year, how old or so were you when you started, and what were you first interested in?
Perfect. Well, I start around probably like when I was 9 or 10. And at that time, I had like many surgeries. So I spent like almost like 8-9 years in the hospital. So for gift and all that stuff, I received some packs. So it's probably where I start collecting. So I remember like having one of my first card was like a Patrick Roy card. And then I started trading cards and building my collection. And as you know, it grew bigger than expected. And at some point, well, I had like 500,000 card in a room. So yeah, so it's probably like back at the hospital when I had all surgeries, trying to complete my sets and making some trades with the other kids. that we were doing rehab together.
You know, we often hear about people who have cards that they maybe don't, cards that they can't sell. And you'll hear somebody say, well, just donate them to the children's hospital. Is that something that, like, is that what we're talking about? Were you a recipient of some of those cards
Yeah.
when you were a kid?
Exactly.
Yeah. I don't know that I've ever met somebody who was a recipient to those cards. I've given. I know people have given. I now give them away on Halloween cards that base cards, that sort of thing, which I've been doing for many years. But that's really interesting, and kind of neat to hear that. Have you now that you're no longer living in the hospital in your adult life now?
Yeah.
Have you yourself given cards to Children's Hospital because you were a recipient? And if you haven't, I'm sorry I asked, but if you have,
No. Yeah, well, it's at Saint Justin Hospital. I was also there a few years, so yes, I did the same for other kids.
No, that's wonderful to hear. I love hearing it. So take us through a bit. You started collecting in about the mid 80s when you were a kid, and here we are. We're 40 something years later now. Take us through these last sort of, maybe I'm aging both of us, I don't know, but take us through from when you started in the mid 80s till now. Have you been collecting the whole time? Well, you said you had a couple million cards at one point, but take us through until you started Kronosio, and then I want to hear how that all came about.
Yeah, so what I was saying is that I was completing my sets build while doing trades and all that stuff, and when I reached like 500,000 cards in just one room in the house, so that was around like 2011, 2012. So I called my friend David, and I told him, you know what? If you find a way to list those cards way faster than I can do right now online, then we'll split half and half. So, well, few weeks later, he called me and said, you know what? I have something for you. So we built our first like eBay store probably in 2011, and using the Kronosio alpha version of that's exactly where it starts. So with this alpha version, we were like the third biggest store on eBay, like within a few months. So we had over 100,000 cards, and the store was called OSSC. So it was for one-stop sports cards.
Okay.
So this is how I moved from few cards back at the hospital to 500,000 card, and then decide, okay, I need to do something with those cards because now I have like a full room of card and need to do something with all those raw cards. So yeah, so we built a first version, and we were listing, like trying to list as fast as we can. And back at that time, I was also VP for a multinational, um, and we were shipping like 800 cards per week. So I had to go back to David's garage and trying to ship some cards. So, well, this is the journey from when I start with one card, and I remember I did trade my Patrick Roy card for a lot of like 100,000 cards, and this is how the everything started.
So okay, so you had a Patrick Waugh card, the legendary
Rookie card. Yeah,
rookie card in 1986, likely the O-Pee-Chee version. You traded for
correct.
a 100,000 cards. Sounds like they were all mostly commons, I'm guessing.
Yeah. It was mostly common.
And now you're looking for a way to sell these cards, and the listing process on eBay takes a lot of time, so you wanted to accelerate that. Now, the thing about your company Kronosio is that I've been familiar or aware of Kronosio for several years now. I've seen you at card shows, but I never really knew what Kronosio was until I did find out what it was. And eventually a couple years later, you and I started talking, and here we are today. But I guess for people who have heard me talk about it, and of course you've been sponsoring the show, and you're putting some of your advertising marketing budget towards Sports Cards Live, which we're grateful here. Helps this keep on going on. So thank you for that. But I want to also give back to you and give the opportunity to explain really what Kronosio is and how people could maybe use it. Now, and just to the audience, to the listeners, to the viewers, you guys know I've got here on Sports Cards Live, we have lots of partners and sponsors, and I'm grateful for each and every one of them. But whenever I bring on one of these sponsors or partners, it's not to be an infomercial. This is not to just sort of shove something down your throat. It's to actually let you understand the people behind them and what the problem was that they were trying to solve at the beginning and how they've grown. Because really what Jonathan, in my opinion, Jonathan, what you are is an example of somebody with a vision who then, everyone has great ideas, but ideas are worthless without execution. You've actually executed on this idea, built a business. You're now partnered with Rico. Your product is available on Walmart, Amazon. It's in card shops. Card shops are using your product themselves. They can sell your product to customers, all these different things. But I guess, one of the reasons why I never sold a lot on eBay was because of the process. I find it to be cumbersome. So you did too. You said to your buddy, let's see if we can figure out a solution. You did. So tell us a bit more about the solution, because even though, listen, we're not going to sit here and just talk about Kronosio, that's product for the next half hour or whatever, but I do want to get that. I want to make sure people understand what it is, because there will be people here who probably don't know what it is that could use it, and that know someone that can use it, or whose LCS could use it. So what is it about Kronosio that allows people to list cards for sale so much faster? And is it only for listing on eBay, or can they be listed elsewhere as well?
Yeah. So yes. So when we start Kronosio, it was really we need to find a better way to manage like my whole inventory and sell cards. So I had to find a way to make sure that it's the full process. So it's from scanning, making sure that you're able to crop cards easily, make sure you have a good image quality, be able to like add a SKU number to each of your cards. So it's like I said, it's one thing to scan cards, list cards faster, but you need to find a way to find those cards when you need to ship them. Same thing, find a way to do all the data entry. So we spent many years like quietly building our advanced scanning module with the AI and making sure we have a full product that will manage a full collection from scanning to shipping. So basically, Kronosio, it's really a collection manager that you can use to do all those steps, data entry, manage your invoice, your clients, and everything. And to answer your question, it's fully integrated with eBay since many years, but you can always export the data and re-import in your, I don't know, Shopify account or other marketplace, or it could be either on your own website.
Okay, well, okay, good to hear. Now, I know that if I'm listing manually on eBay, I can maybe list 30 cards in an hour, if that sort of thing. This accelerates that exponentially, I believe. So how many cards can I list in an hour with Kronosio versus the traditional way on eBay?
Yeah, well, it all depends on the type of hardware scanner that you're currently using. So, but let's say in your example, Jeremy, you're talking about the Rico, the 8170, so the auto feeder scanner. So using Kronosio with the auto feeder scanner, you can probably scan, document, and list between 1,000 and 2,000 cards an hour.
That's unbelievable. That's unbelievable. So that's the power of what you're offering. And so guys, if this is something that you can use, go check out Kronosio.com. Obviously, check it out. You can buy their cards to cash bundles at card shops. You can buy them on, again, Walmart, Amazon, eBay, I believe, or reach out to Kronosio directly. You can buy them from card shops as well. Several card shops in Canada and the United States are stocking the product. And you can see Jonathan and the team at the West Coast Card Show. Do you do any other US-based card shows, Jonathan?
Yeah, well, there will be another one in May, end of May, that we will be attending. So it and we'll be at the Toronto Expo also next week.
But the end of May, you will be back at the West Coast Card Show.
Correct. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, awesome. Okay, that's really cool. So I want to go back to the moment when you called your friend David and said, "Hey, I have an idea. Let's see if we can do this." He went away. He came back and showed you something. What was that like for you? Because here you are, an idea. I consider myself to be an idea man as well. I got ideas too. But you had the idea. He came back and showed you something. What was the feeling like when you saw that first prototype of the tool?
Well, it's not like the one that we released. It was really like an alpha version where you need to like almost type manually what you want, yeah, using the software. So when we started, it was like we were improving like every week. So when David first showed me the first release of Kronosio, we were probably doing, I don't know, 100 cards per hour, because he was able to improve, let's say, one process, then the scanning portion, then the AI and all that stuff, and then we move up to be at least 50 times faster than doing everything manually. Well, everybody knows that it's not just eBay; it's all other marketplaces. You always need to upload your images. You always need to do all the data entry, and this will, like you mentioned, you're probably doing, I don't know, 20, 30 cards an hour right now, manually.
So it was obviously exciting to see it come to fruition, that idea, and now it's evolved over time. So I want to get into the entrepreneurial journey that you've been on here since that first version, that first real prototype. Let's talk about just growing the company. How has it been? Oh, actually, before we get, where does the name come from? What is Kronosio?
Kronosio came from Kronos, the god of time, and the IO it's for input output, like in computer. So
Okay.
we had to find a way that if you Google search Kronosio, well, the first time you probably don't remember the name of Kronosio, but if you search Kronosio now, will be on the top either. So if it was like, I know, that's exactly when we started. It was OSSC for One Stop Sports Cards, and we were using our software only for ourselves. So we were buying lots of cards and we were flipping them on eBay. But at some point, like I said, I was VP at a multinational, was shipping at night and weekend. So we decided, okay, let's do a commercial version of Kronosio, and it will be available to everyone in the market.
Right on. So now that you've been growing, like how has the growth been? The challenges. I love the origin of the name Chrono, God of Time, IO, input output. That's pretty cool. I didn't know where what the origin was. So it's nice to know that, Jonathan. But the growth. You've been building a business. You're an entrepreneur. You left a multinational to do this full time. That's risky for any entrepreneur. Entrepreneurship is risky. Hobbypreneurship might be even more risky in some cases, although the hobby's doing pretty well right now too. But how has the growth been? Has it been sort of what we call the hockey stick curve, kind of slow and then a steeper incline? Has it been more steady? And also how did the pandemic help or hinder the business?
Well, the alpha version of Kronosio was around like 2012, and we launched Kronosio in 2015. And I would say that the first 7 to 8 years, we spent most of the time like in dev mode. So making sure that we have uh, like the best scanning module, the strongest AI in the industry. And so the first 7 years, like not a lot of marketing, not a lot of trade shows. So it was, I would say, pretty quiet the first 7 years. And then with the pandemic, then that was a huge boost for us. So for like, I would say since then, it was very good. Like many, as you know, many had to find a way to be able to still make some money, and so they moved, and there was a lot of an expansion online to sell trading cards.
Now you've made some big strides, recently with getting your product onto marketplaces like Walmart and Amazon. I think there's a lot of supply companies. You can find supplies on Amazon, and I don't spend much time on Walmart.com, but I'm sure that you can find supplies on there as well. What was it like? How hard was it to get this particular product onto both Walmart and Amazon? I mean, eBay is no problem. If getting cards and getting a product into a card shop, just you can walk up to a card shop owner, you can walk right in and talk to them. You can't walk into Walmart and talk to the VP of purchasing for Walmart at your local Walmart. So to me, that sounds like it would have been challenging, maybe intimidating. How were you able to get onto, let's start with, how were you able to get onto Walmart?
Yeah, so for Walmart, it was so at the national last year, we met a great guy Antonio at Walmart, and well, we talk about the idea of the cards to cash, where you have the hardware, you get our software, the licenses, the enablement, and everything. And he said, "Wow, that's a great idea. So let's work together and let's try to move this product on Walmart.com." And yeah, so I met with Antonio. I think it was the end of July, and 1st of November we were live on Walmart. So that was very fast.
So you mentioned, you're talking about Antonio from Walmart. Now I remember very vividly at the National last year. I think for the first time, Walmart had a booth in that sort of
Yeah.
secondary corporate area. So I mean, did you just walk up to the booth and say, "Hello, my name is Jonathan. Here's what I do. Can I meet with a decision maker?" How did you, or did you have a prearranged meeting? How did that happen? How did that come to fruition?
Yeah, it's almost like that, Jeremy. So well, I sent a quick, like, I think it was on LinkedIn that I reached out to Antonio and I mentioned, well, it's your first time at the National. I'm Jonathan. I have a collection manager. So we have a few minutes. He said yes. So finally, instead of a few minutes, we spent almost, I don't know, an hour and a half talking about this cards to cash bundle. And yeah, so was a good timing.
And you
So
said,
it's always about timing also.
oh,
When you're in
and
business.
just like the name Kronosio, it's chrono means time. So that makes sense. Now, there you are at the end of July, which is when the National was last year. You meet Antonio at the Walmart booth, and by early November, your product is listed for sale on Walmart.com. So August, it only took 3 months. For anyone else out there who might, like, I want you to give some advice. If I'm a hobbypreneur and I've got a product that hopefully doesn't compete with yours, Jonathan, that I want to bring to Walmart and other major retail platforms, would you say to them, just go to the National and talk to the people at the Walmart booth, hoping that they're going to be there? What advice would you have for somebody who has a product that they would like to scale and find wider distribution?
Well, that's a good way to do it. If you want to list something on Walmart, um, but we are also like great partners who help us. So it's not that easy, Jeremy. That it's not just about Kronosio. It's about the relationship that we have with Rico, with Canon, with our distributor, that with BPS and all that stuff. So alone, just trying to sell something on, it could be either on Walmart or on Amazon, it's still a tough journey.
Yeah. Okay. So it's good. It's good when you have a little bit of a team and you're going to one of these big platforms. Is Amazon any different, or is that easier to get onto Amazon than it is to get onto Walmart?
Well, it was way easier with Walmart. So right now it's on eBay and Walmart, and we're working with Amazon and Temu also. So we should be probably live, I don't know, somewhere in May.
Oh, okay. I thought you were already on Amazon, so you're coming about
No, no,
in May. I
in May.
see. I
Yes.
see. I see. And so you've mentioned the cards to cash. That's the product which I've shown on the channel here before. The nice package that you have that comes with the licenses. It comes with some shipping supplies. It comes with a scanner. And cards to cash is a new product that you guys have launched. What's the story behind that product? What made you pivot towards cards to cash? And this is a two-part question. You've partnered even further, I believe, with Ricoh and Canon on these products. How did that come? How did these partnerships come about? You even go as far as sharing a booth with them at the West Coast Card Show I saw. So a bit about those partnerships, if you will.
Well, it's funny because cards to cash. We had this idea, well, the name when we had a launch with Don, and yeah, so we decided, okay, it's we have so many clients asking us, okay, which scanner should I use? Here for my raw cards, for my slabs. Um, what type of licenses do I need? Do I see? Will somebody help me? Will I have some onboarding? Do you have some videos, some tutorials? So we decided, you know what? Let's bundle everything. So now you don't need to worry about which type of scanner, the hardware, the software, the enablement, everything. It's within a box. And now you have the AI that will work for you. So that's the other good news. Like the Canon bundle, it's less than $300. And for $300, you can start your own business on a marketplace where now you have the AI that will document those cards for you. And as you know, the data entry and all the specifics, this is what Kronosio will help you with. So this is why we start and why we create the cards to cash bundle. It's to everything in one box, works like out of the box. We've got everything.
Yeah, it's a one-stop shop. Just open the box and start your card selling business on eBay or Shopify store, whatever it is. Simple as that, really.
Yeah, and the partnership. Well, when we did all the testing and dev for, so like I mentioned, we build our own scanning module. So when you use Kronosio, you use our scanning interface. So we had to test a lot of things, drivers, and all that stuff. So this is how the relationship starts with Rico, like probably, I don't know, 10 years ago.
Okay, I get it now. Right, because I'm looking at my scanner right now. I'm using an Epson that I've had for a little bit, and when I use it, it bring I the software pops up, and if I were using cards to cash, I would get the Kronozio software embedded within the Ricoh or the Canon scanner. I get people asking me literally all the time. People ask me what scanner should they use, just to take, not necessarily to sell cards all the time, just to take nice pictures of their cards so that they can share them on social media. And I let them know what I use, but when the question is more about, hey, I have cards to sell, because I get those questions all the time too. Like, how should I sell my cards? I've got all these cards to sell. What's the best way to do it? And Kronosio is something that I mentioned now. Since for the last year, I've been very familiar with what you're about. So it's easier for me to give an answer that is actually not just, it's a solution. It's a true solution to the challenge that you were having back in 2012, and that I've had throughout, and that a lot of people do have. So I think that's really interesting. Tell us a little bit about the company. How big, how many people are in the company? How many employees do you have?
Well, that's one of the best trick I could give to anybody who wants to launch a business. Try to be as lean as possible. So we're lean. We need to be like very creative, a lot of innovation and passion. So yeah, so we're less than 10 employees to answer your question, Jeremy.
Less than 10 people. And I mean, you mentioned being lean, but how has it been that how how do I say this? How has being lean really benefited Kronosio? Why is that? Why are you saying if I can give advice to somebody starting a company, try to stay lean? Why do you say that? How has that benefited Kronosio?
Well, the more the more you need money, and the more it's a at some point you will either need to grow very fast to be able to reimburse those loans. Um, so the first, we also need to keep in mind that we spent like the first 7 years really in dev mode. So we didn't need a lot of money to do like marketing, trade shows. Um, so yeah, but what was your question again,
Well,
Jeremy?
just you had said that you would give it if you could give advice to
Yeah.
you know an upcoming hobbypreneur or even an entrepreneur, even maybe you're starting some other business that has nothing to do with a hobby, but I'm really looking for some advice, some lessons, something that you've learned from your entrepreneurial journey that you could share with the audience in terms of, you said staying lean has been beneficial. So how has it benefited? But obviously, you have a lower payroll. You can use what would otherwise be spent on employees on maybe development, maybe marketing, maybe build I don't know, other things. So I guess you know if you weren't lean, and why are you so lean? Is it a function of just
Well,
business
the main
management?
reason is that w- we built Kronosio because we had some challenges, and there was nothing on the market. So David and I, either from a collector perspective on my side, and David, my partner, which can do like miracle in term of IT. Um, but the main reason why we're linked since so many years is that we know we know the industry, and we know the technology. So we don't need like one of the challenges having either tech guys that don't know the business of sports cards. So you need to
Mhm.
have a lot of people. So one people when you're an entrepreneur, you need to be able to play many roles with one guy. So that's for us, the dev guy is also he knows also the business.
Yeah.
So that's a big help.
That's a huge help when the person helping you build your tool, your platform, your business actually understands the industry that you are in. And that's, a lot of even in the hobby here, there's a lot of initiatives, even with what I'm doing with the Hobby Spectrum platform. There's a lot of startups in our space that outsource their development to foreign countries, to developers in whether it's India or Pakistan. Those are the countries that I know I've worked with in the past that come to mind. But they don't; those people, for the most part, I don't think understand this industry. And if you understand this industry as a service provider to a hobbypreneur, I believe that you're going to be able to give them a way better service, probably save your client a lot of money because you don't need to learn everything. You don't need to learn it all. And it sounds to me like that's what you had there with
Yeah,
David.
yeah, and it's not just about like knowing the industry. It's about understanding the full workflow when you need to sell some cards online.
Right.
So you need to know how to manage your inventory, how to manage your clients, your invoices, and all that stuff. So that's the main reason why we still can't be lean, because we have this end-to-end vision.
Yeah. Well, here, Orlando just puts up a great comment. He says, keep the company lean and prices for your products affordable. And that's a great point. The leaner you are,
Yeah.
the less you're spending, the more you need to recover from higher prices, and you can be more affordable. That kind of segues me into a question for you, Jonathan, which is how has Kronosio been received by the hobby? You mentioned earlier you have a lot of clients that would ask you what scanner to use. How has the original Kronosio product been received, and how has Cards to Cash been received since launching that product, which was really just earlier this year?
Yeah. So Cards to Cash, like a lot of the men from hobby stores, will be launching. I know that you mentioned a few minutes ago that I think you mentioned it was available in Canada, but we will be launching Canada at the expo, so it's not live yet. So yeah, so Cards to Cash was very well received by the industry. Um, I would love that people know more about Kronosio, even after 12 years. I'm meeting with clients that it's the first time they heard about Kronosio. So I'm always surprised that when we do demos or I don't know, tech support or either even live chat, it's the first time they're aware about us. So that's still a little bit surprising after all those years.
I think Kronosio is one of those sort of, up until now, and hopefully this changes for you, but one of those sort of hidden gems in the hobby that can really benefit you if this is a challenge you're having in your business. Well, because I go into card shops all the time, Jonathan, even card shows. I see the same vendors with the same cards, and I don't understand that. Why don't you just move them out, sell them maybe on eBay, and bring in that money and invest in new inventory? That's kind of the thing that I don't understand. But that's just got to do with those individuals and the way they go about how they want to run their business. And I don't want to be too critical of it, but at the same time, you're paying the rent to be there. Why don't you turn your inventory over? I think more people probably have that challenge that they might not even recognize they had the challenge until they finally decide it's time to move out of this stuff and refresh the inventory. It's like it was at the beginning of earlier on here in the show when I think David was saying that he was at the Front Row Card Show, and you could go to Dan's booth at the beginning of the show, walk around, and by the time he came back an hour and a half later, he had different inventory already. So multiple inventory turnover within a few hours versus a year or 2 years with some of some vendors. So I think that Kronosio is one of these hidden gems that people are going to start. I think it's going to snowball for you, and people will start to learn more and more just about the power of it. Unless you have a response to that, I want to get some questions in the comments that have come. Anything you want to say first?
No, go ahead.
Okay. All right. So Foul Ball here asks, do you guys help with the selling platform, business licenses, paying taxes, that sort of thing? Do you have, I guess, even if I could add, like, do you have an account, like a way to track your cost of goods sold, your sales, so to make filing your taxes easier? Is any of that built into Kronosio yet?
Yeah. So we can help, like, for that specific question. Yeah. So you can export like invoices from a specific date, the whole year, last year, all that stuff.
Okay, so it does help with these things.
Yeah.
Yankees fan says, this is why I love this podcast. Always great hobby topics, including new vendors and collectors, plus great entrepreneur questions. Thank you, Yankees fan. Appreciate that. Collector Charles says, how do you balance your workload to make sure staying lean is beneficial to you? This is a thinking question. Charles coming with some heat here, but it's a great question. So I'm still talking to give you a moment to process the question, Jonathan, so you can come up with a response. But back over to you.
Well, I would say that, well, working with my old friend David every day, and with passion, I work a lot, but I get to travel, spend some time with the kids. Um, but yeah, honestly, I don't know, because maybe I start working at a multinational when I was young, and I don't know, I was able to manage this workload. Um, but again, not too sure how to answer this, but I don't know, on my side, it's not so hard to make that balance.
I think in a way, what he might be getting at is, when you are lean, you're doing not everything, because you do have, close to 10 employees, but it's like that work-life balance thing, perhaps, is maybe what he's getting at
Yeah,
there. But you know what? I'll tell you, the journey, the life of an entrepreneur, there's no downtime. I was just talking, I've said this, I think I said again, I not to sound repetitive, but like, people people say, "Oh, you need a vacation. You need a vacation." It's like, listen, I go on vacation, but I don't take vacation. That's two different.
yeah,
It's two different sort of things. When you're running your own business, in many cases, let me rephrase. When you're running your own business and you love it and you love the industry that you are in, you don't necessarily feel like you're working. And sports cards are in your blood. They're in your history. You
yeah.
grew up with sports cards, and now you developed a solution that helped you fill some of your needs, and now you found a way to start a company that helps other people solve some of their challenges as well. Is that very gratifying to you? Do you
Oh,
take
yes.
pride in that?
Oh, yes, and we have so many good story, like people that were able to send like their kids to college because now they have more income coming from Kronosio. So yeah, so we receive like good testimonial and good stories every week.
It's always great to hear that sort of feedback. Lonely Basement says dead inventory is the death of retail. Like, absolutely. It's so That's why you see blowout sales. That's why you see below cost, because these companies are trying to get what they can, salvage what they can out of that inventory so that they can reinvest it. It's like in the sports card world, we don't often want to sell our cards because we feel like, well, it might go up in value, or I paid $150 for it. Now it's worth 80. I don't want to lock in that loss. But by not locking in that loss, I believe you can often be just exacerbating your losses, locking in even more losses. Take that $85 that your $150 investment is now worth, and find something that you can, if you're in the business, that you can maybe go and get better value. Even if you're a collector and you're just, you're just, your collection is sort of always evolving, like many of ours do. Maybe you get out of that card, you don't love it anymore. You take that $85, you buy a card that you think is worth 100 for 85. And if you care that much, hopefully it becomes worth 150 one day, instead of keeping on holding it. And that $85 card's now worth $5 or 15 or 25, whatever. So dead inventory is the death of retail. Absolutely agree with that. Okay, Collector Charles, I'm glad that I properly interpreted your question. Oftentimes I can't do that, so that's great to hear. The sports car professor, Jonathan, he asked, he says, you mentioned 92% accuracy on your website, and that's for identifying and titling the cards, I believe. He says by what measure? That's a great percent. Now, just a heads up, Jonathan, the sports car professor is like a professor of AI sort of thing. This guy knows his AI. So you're talking to a true technical mind here. And I don't expect you to we're not going to get into that. You can have an offline conversation, professor, if you want to really dive into it, Jonathan, but surface level here, if you don't mind addressing his question.
No problem. So 92% is based on, let's say, the last 30 million cards that we process with the AI. For sports cards, not well, TCG like Pokemon, Magic, Arcana, and it's for the year, the product, the team, card number, and player name. So 92% out of those fields. So the AI will not tell you that the card it's a refractor or that it's a PSA 9. So the 92% AI accuracy, it's for all years, all sports, Pokemon, Magic, Arcana, but for a certain amount of item specifics that are required to list your cards online.
So from the last 3 million or so cards, that's a lot of cards.
30
That's
million.
good,
Yeah.
30 or 3?
30.
30 million. 30. Oh, three is just a pittance. I apologize.
Yeah.
I apologize for that. Okay, a couple more questions here. First of all, Foul Ball says, nice. I will suggest this to my friend. It sounds legit. Very cool. Hello to Jeremy Filippelli. What's going on? Double O Cards guy asks, does the product work for slabs?
Yeah, same thing.
Works for slabs as well. Skeppy says, what is another challenge in the collectibles industry that you think needs a solution that is impactful as yours has been? Now, it's a great question, but I want to give you an out here, Jonathan, because I know you're hyper-focused on your own solution and product. But that said, does anything come to mind? Do you see another challenge in the industry that could use a solution?
Well, that's probably what we will try to launch in the next few months. So I think people, even if we build Kronosio as a software, I would say that collectors don't necessarily love software. So we're trying, and we'll be launching. Well, it will be called Kronosio next, and basically it will be a web version with a multi-user, and we will have what we call the agentic AI. So I think that's probably another, well, to answer that specific question, the challenge in the collectible industry is to try to understand all those software that are helping you either for a grading perspective or for a collection manager. So the agentic AI, well, basically it will be like a team working for you. So it's like having a coach where you can ask the software, well, can you list for me all my cards that worth, let's say, $25 and more? So you don't need to fully understand the software. You can just it will be like a software that will be interactive for collectors.
Okay. There. Okay. I hope that's addresses your question, Skeppy. Thank you for the question. Colin Murray says, "Hey guys, been using Kronosio since day one." Very cool, Colin. We'll see you.
Hi, Colin. I remember.
Yeah, we'll see you next weekend. Nick Martelli says it's the same as dollar bins. Just got to let the stuff go in bulk to reinvest or diversify instead of sitting on dead costs or losses. Could not agree more, Nicholas. Yeah, totally agree with that. Don Caruso says, John, you mentioned card shops can sell the bundle. Can you describe what's in it for them? Yeah, because I do know, and I've seen your product at card shops. What's in it for the card shops?
Yeah, so we have a hobby store program. So basically, we send 2 empty boxes to the store. So they just need to put those 2 boxes on the shelf, and they will get a percentage of those sales each month. So the hobby store will be able to resell those cards to cash bundle to their customers.
Okay, there we go. And they can sell it for a profit. Yeah.
Yeah, correct. And this will, well, increase their income, and will also help their users to be able to also, for them, to make more money. So, and probably buy more cards at the same hobby shop at the same time.
Yeah. Okay. We have this comment here from the card deal. I don't know what a lot of it's about, but he does say good character means more than money to good people. Could not agree with that more. I think that's a great way to think. And in a lot of ways, people want to do. I find that people, maybe this is me projecting how I am, but I like doing business with people that I like, and people that are kind, and people that want, they're not just after your dollar. They're after.
Yeah.
They believe in the sort of the win-win-win, the Michael Scott win-win-win situation sort of thing. And so I don't know where that comment came from, but it makes sense to me right there. Oh, Charles tells me that he's referring to King of Cards. Oh, Kyle at King of Cards. Yeah, well, if you know Kyle, Kyle's actually a pretty nice guy. I'm not here to protect or defend anybody that's not here on the show. But when and if we have Kyle on the show, we can talk about that. So, okay, let me see, Jonathan. Oh, because Joe has joined us in the back. Joe, we'll bring you on just a couple minutes. Jonathan, how do you differentiate? How is Kronosio? What's the value proposition? What's the elevator pitch for Kronosio? And this is, I want to give you a chance to flex a little bit what it is that you've built. So yeah, what's the value prop for Kronosio? The in an elevator pitch sort of style, if you want.
Well, with Kronosio, as you know, everybody have a lot of cards at home. They're sitting on cards that will never go online, and they're just sitting there. They can make money with those cards. So scan everything, list your cards, make some money, and with Kronosio Next, we'll have this in the software. The software will even help you more than need to fully understand. The other big difference with Kronosio is the support. So you can reach us live support. We have you can submit a ticket. We have a team 24/7. You can book a demo either to understand the process or book 2 sessions to maybe one, understand the process and understand the software and then improve your workflows, increase your business. So we are there to help you. So if you have any questions, it's always free. I can spend some time, or my team spend some time with you and increase yourself. You cannot imagine how much money you can make with your raw cards. Right now, it doesn't make any sense to list a card, let's say, I don't know, worth less than $50. But with Kronosio, scanning and documenting and listing 2,000 cards an hour makes sense. Because if you're paying somebody $20, now with $20, you can have 2,000 cards online. With the same $20, you can probably list, I don't know, 8 to 10 cards. So that's the big difference. Use the technology, use the collection manager, and you have the complete solution for your raw cards.
Yankees fan says, Jonathan, when do you think the web version with agents will lock? I think I don't know if agents or agentic.
Next few months.
Next few months. Thank you. Jeff's card journey says, does Kronosio work with the Scan Snap SV600? I don't know what that is. Yes. There we go. And Luke Browning says,
with the SV600, you can scan like 4 graded cards at a time, and we will auto crop those cards. Yeah.
And then Luke Browning says, what's the difference between using Kronosio and using ComC?
Well, ComC, you need to ship your cards. So if you have a collection of 50,000 cards, you will need to upfront those fees prior to make any sales.
Yeah.
So with Kronosio, the big difference is that you own your cards, you download the software, and you also own your data. So for any reason, if you stop using Kronosio in 2 years, well, the data stay on your computer. You can open the software and you can have access to your collection manager. So that's the difference is that with Kronosio, you scan your cards. We will help you with all those workflows, that data entry and all that stuff, and you will do your own shipping. So the cards will stay with you. Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to wrap this up right away. But before we do, Jonathan, I want to introduce you to my friend Joe. We're going to bring Joe on stage. And I don't know if he'll have any questions for you or not, but if he does, he can ask them. And then I'm going to ask you for a final sort of message to the audience, which will be, what advice would you give somebody who's new to the hobby, and maybe a new entrepreneur. You've been in the hobby a long time. You're not a new entrepreneur, but you are an entrepreneur. So I'm going to ask you that. But let's first bring on Joe, because he's been waiting back there for a bit, if that's okay with you. Joe, Joe, please meet Jonathan. Jonathan, please meet Joe.
Hi, Joe.
Good evening, Jonathan. Good to hear you, and thank you for sponsoring Sports Cards Live. And also, I wanted to know, maybe I missed this because I've been I've been following the show sporadically. What do you collect? What is your background in collecting?
Well, I'm from Montreal, so I was collecting hockey cards.
Okay.
Mostly Patrick Roy cards, since I'm a Montreal Canadian fan. And then I trade most of those cards for my bigger lots of cards, and then this is how we start Kronosio.
Are you still collecting, Jonathan? Do you still have a PC?
Not really.
No, you're in the business. You're in the service providing part side of things.
I just want to say, Jonathan, I'm down here in Silicon Valley, and you might want to think about a Macklin Celebrini card. Just saying, but.
Jonathan, here's another question I don't want to let go here. Nick Martelli says, how does Kronosio connect users with secondary markets? Is it through the data? Yeah, I don't understand the question either. Maybe he means, how do you like sync up? I don't know that I understand the question.
I'm not sure, honestly, if I understand the question, but the full integration, it's with eBay, so it's bi-directional. So you can list your cards on eBay using Kronosio, and if you make any sale on eBay, or if you want to manage your offers from eBay, you can manage everything in Kronosio. Now, if you want to export your data to your own website, or I don't know, Shopify, you can always export the data from Kronosio, and we will create a CSV file with the link to all your images.
I think Yankees fan says API. Is it via API?
No, well, the only API is with eBay. All the other marketplaces will be with an export feature, which will create a CSV file.
Got it. Okay, great. Good stuff. Okay, Jonathan. Well, it's been great having you on. I look forward to seeing you next weekend in Toronto. Before you go, do you have a piece of advice for upcoming hobbypreneurs who may want to launch a business? And again, really from the entrepreneurial side of things, you said keep it lean before. So it's a long journey. So when we start Kronosio, honestly, I thought it will be way easier than that. It's a long journey where we've been in business since the last, 13 years now. You need to find new ways, new solution. The thing when we create our business plan, I would say that probably over 50% of this business plan changed over the years. So you need to adapt, you need to adjust, you need to find new ways. You need to listen to your customers. Sometimes you think you should go that way, but for something that so you need to listen, and that's the main reason why we're launching this new version of Kronosio with this agentic AI. Awesome.
And we'll be at the Toronto Expo next week. We'll have those two bundles, so I'll be there like Friday, Saturday. So if you have any questions, if you want either a demo of the software, just chat about Kronosio. It will be my pleasure. I'll be there the 2 days.
And Jonathan, for people who won't be there, people who are listening to this or watching this later on, or even right now, what's the best way to get a hold of you? If someone has questions for you directly, they want to look
Jonathan. Jonathan at Kronosio.com.
Jonathan at Kronosio.com. That's KRONOZIO.com. You'll see it. You can see it in the show notes for all episodes of Sports Cards Live. Fano562 says I'm sold. That's great. That's very nice, Fano. All right, Jonathan. thank you for joining, sharing the story, sharing what Kronosio is. Always grateful for our partnership and your support here at Sports Cards Live. And yeah, glad to keep on letting people know that what's happening over at Kronosio. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you, Joe. See you next week.
We'll see you next weekend, buddy. Take care.
Okay. Thanks. Bye.
Bye-bye. All right. Well, that was fun. Joe, how are you, buddy?
Hey, it's another Saturday night. I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. You know what? I mean, this Sports Cards Live, it's gone through its various sort of iterations and evolution, but tonight really feels like a 3-part show to me, which are kind of my favorites when it's just so much mixed up. We had the first hour with David Chase, Leighton Sheldon, we had Mikey Singer, we had Johnny Amendola from Mint Inc. on. We just did Jonathan from Kronosio. Now we got the final stretch. You, Chris, Josh. It's good. It's fun. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm always I look forward to this. We're not going to be doing a show next week, so I'm enjoying this one doubly enjoying this one because I will be at the Sport Card Expo in Toronto next week. To everybody who's listening, I'm going to try to get some podcast content on the week after next, but I no promises yet. My schedule has really been filling up to the point where I don't know if I'm going to be able to produce it, but I'm going to try. If not, there may be an empty week of Sports Cards Live on the podcast platforms, which I'm trying to avoid, but that just might have to be the case this time. So I don't know if you saw earlier, Joe, I picked this up today. You might appreciate a 1954 Topps Eddie Matthews card. What do you think?
It's beautiful. It's amazing. That's great.
Nice. I'm glad you like it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to say I'm slightly surprised that you got an SGC case, but it looks, to my eye, quite lovely in the tuxedo.
It does look nice, but you know what? I'll be honest. I bought this card because there wasn't really anything else I wanted to buy in the room. This is one I thought, here we are. It's a 1954 baseball card at the local Calgary Monthly show. And I thought to myself, I'm going to Toronto next week. I'm going to bring it. I didn't get a steal of a deal on it, but it will likely end up in my showcase at the show next weekend. And it's the kind of card that I'll probably just move on to. It's more, I looked at it not like an opportunity to flip for money. It's more like, let me take it from Calgary to Toronto and help it find its forever home, which I think is more likely to happen there than here. So that's kind of my mindset behind it.
It's a beautiful card, actually. That blue on that the background there with the 54, it's a beautiful card, actually. Can I show you one of mine that I recently got? I've had it for a while, but I just got it shipped because I wanted to hold it in hand. I wanted to bring it into the home collection. So this is the second year maze. It's in a 1.5, and it's interesting because I heard earlier you guys were talking about the stickers, and this is an example of an old PWCC sticker, 30%, like whatever, however we decode that. But I mean, look at that. I mean, centered, beautiful. There's a touch of paper loss on the upper back here that you can barely see. So that's just the kind of cards that, the savvy eye appeal person. And I just wanted to say, like, I don't want to sound presumptuous. I know this is up for the hobby, but I mean, eye appeal has been around for a while, right? It's not a brand new thing. Like, a lot of us have been searching for those cards that allow us, and even in raw grades, sometimes in raw grades, you can track stuff down. So, I mean, that's how I've always sort of collected, because I've always been on a budget as a teacher, and looking for those inroads to get the cards you want in a presentation that looks beautiful. So, yeah.
You know what, we got into Stickermania the first hour of the show, and then we quickly switched. But I've got 20 something comments marked, ready to go if we get to them. If not tonight, we'll get to them another time. But yes, Christina, that is trade bait. Collector Charles loves the 54 Ernie Banks, my current Grail card I'm trying to save up for. I heard this person, when I was buying this card today, a guy next to me standing there talking to the vendor beside him, I heard him say that he's saving up for that exact same card. So I think maybe Ernie Banks is on a bit of a hobby heater right now. Not too sure. Chris C says, I wish there was one next week. I missed most of the last 2 weeks due to unforeseen circumstances. Well, Chris, if you haven't yet, you can always go back and consume those episodes as well. But guys, we're going to bring on Chris McGill. He is from a new company in the space. It is called Card Ladder. Card Ladder. And it's a Card Ladder will help you. What you do is you go to the website, you order the color, they send you, it's like a ladder, you put it on your wall and you display your cards on the ladder. It's like when you see plants sitting on shelves and they grow around that thing, like what lattice or whatever it's called. Oh, maybe they should start another product called Card Lattice. So you could actually, you've already got the shirt. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's the ladder. You put your cards on those rungs, and it's a really great way. And then also you have a ladder now. If you have light bulbs that are really high up or you need to clean something, you take the cards off the ladder, you climb the card ladder, and you clean your shelves. Great swag there, Joe. Everyone please welcome Mr. Chris McGill from Card Ladder. Chris, what's up?
Jeremy, thank you for having me on the show. Yeah, we have the Card Ladder display because cards matter. So for Card Ladder, cards matter. It feels like we're back in 2020. You remember that? God,
yeah.
I'm scared to go back and watch that.
When Card Ladder was really an up-and-coming brand new company, I do remember that. If that's what you're getting at.
It is. Yes, you were the first or one of the very first content creators to graciously let me talk a little bit about the Upstart Card Ladder.
The Upstart Card Ladder.
Working their way up from the ranks.
Up the rungs.
Started from the bottom.
And now, everybody, I would like to introduce, we're going to bring on Mr. Joshua Adams of 90s Auctions. Also, probably the biggest proponent of stickers in the era of Stickermania. This man loves stickers. He loves everything about them. He thinks that they make the most sense in the world. Everybody, please welcome Mr. Josh Adams. What's up, buddy?
Jeremy, I love you. Joe, Christopher, nice to see you guys. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. We will be set up together at the Sport Card Expo next week. This
is the time of year I always get so jealous that you guys are going to that, because everything I've ever heard is those big expos. Like, what is an expo? Well, I guess it's a really awesome show in Canada.
Fantastic.
It's a great show. It's a ton of fun. And we will be there next week, guys. Come check it out. I have the booth numbers. I think I'm 1907, 1908, something like that, right near the entrance, which will be great. So very much looking forward to that. Josh, hanging out with you for the weekend. And so I don't know, guys, like we always kind of start this segment often without a clear direction of what we're going to talk about. I often go to Chris and say, Hoj, because he's got those, these philosophical topics. We love getting into them. We can get into some of those. But then sometimes they'll say, well, let's see, does Joe or Josh have it in there? I'm like, well, Chris, I didn't ask them. I asked you. If I wanted to ask them, I would have asked them. But I asked you. You're the man with the philosophical topics. But with that said, I do want to. Now I'm going to take the bull by the horns and say, Joe, Josh, do either of you have anything on your mind? Josh, you were in the chat earlier on. You made some comments. Anything you'd like to share with the audience now that you're on screen?
I will take the bait, but yes. So, I was figuring out how to word this. I guess I just be very blunt. I think the sticker thing is mildly ridiculous, and just another way for a company to get a piece of your card. Like 2026, everybody wants a piece of your card in the hobby, and I want to go back to one thing I mentioned. How can you say it's the top 15% of a card when you haven't seen all how many copies? It does say that on the MB. Yes.
Joe.
Can I ask you though, if you find your way into a card that has a sticker unintentionally, in other words, you just like the card and the card happened to have a sticker, do you have any problem with that?
Yeah, I don't look at cards that have stickers on them. It's a hard pass. I don't even look at them.
Okay.
Because I have eyeballs and I can look at a card and I will buy a card that I like, and I will not pay the premium for a sticker. I just will.
Let me ask you this, Josh. Let me ask you this. If you have a card that is what you think is beautiful for the grade, are you willing to sell it for the same price as the last one? This, maybe you look at Card Ladder, you see the last copy that sold, the last PSA 4 of that 1954 Hank Aaron rookie, and that last PSA 4. Are you going to look at that card and actually see what it looked like? What were its flaws? What was the eye appeal of it? Or are you just going to say, well, my friend, the last copy sold for $5,000. I want $5,000 for mine. Even if yours is way nicer, no sticker, just a PSA 4. Even if yours is way nicer than that other one, are you going to take $5,000, or would you ever want a premium for a card that has eye appeal, knowing that you have your own sets of eyes, which I completely agree. You have eyes.
No, because people buying those cards never pay you for a premium. I mean, that's the fallacy here, is that you sell a card and people buying the card are never going to pay the premium. People selling them are, and that's the kind of the big fallacy of this whole thing.
But that's completely not true that they never do, because I've paid premiums for cards with nice eye appeal because I want them more than Joe. Have you ever paid a premium for a card?
Yeah, big premiums. Yeah.
Yeah, people do pay that, Josh. People do pay premiums for nice cards.
I mean, I don't.
You don't,
I mean,
yeah.
I would probably charge, if I had a card, I would look at the last 3 and then aggregate whatever.
You're the perfect person to buy from. That you can get value at Josh's table. So I'm so glad you'll be set up with me, because if you have any of those high eye appeal cards for the grade that I like, I know I'm going to get a great deal out of you. I know I'm going to get great value from you. And hey, thank you. We're friends, so that's great.
I want to say one thing. Actually, Josh brings up a great point, and this is something that Greg at Midlife brought up maybe like a year and a half ago, which is the reverse paradigm of the eye appeal is not always equitable with the intake. And I think that's what Josh is getting at, that there's a fallacy there. Now, I would say that is changing. I think when Greg made that drop, I don't know, it was like 12 months ago, he was assessing, like, we bring these in with high eye appeal because we like them, but when it comes time to sell, are we really actually going to get the value because the market is the market? Well, I would forward that the market is changing, but I think Josh's point is still worth holding on to, that we need to sort of look at the degree to which it's changing, and in moments where you need to sell something, will you get that price, that eye appeal price?
It's a good question. I think, people will pay a premium for a card that is nicer than the average comp. They just will. I mean, you see it all the time. So I don't know, Josh, maybe you just don't see that, and that's fine. And you deal in a lot of modern stuff as far as what you sell. But anyway, let's move on from stickers for now. And I see Trees and Cardboard says, let's get off stickers. I'm glad. Trees and Cardboard, you are now a producer of Sports Cards Live, helping direct the show. So thank you very much. He says, what do you think about Iowa? I haven't listened. It's been so windy here. I haven't been able to listen to podcasts the last couple of days. Well, Jeremy, wind and not listen to podcasts simply because I haven't been going for my walks for a couple of days. But he says, what do you think about Iowa Dave's take on dealers using each other to build comps, or the realization of dealers at Strongsville selling to each other and then pumping prices? I will just say that's been happening for decades. You go to shows, dealers walk around, buy off other dealers where they see value and put them in their own showcases and jack up the price to make a margin. That's not new. There are dealers who basically will wholesale cards at shows to other dealers, and then those dealers can make a bit of profit. That's the business. That's the business of the secondary singles market. Trees and Cardboard, it's not new. I'm sure Iowa Dave knows that isn't new, but maybe there was content. I saw the same content, I think, that inspired his video or his podcast about that. And but it's not new. It's just like eye appeal isn't new, and the hobby being a business is not new. So my take on that is, hey, if you think you can get more for a card than someone else is asking, why not? What's the problem? And the problem is that, well, the collector is now paying more because you beat them to it. Well, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. You see people lining up to get into Walmart to buy, Furbies or Cabbage Patch Kids so that they can be there first to get them. Yeah, I mean, first come, first served kind of thing. I'm not saying I'm advocating for this. This is the reality. This is the reality of the world that we live in, and this goes on, and it's just not new. That's my take. Joe, you're nodding. Any comments? Joe, we'll hear from Chris. And Chris, I also want to hear a topic that you might want to introduce if we have time for it, which I think we will. Joe?
I want to defer to Chris. I'm ready to go on to the next topic as well. But all well said. I agree with everything you said, Jay Lee. All
right, cool. Chris?
Yes. Shall I bring a topic? Is that?
Yeah, let's do a topic. Let's do a topic.
First topic I have. Do you think cards with eye appeal stickers are overvalued? Oh, sorry. Okay. Let's throw that. Sorry. Okay. Here is a topic. All right. I actually went over 4 topics with Joe earlier this week, but I'm going to bring a 5th one. And then I don't know if this one will take very long or not, because Jeremy, you were asking like Josh and Joe and me, like, what's on your mind today? Right. Like,
yeah. Always.
There's something that actually came to my mind today. I had a research project that I had been planning, and I had to plan it because I had to get all the research materials. And so I wanted to figure out release dates for specific products from the 90s. And so I ordered dozens of Beckett magazines from eBay, and I ordered them when I was out of town, and they all finally arrived, Beckett basketball. And I went through this big research process, and I found out something really cool that I didn't know. And what I found out was I was researching Michael Jordan 1-of-1s, duh. And I found out the release date order for all 7 of his first 1-of-1s from the first season of 1-of-1s. I figured that out as I was doing the research today, which was very exciting. So his Ultra Series 1 base set 1-of-1 that came out first in December of 1997. The second product to have a 1-of-1 of his is Upper Deck Series 2, which was February of 1998. The third one came out in March of 1998. That was Ultra Series 2. And then finally, his 4 Flair Showcase 1-of-1s, the final 4 that complete his first 7 1-of-1s, those came out in April of 1998. So that was a really fun research project. I'd known loosely. I mean, we knew that the Ultra was the first, but I didn't know the order of the other 6. I didn't know the release date order until I did that research. And so here is my question. My question is, I learned something really cool today by doing that research. I figured out the sequence of the release of Michael Jordan's very first 1-of-1s, which like historically is exciting to me. My question to you guys is, what is something cool that you learned about a card only after doing your own research, something that you did not know before? So for example, it can't be something that you read in an auction house description for the card. It can't be something that David Chase told you. It can't be something that one of your other collector friends told you. This has to be something that you learned by doing the research into the card for yourself. Okay. And if it's a card that you own and it made the card that much cooler to you, I want to hear about that, because obviously the reason why I was doing my research today is because I do own the Michael Jordan 1-of-1 from Series 2 Upper Deck. So today I literally found out that in my collection is the second 1-of-1 of Michael Jordan ever issued, which was extremely exciting. So I turn the table to you guys. What is something that you taught yourself through your own research about a card, and that's how you learned it?
Well, Chris, this is the kind of question that you kind of need a lead time. Like this is very like I'm literally drawing a blank right now. Nothing comes to I'm racking my brain. I'm like, how can I answer this? Do I go look at my own collection to see what springs up? And I just have so many cards that I love, and that so nothing really comes to mind. I don't even. Oftentimes, you'll ask a question that is a very thoughtful question, and I might not have a direct answer, but I'll have an adjacent answer, or I can at least fill in a couple minutes with something that at least I think is interesting. I got nothing here right now, Chris. So
very specific question that just but it's on my mind. I'm sorry. I'm very excited about that.
Well, it's okay, and this is a thought-provoking question that even in the chat you can share in the chat if you have something that comes to mind for you. I think I saw Joe's hand go up, so maybe Joe's got an answer, or was it Josh's hand? Did they both go up? Okay, I saw Joe's first. We'll go to you, Joe. Then we'll go to Josh.
Well, I mean, this, as you guys know who know me, I'm frequently buying impulsively and then figuring out why I did what I did after the fact.
True story.
To justify sort of like, why did I do that? And the most recent example of that was a Aaron Rodgers Black Shimmer from 2022 Prism, which, as it turned out, so this is the research part, was the first Black Shimmer that Aaron Rodgers had, but also the last Aaron Rodgers in a Green Bay Packers uniform. So that convergence of first and last was something that was incredibly gratifying after the fact. Had I known that, I probably would have even been more bullish on the card. But, you know, I knew something about the card hit home. And as it turned out, my instincts were, you know, every once in a while, broken clocks, right? 2 times a day.
Nice. Great answer, Joe. I think that's, you know, it might, Chris sort of worded it like after doing research, but sometimes it's not from doing research. It's because someone tells you something or share. Hey, did you know? You're like, I did not know. More reason for me to love my card. Now, I do have an adjacent answer, Chris, and it's not on a card. I do own a copy of the card, but it's not going to be my forever copy, as David Chase would say. But the 1975 Topps Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. You know, when I decided I was selling my Lou Alcindor rookie card because I don't want oversized cards in my collection, I thought I still need a Kareem card. So I focused in on his 1972 because I really liked the pose on the 72. I thought that's going to be the card for me. But then I pivoted when I learned that his 1975 card was his first LA Lakers card. And that's how I don't remember him with the Bucks. I remember Kareem with the Lakers. And it's like, that's the Kareem card for me, his 75 Topps. And so that's something that I learned in the process of, you know, forming my want list, my priority list. Just an example. Josh Adams, you wanted to jump in.
So is this research after you bought the card or before you bought the card?
Either way works.
Okay, 2 different examples. N167 baseballs, the first ever baseball cards issued ever in 1887 by Old Judge Tobacco Company. I was at a show once. It was a national, probably I think it was like 2006, and I saw a card. I'm like, those are awesome. They're like pencil sketches. Did my research in 2005. It was a little harder. 2006, whatever. Found out more about them, loved them, so I had to buy one. And they're impossible to find. And 48 leaf. I'm going to say 48 because it upsets everyone else. So it's 48 leaf. And I saw a picture of the Ruth in either a magazine or somewhere. Loved the picture, loved the color. Found out half the cards were short printed. Found out the page is even harder to find. So that got me into that set. And I've spent 25 years chasing that set around, and I love it. So. Was that the second example or just the one? Did you second. Say you said 2? Yeah, the N1s, the 1887 Old Judges were my first one. Sorry, thank you. I was multitasking for a moment there. David Chase, do you have a response to Chris's question?
I do. And hello, Joe. Hello, Chris. Hello, Josh. Good to see you, gentlemen. And of course, you, Jeremy, again. For me, I did crazy amounts of research on the 47 Bond Bread set, because that is the most confusing set you've ever seen. And I started by going to Net54, and there is like a 10-year article of literally, I'm not exaggerating, hundreds of posts on this one article, and it will make your head spin because it tells you one thing, and then somebody else finds out another thing a year and a half later. And I was even more confused by looking at it that way. I started watching YouTube videos. I tried to look at articles, and the problem with that set is that there are many things that are titled 47 Bond Bread that are not 47 Bond Bread cards. And then the different backs, sometimes if it's cream compared to blonde, mean different things also. And some of them can even mean that they're not from 1947. And it was just, I've now kind of narrowed it down to a version that I can comprehend. but that's been like a lot of research that I've done to try to figure out that set, which I actually have grown to really, really love. But it was not easy to find the information that I was looking for.
Very cool. Yeah. So I just had something else pop in my mind, maybe not on topic, but interesting. So Tony, TJ is online, posted a series of story posts on Instagram, maybe yesterday, basically saying, could we all just stop referring to it as 1948 Leaf? It's 1949 Leaf. And he said, it's been proven with Brian Cappell's book and all these things. And like, great. And I've always thought to myself, like, it's just until the hobby does, like, this is not a hill I'm going to die on. I don't really care that much what year it's from. If the hobby starts changing the way it talks about it, I'll start calling it 1948 Leaf. But in Tony's story, this is what I never knew. This is what I did not know. He showed examples of old PSA slabs where the PSA slab said 1949 Leaf.
Get out.
Yeah.
Did you not
know that, Joe?
I didn't know.
Tony, TJ is online, shared images of older PSA slabs that referred to it as 1949 Leaf. And then he even says, Tony, TJ is online, says, I have no idea why PSA stopped referring to it as 1949. Now, this is a piece of information I wish Tony knew. Obviously, he doesn't, but I would like to know, why did PSA stop calling it 1949 Leaf and change to 1948 Leaf? Tony went on to say it's been proven. I forget that he brought up the name of another individual who must have done some research saying that, so-and-so proved that they came out in March of 1949. So I'm curious why PSA made that switch from 49 to 48.
Well,
go ahead, Joe.
Well, I just want to ask what month, I shouldn't say year, but what month did the Bowman come out if the Leaf came out in March?
Another question that would be fun to know the answer to. But these are things like, again, Chris brings us a question that I have no answer for. And now we're going to have a whole conversation about it. But I don't know. Who here is surprised that PSA used to call it 1949? Josh, did you know that they used to call it 49? You did.
Yeah.
David, were you aware of that?
I've never known that. And I have looked at a lot of Leaf cards over the years, and I've seen a lot of old slabs. And maybe I just haven't noticed, but I've never known of it saying 1949 ever on it.
Not to talk over you, David, but there might be an incentive, right, to like cross over that slab to get it to the 48. Once they started doing that, why would you want it in the 49? Although now we might look at that as like, wow, that's super rare. Like that PSA slab is super rare. Like,
I don't, and this is weird, but the year, the maybe it's 49 is an odd number, 48 isn't. I just think 48 is a nicer sounding year. I know it's meaningless, it's arbitrary, but that shouldn't and wouldn't drive it. But I like 1948 better than 1949 for whatever silly reason.
I'm impressed, but not surprised that Josh already knew this.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it is what it is. It would be nice to get the explanation from PSA that this change obviously predates current ownership. So, but they must have it documented somewhere.
I'd say let's ask Nat, but he probably wasn't running the company when these changes were made. Who would we talk to, Jay Lee? Who would be like the head?
Joe Orlando.
Joe Orlando, yeah.
Yeah. But you know what?
Where's Joe?
He's at Heritage. He's at Heritage now.
I wouldn't. Well, he's easy enough to ask. Can ask him at the National or send him an email, whatever. But I wouldn't be surprised if Nat actually did ask the question at some point, or wondered why himself. I mean, Nat's a vintage guy. He loves all cards, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if at one point Nat asked the same question. But does he know? Does he know that they used to call it 49? He probably does. I don't know. But it would be nice to know what fueled that change. David?
I just wanted to tell you that I've been texting today with Brian Capel, the guy who wrote the Leaf. I'm going to text him right now and see if he'll respond before the end of the show to see if he knows
why PSA changed. Yeah,
why
absolutely.
PSA changed it. Yeah.
Jay Lee, it's not just like it would be nice to know. This is a foundational card in the entire hobby, like the Leaf Jackie, the Bowman Jackie, like the whole concept of the Jackie rookie card. I mean, I know Bond Bread people, it's just like, it shouldn't be an afterthought. Like, we should get to the bottom of this.
I agree. What's up, Carl from Oz? I saw your comment earlier. I was going to get to it, but there you are. Welcome to the show. Wish I could have met you in Strongsville, but I wasn't there. And you were. You made the trip from Australia, and I didn't make it from Canada. Next year, hopefully. David Augusta says, yell it loud. It's 1949. We do have a couple of people who did sort of answer Chris's question in the chat, so I wouldn't mind pulling those up. But did I just see you raise your hand, David? Was there something else you wanted to jump in?
Nope.
Okay.
I was saying hi to Carl. I saw him today at the card show that I went to, Front Row Card Show. So just want to give him a shout out. Yeah.
So Greg says, I've learned things about specific athletes or people that made me want their cards. Does that count? I think everything counts right now. And yeah, I mean, you know, if you watch Southern Collector Tony's channel, you may have grown to want a Larry Doby card. Sure got me looking into it further, you know. That's legit. The other thing to Chris's question, and almost like a question that builds off of Chris's question would be something like, has someone else shared something that they've learned about a card that's made you want to buy that card after sharing it with you? And I think that definitely happened. Stukes here says 1969 Nabisco is one of the few Tony Horton cards, no Topps cards, tragic end to his career due to pressure of the game. Right there. Never knew that. Now you do. Skeppy says, mine was Star Cards Research. I actually called Steve Taft, not knowing if he would answer, and he did spend 20 minutes on the phone with him, looking into some Star Card stuff. And then Skeppy says, PSA used to call Tiffany cards glossy cards. The label would say, for example, 1989 Bowman Glossy. Well, so my guess to Skeppy's question is that they learned more information and then changed it to Tiffany, is my guess. Maybe PSA in there at the time felt that they learned something that made them move from 49 to 48. And now maybe they could learn something again and go back to 49 if all this evidence out there is substantiated and real. Joe?
Well, I mean, I know at least three of us on the screen own a 48 leaf / 49 leaf. How would that matter to us? Like, would we care if that designation was shifted? Or, you know, because I think, to state the obvious, it would elevate the 49 Bowman to some degree because they would suddenly be on equal footing, right?
I think I think you're right. I think that the understanding has been that the 48 leaf is the rookie and the 49 Bowman isn't. But my interpretation from my experience in the hobby is that the 49 Bowman has been like just about as respected as the 48 leaf card has been, and has been considered a rookie as well. Just what I've seen and heard. Now, if the 48 leaf changes to 49, then I think they both become commonly accepted to be his rookie card. And then the question is, which one do you prefer if the rookie card designation means that much to you? For me, Joe, I want both. I own a 48 leaf, 48, whatever. I don't own a 49 Bowman. Let me just say this. I own the leaf. I don't own the Bowman. I want the Bowman, but it's gone up in price so much lately, it might be harder to get. You just picked up a beauty, Joe, which I'm very, I don't say jealous of, because I'm glad it's yours, but I'd love to own a nice copy as well. So I don't think it hurts the leaf, although it might, because it gives people the rookie card, people who need it for their PSA set registry. Now they can get either one, right? They can get the 48 or they can get the leaf or the Bowman. So they can go either way as Joe flashes that card on the screen. Anyone have any thoughts on that? I want to go ahead, Josh.
I just say there's much more interesting cards in the 49 leaf set than the Jackie that are shorter printed, and it's amazing to me how the Robinson's taken off so much in the past couple of years, comparable to half the set is harder to find than the Robinson, but the Robinson just keeps going up and up and up.
Well, because it's for most people it's player first and then a bunch of things after that, right? Jack, like I want to own 5 cards from that set, and I bet I don't even know if they're short prints because I know you guys on the bottom, David and Josh, love the short prints. I could care less about a short print. I care about the player. I'm not a set collector, so I want the player that I want to collect, not the property of the card, to use Hoja's term, of being a short print. But that's just me. David.
I want to say one thing about kind of Bowman. And by the way, I love the 49 Bowman set. So this is nothing against that. It's really one of my favorite sets. I mean, it doesn't compare to 48 Leaf, obviously. But here's the thing that is a little interesting. I was thinking about this on a walk, and I never hear people talk about this. Jackie Robinson came into the league in April 1947. Doby came in July 1947. There's a 48 Bowman set. 48. Jackie didn't come in at the end of the year. He came in at the beginning of 47. That black and white Bowman set is a lot more white than it is black. Okay.
Player-wise?
Yeah, there is not. Why is Jackie not in that set? It wasn't like he wasn't a star. He was rookie of the year. So why did Bowman consciously decide to not have Jackie or Doby? Now, I know there's only like 48 cards in that set. That's the excuse. But to say that Jackie was not a phenomenon when he came into the league and he was rookie of the year, it's kind of weird that his first year was 49 for Bowman, in my opinion. Just another thought.
That is interesting. Never thought of that. Here we are. We're learning things, ways to look at that, at various issues and players. Certainly, Joe.
Just David makes me think about a question, and I do want to get back to Hoj because I know he's got a few more questions in the queue. But I also, as much as I love the Bowman, I love the Leaf more. And so, like, if they are in, what if we found out though that the Bowman did, sneak in there and actually was released before the Leaf? Would that change our sensibilities? Would that significance, I'm thinking about Victor right now. I'm thinking about how we understand categorization and first. Would that alter in any way the desirability of the card for you?
Not me. Skeppy made the comment here about, just a few minutes ago. He says it would be the same situation as 51 Bowman and 52 Tops. That's not the sentence I'm honing on this next sentence. He says 1948 Leaf is firmly planted in the hobby, regardless of the year that it was produced or whatever we're calling it. And I think that's true. It's an iconic set. It's a 1-year set. It's the only time it was issued. It's some people love it. Some people will hate it. I know. I've seen people just read this week talk about how they don't understand the 48 Leaf Jackie. They don't think it's beautiful. They don't like it. Hey, that's fine. We don't all like the same cars, clothes, cards, women, men, whatever. We all like different things. Houses. Greg made a house comment earlier that made a lot of sense to me. So, Josh, go ahead.
Two things. I'm not a fan of the 48 Leaf Robinson. Number two, there were only 48 cards in the 48 Bowman set. So they had to limit who they're going to put in. And being who he was at the time, they're probably reluctant to put in those, African-American players.
The rookie of the year?
Yeah, absolutely. Exactly. We know why. And they were going to put in 48 other people other than him, which they probably shouldn't have.
Well, for sure. Okay. Dave Snyder has made some questions that have come with some contributions. So I want to get to those. He says, is the best place to buy vintage packs BBCE? Any other reputable stores for vintage packs? Joshua, do you like Fleer 89? And Dave Snyder, I collect vintage packs, and I bought many of them from BBCE at the National in like 2007, 8, 9 was when I was really buying those up. So I bought them from BBCE in those days. And but I also bought some raw packs and had PSA grade them through BBCE. And then he asks, Josh, do you like 89 Fleer?
Love 89 Fleer. It's awesome. It's the Billy Ripken card. How do you not like it?
He also asked, Josh, do you look at SPC slabs as possible gems, lower price with upside potential as a crossover PSA slab?
I don't get involved in that stuff. I don't know. I don't do that.
You don't do the crossover stuff and all that?
I don't grade or do any of that stuff. So I stay away from it.
I think it's Dave Snyder. I think it's an interesting sort of arbitrage opportunity that I think people do try to exploit. I think they do. And then his final question, Joe, do you ever see neon Fleer signs, stores with baseball card posters, promo displays? And Josh, do you have any thoughts? And before they go, I'll say there's an LCS here with a neon upper deck sign that I would love to buy, but he wants like $2,000 for it. And I can probably have one made for cheaper. And I actually looked at the back of his sign. And it was like, some California located company, neon company sort of thing. So they just had them made and distributed them. I don't see why we couldn't have them made too. But the question is for you, Joe. Do you ever see neon Fleer signs, store with promotional displays?
Not here in this sleepy beach town. No, I mean, there's not even a card store here at this point. Maybe up in the Bay Area there might be, but yeah, not so much. But like, I like the idea, and I like the Sports Cards Live neon lights that were.
That was loud. Who's train? Who has the train near them right now? That's Josh. Josh, like, I love collecting hobby adjacent items, hobby history thing. That's why I love packs, because I don't care about the cards inside the pack. The pack is the collectible to me in its form. I have people always say, how do you not want to open those? How do you resist opening them? No interest. Like, yeah, it'd be cool. And maybe I will on my deathbed. But for now, I like owning the packs. They are hobby history. That's why I would like to have that upper deck neon sign. Josh, Dave Snyder was also asking you your thoughts on like that sort of collectible.
I love that stuff, like hobby adjacent, hobby history stuff. My local card shop has a upper deck neon sign as well. I've never seen a Fleer one. That'd be cool. I'd love a Fleer. Like a Fleer 89 would be sweet.
Yeah, I want to get like Tops, Fleer, upper deck, Don Russ, all the
sports flicks. So we need a sports flicks.
I could do without that one, but like, Score, Pro Set.
I mean, I don't know if you guys back in college remembered like the really cool people would like deck out their house with like beer signs, you'd have Moosehead or, Beck's. Remember Beck's,
Yeah, absolutely. I used to Moosehead. That's a Canadian beer. Yeah.
So those are beautiful signs. So yeah, if there's some sports card versions of that, let's bring them in. But hey, let's get Hoj in here. Let's get Hoj. I feel like we've gone down the dusty road here, the dusty rabbit trail. We need to bring it back with Hoj asking something that can, connect us.
Hoj, you heard the man. What do you got for us, Hoj? What do you got for us?
Well, I feel very strongly that the Jackie Leaf card belongs to the year. Actually, I'm still thinking about it. Well, here there's like a lot of directions I want to go next with this. I don't. So, Jeremy, you posed a follow-up, which is, what is something someone else told you and did it influence you? I had to think about it for a second. I do have an example. In the last in the last Fanatics premiere that you and Adam covered, there was a Ken Griffey Jr. card, which was a Fleer Sports Illustrated collab card that is a 1-of-1 of Ken Griffey Jr. And it sold for $4,500 or $5,000 or something like that. And I didn't even see it in the auction. I was totally oblivious to it. After the auction, Bye Bye Baby Cards reached out and said, hey man, I've done all the research on Ken Griffey's first 1-of-1s. He has 3 in 1997. He has 29 in 1998. And this card that just sold for $4,500 or $5,000 is one of his 29 second year 1-of-1s. And that blew my mind. I don't collect Ken Griffey Jr. And it made me think, gosh, I would have bid strongly on that card had I known that. So learning that piece of information from Andy completely changed my whole perspective in that moment. So there's an example, Jeremy, of somebody teaching me something and then it completely changing what a card means. And that's what this is all about. This question is really about meaning. and how we create meaning in the items that we collect. And meaning can be revealed to us by a fellow collector, or it can be revealed to us through our own labor, through our own research, through our own discovery project. And so my follow-up question to yours was, how does it change your collecting experience? How does it make it better? Or maybe how does it make it worse if you discover a card through your own research? You build the meaning, you find the meaning. Does that make it more enjoyable or less enjoyable? And I can see a case for both. I can see it being more enjoyable because it's discovery. It's a rush. You found something. You literally identified or revealed something that you didn't know before, and maybe nobody else had discovered it before either. That's quite a rush. But on the other hand, if you're the only person who discovered it, it's kind of lonely. It's kind of like nobody else is probably ever going to stumble into this. Maybe somebody will eventually, but is anybody ever going to care? I found it, but the hobby hasn't discussed it up until this point. Maybe they never will. So then maybe there's something a little more exciting about learning something that's more part of the hobby's common knowledge that maybe I didn't know, but somebody taught it to me, and then it became really exciting. And then, and now I'm part of something bigger than myself versus me kind of alone in my laboratory finding it for myself. So there's my follow-up to your follow-up. And I'd love to hear from anybody on both. Is to Jeremy, your question, what's been the experience of somebody else teaching you something, and did it influence you? And then second, do you prefer to find it on your own, or do you prefer the other scenario where maybe you're learning something that the rest of the hobby knew, or somebody else is teaching you something that they discovered, and it put things into a new perspective for you?
It's an interesting question, and there's so many things going through my mind as you're talking through it. And for me, one of the things is that, like, I think you and I, Chris, we're different in our, the way we approach cards. Like, you do a ton of research, you document it and share it on the Hojcast, and I don't spend that amount of time on researching the full menu of a player's cards. I probably should do more of that when I'm buying cards. I research when I'm really honed in on something like that, Joe Jackson, but I don't mind when somebody presents me with information that I didn't know before, and I don't think that I would really, put information I discover on my own ahead of what someone else has discovered. And I like what you said, that it can be lonely if you're the only one that knows something. But what if you're the one that really cares? It might only be important to you. It might not be important to anybody else, but that's okay. But where I really enjoyed my thought process moving to when you were asking that question and articulating your follow-up to the follow-up was that I just love learning about a new card that I didn't even know existed before, and tuning, not even a card I didn't know that existed before, a card that I might have know existed, but I never cared. I never looked at it and appreciated it. And I find myself doing that all the time now, rediscovering cards, sets that just, because I was so hyper focused on rookie cards and set registry for many years, and now I've like broken free of that prison, the rookie card prison. I've broken free. I've escaped it. Sorry to our friend Victor, but I'm no longer in that same prison. I still collect rookie cards and love them, but I am now open to the full plethora of cards, and I find I've discovered so many new cards that are more than welcome into my collection that I can just love. And I almost feel a bit of exclusivity because it's like everyone else is ignoring them. Unless you're a player set run guy or a complete set guy, you don't need these cards. Like, not everybody needs a third year Bart Starr card. I love my third year Bart Starr card. I can't get enough of that card right now, so I know I'm going off on tangents here, but that's the nature of the third hour here and the Hoj topics. Yeah, fun question, Chris. I know I didn't really answer it, but let's see who else wants to jump in. I see Josh's interest is there. Go.
So, Chris, I had a similar experience with that same set. There's a Frank Thomas in that set also. It's a really cool set. one of our mutual friends had one at the National last year. It wound up in Fanatics one weekend, and I'm an idiot. I don't know how to use computers, and I missed out on it. But during that, like when I saw it, and I knew it existed, and I never saw it before until last year, and I looked it up, and I found the same thing, that it was second year Frank Thomas one of ones are not, or they're not that many, and then a few actually just sold last week, different one of ones. But yeah, it's kind of same exploration that finding out about those cards. And I like finding the stuff out myself. It's rewarding doing your own work. I don't mind someone sharing knowledge with me, which I think is part of the hobby, but sometimes people are reluctant to do that for obvious reasons.
Is it like there's just the beauty right now, Chris and fellas and chat, is that there's so much information being discovered. Chris is probably the deepest researcher in the space, but there are other people learning and sharing. Even my new account on Instagram, I'm trying to tell the story about like why I like the card, the story of acquisition, a bit about the set, a bit about the player. I've got, I think, 24 cards up there so far. There's no talk about the grade. I'm not talking about populations. I'm not talking about any of that. I'm talking about the card, the player, and why it's important to me. That's me sharing some knowledge, some stories. It's not even like, there is knowledge in there, and a lot of it I'm just getting from Wikipedia, right? Like I'm going to Wikipedia to find some cool facts to share. But really, I'm one of many people with that account that are just sharing their information. People doing a way better job at it than I am. And nowadays, you can probably do a YouTube search and find some information on something out there, on some card or set, especially in the world of vintage, where the vintage community is really all about talking about the cards and the importance of them. I don't think I see that as much in the modern world. It's out there. Brett does it. Chris does it. There's even Hoops Hobby Hangout does it. There's guys out there doing it. And I'm sorry to those I'm forgetting. Iowa Dave does it. There's plenty of guys out there doing it, but there's so much research out there, Chris, that I don't know that you need to do all of it yourself anymore. You can really go and just sort of leverage other people's to learn. But I'm sure it's fun to do it yourself too. And discovering something for the first time certainly can be a rush, I would think. Anyone have anything else to jump in with at the moment? Because we got a bunch of comments that I could go to, unless we have another topic. Joe?
Just real quickly. I mean, it's a really deep question for me. Like I can't answer it right away because my brain goes down this rabbit hole, it goes down this rabbit hole. What I would say is that I'm not the smartest guy in the room. So I typically go more with like player and image and just kind of a natural gut feel. But when I hear people bring in what I would call more cerebral underpinnings to like why a card is important, it really does move me. And I think it moves me. I don't know which one is more. I'd have to continue to think about that. The direct connection with the cardboard and the image and the feeling of like, oh, now I've got this card and I'm so happy I have this card, versus kind of knowing the importance of the card in relation to the whole, oeuvre of cards and that particular player's suite and the menu, as you said earlier, Jay Lee.
Oeuvre. You had me at oeuvre. No, yeah, man. I mean, there's some great comments coming in. Like this one, Mookie Chilson says Jeremy is pumping the third-year Bart Starr again. This is the third-year Bart Starr pump.
That's right all here. You do, man. You just pump that Bart Starr all day long.
I can't help it. I love the card. Found it at the West Coast Card Show. Okay, well, let's go to a few comments here, guys. Rob Starr said, love acquisition stories, the why and the how, what the collector sacrificed in the process. Yeah, absolutely. And not so much related to that, but just another thought on this whole discussion is that it's so much fun to discover a new card And especially when someone in the hobby who you are friends with or who you respect or whose content you resonates with you shows a card they've added to your collection, and they're doing it because they love the card. It's truly authentic, obviously. And you're like, man, I like that card too. Like, I'm constantly influenced and inspired by other collectors. I'm not talking about the big influencers out there, the big content creators. Sure, they can do it too. It's like I'm not influenced by the influencer. I'm influenced by what the story is and what they're sharing with me. And like just the other day, I forget, who was it? Joe, I think you showed me, maybe it was Greg. I think it might have been shared like this Barry Bonds black chrome refractor. I think it was Greg. And I'm like, wow, that's a gorgeous card. It's a beautiful frame. It's a beautiful background. And the image, the stance is just a wonderful card. So what did I do? I went and looked. I did the eBay search on that card. Couldn't find one. I think that was Greg. If he's still there, can you verify? Maybe someone out there, I didn't mean to bring that on, knows that it was him. But yeah, it's always fun when that happens. Was it him?
Yeah, he's saying it right here. He's saying that Barry Bonds.
Yeah, that was Greg. So Greg, Greg isn't an influencer the way we think of it, but he's an inspirer. And that's what a good content creator is, I think. A good, authentic, transparent content creator is one who inspires. And I think influencing isn't necessarily all bad, but there certainly are bad connotations of it, and there are inauthentic influencers out there. But that didn't. I don't know. Maybe it's semantics, but it was inspirational. It was inspiring, and that's what I like about certain content. David,
I was just going to say there is a card that I had no idea what it was. This was kind of right when I ended up getting back into collecting, maybe about 5 years ago when I stopped and I came back. And I was just kind of thinking in my mind, who are the goats of every sport? And, the baseball, basketball, football, that's all easy. And then I started thinking like, man, for boxing, Muhammad Ali is just like such an icon. And I can't believe that, like, I don't know at this time, like his crazy card of like one of the greatest showmen, greatest people, icon of all icons, like on the Mount Rushmore of most famous icons in the world. And I don't really know his best card. And I looked it up, and I mean, of course, there's arguments of what the best card is, but during that research, the one that I came up with that I liked the most was the Hemmett's Journal card, which I really, really love. I now see it all the time, but at the time, I've never seen that card before. And I loved it. And then it was my mission to get that card. And I ended up getting it at a card show, maybe like a year later. And I love that card. It's one of my favorite cards that I have. And maybe it does have to do with that I had no idea what that card was. I came up with it myself. I really don't know very many people that I know that have that card besides me. So it's kind of my personal way to get there. So Hoj, I do kind of have that version of that.
And now that card in a PSA 2 is $5,000. So
yeah, it's
I agree. I'm with you. That is my favorite Muhammad Ali card as well. Mookie here said there's nothing better than finding and sharing new information that I've discovered about a card. It's part of what makes YouTube so fun. And thank you, Mookie, for your service of discovering and sharing. I mean, that's what it's all about. That's wonderful. Mookie also said 1949 Bowman Baseball used 2 players to sell the set, Warren Spahn and Jackie Robinson. He has the ad 49 Bowman for Eva. Eve Chase says that David and the crew is back. Please say hi. Hello, Eve Chase. Glad you are with us this evening. Yes, David Chase is back. What else do we got here? Oh, a bunch of comments I had saved from a while ago back in the Stickermania discussion. So we can save those. Absolutely. Oh, Carl from Oz says that there's no question that Greg generated interest in pirates, the seafaring ones. You know, it's funny because I was talking to Joe about that on the phone the other night, and I'm like, oh God, maybe I want to get the best pirate card of the most. But then we had an interesting discussion. I said to Joe, I said, it's weird, not weird. It's just it's interesting to collect cards of people who used to go out and like make people walk the plank. Like, do I want to sell? And nothing, you know, I know Greg, don't take this any wrong way. It's just the way where my brain went. I know you collect the pirate cards, but pirates were known to be thieves, to be murderers. You know, getting somebody to walk the plank. Put yourself in that situation, walking a plank, jumping in and being eaten by the sharks. Like pirates did that. They made people do that. I think, you know, from what I know, they would chop off people's arms. They would do all these different things.
Rape and pillaging.
Yeah, exactly. So would I ever want to own a card of somebody and like celebrate that lifestyle? But then Joe kind of made a point and said sort of like, well, it's I forget how you put it, Joe, but it's kind of like the lore of it all, the history of it. It's how did you put that?
Well, it becomes a sort of, you know, he's the icon of the golden age of pirates, which is a sort of mythic status and almost like, I don't know, the romanticized version, which we've inherited with, you know, Pirates of the Caribbean and, you know, Johnny Depp and all of that lore that, you know, we've found in Channing. So there's something about the bad boy that we find compelling. Historically, not so much, right? But in the imagination of you know, it's an interesting thing, and you know, outside a iconoclastic, I think is the word. You know, something that does not represent the system and or is external or even, you know, kind of revolutionary in that respect. So I don't know, but I did put a pretty big bid in on you know, the Blackbeard card, but I was outbid and I had to make my peace with like, where am I with, you know, non-sports cards? Because it was the most I'd ever bid on a non-sports card and I didn't get it. But you know, it's a beautiful card aesthetically. But I hear you, Jay Lee. I hear you.
It's a bit of like, you know, you can own a Luke Skywalker card, you can own a Batman card, a Superman card. In a way, those are fictional fictional entities, and in a way, pirates can be too. Like there was I don't know, Pirates of the Caribbean, Johnny Depp. Was there really a Jack Sparrow? I don't know if that's like if that's a fictional character or if that was actually you know, based on the person. Let's see what Greg says. He says, more than anything, I collect the pirate cards because they're absolutely beautiful. Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not saying I'm never going to buy a pirate card. And when I do, and if I do, I'm going to say to Greg, which is the one, because in my world, he's the expert on pirate cards because he's the only guy I know that really collects them. And if I decide I want one, not because I'm celebrating making people walk the plank in the old days, but because of they are a part of the world's history, and you know, maybe I just want to own one. I'm going to ask him which player character, and maybe it's Blackbeard. And Joe, you probably know this. You probably already asked the question.
Yeah, and he also Greg and I have talked a lot about this, and he made the point that, you know, it's an important historical set from like, I think it's 1888 or something. I mean, it's some ungodly distant past set, you know, sports cards being produced in pre-1900. That's a big deal, right? And it's the most important card of that set. So ipso facto, there is some degree of magnitude there.
But here, Epiphany, thanks to Dog Food Soup here, who said the only pirate card I would consider buying is Paul Skeens, makes me think, like, what's if the Pittsburgh Baseball Club is willing to name their team after this type of lifestyle, why can't I own a card of one of these pirates? Right? Like, yeah, David.
What interests me now that you're saying this, which I've never thought about that with Greg and his pirate cards, and one of the things that's very interesting about that thought is that I'm pretty sure it was in Greg's book. Sorry, Greg, if this was just a story you said and wasn't part of your book, but I'm pretty sure you said that you had an O.J. Simpson rookie card that you ended up getting rid of because it made you uncomfortable after what ended up happening with O.J. Simpson. So it is very interesting to even have this thought of the pirates of what they were represented during the day. And for him to really feel so strongly versus somebody's past that he didn't want to have their card. And that's not me trying to get you to not have pirate cards anymore, Greg, by the way. I love that you have them, but it's just an interesting thought. I haven't thought of it before.
Well, David, I was just going down the O.J. Simpson track in my own mind too, but then I took it a step further. There are people who will not own Michael Vick cards. There are people who will not own Barry Bonds cards. Anyone who got caught up in the steroid era, they're not willing to own that. Well, let me ask you, what is worse, taking steroids or making somebody walk the plank? What is worse, cheating in sport or being a murderer? I mean, I'm legit asking. And hey, there's different ways to answer that question. I think we all know what is worse, but when it comes to collecting, I think there's ways to reconcile those different things in your mind to get to maybe where you want to. Greg's
comment. Yeah.
Greg retorts with, good point. I'm going to go start an OJ card run. That's classic. Go ahead, Joshy.
Sorry, somebody asked if there's a Chief Blackhawk card, and there is a Chief Blackhawk card from the Gaudy set, Pirates and whatever it is, Indians. Or Native
I saw that. Yeah. Brad Vintage asked that question. Thank you for answering. And then Christina says, I don't know. I can think of a few people we would be all better off having to walk the plank.
Like Jake Ottinger today. I don't know. I'm just saying.
I know they lost an OT, but yeah.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of walking the plank, one of Christina's really great cards recently walked the plank and ended up taking a swim.
That was an Ottinger. That was a Jake Ottinger.
That was her Ottinger 101. Yeah, that was. I didn't even respond. I was like, oh my god.
Do you want a little background on that?
Please.
Go ahead, Chris.
So Christina went to her lake to take a picture of this card, and it falls into the water, which is like the fear that everybody has when they're taking a picture over the water to make a nice background.
Except usually the fear is your phone's going to drop into the water, not the card. But sorry, continue.
Well, exactly. So it falls in the water. She calls me and says, I need help to get this card out of the water. And she goes, I thought about jumping into the water to get it, but I restrained myself and realized it will just float back into shore. The waves will bring it back in eventually. She looked up the temperature of the lake after. It was like 42 degrees in the water. I mean, that would have been a real disaster if she would have jumped into the water after the card blew out of her hand. That would have made it. And the card ended up floating back in. I brought an oar down to try and pull the card back in, but it had already. The current had already brought it back into shore, and she had retrieved it. And then she did. She looked up how to dry it properly. You're supposed to lay it flat. Don't let the sunlight do it. And she, to the best of her ability, dried the card.
So, question. I mean, has that card now been soaked? Is that now?
It has, definitely. It's a soaked card.
What lake is that, Chris?
It's a lake near me. I don't want to jinx the lake or jinx Christina or anything.
No, I need to know the name of the lake.
So our friend Ruben said, talk about a liquid card.
Yeah.
What are we going to hear the name of the lake, Chris?
I don't want to say the name of the lake. I just no name. It's just lake.
Give me a lie. Lie to me. Give me a fake name.
Let's call it Lake Michigan. Lake Michigan.
So it just had the Michigan juice job basically happen to it, and yeah, very, very. Tell me off.
First of all, 45 degrees is hella cold.
That's cold water, Joe. Would you ever go surfing in that water?
Not without a 5'4" wetsuit. You would need something beefy to handle 45. On top of that, though, what I'm curious, wasn't it a particular parallel that had a Lake Sparkle parallel or something?
It kind of did. It does have sort of this water.
Is that the whole point? That it was sparkle, and we wanted to get the lake sparkle with the card sparkle? Was that the?
Maybe it was all,
That is such a nightmare, though, to drop a card.
And I thought at first it was graded. I was like, don't worry, like it's graded. Hopefully, it'll be sealed. And she was like, no, the card is raw.
So you said she took her card to the lake to take a picture of it.
Yeah.
These are the things that collectors do, guys. We do these things. We take we all have our weird ways of hobbying, or not even weird, just the way that we like to do these things.
Let me confess, when I was probably 14 or 15 years old, I was going to conventions. I brought home a 1955 Hank Aaron Topps. I tried to fit it into the wrong size holder and I creased it. And I was so crushed. It was such a beautiful copy. It was probably like, in hindsight, it was probably like a 5 or a 6, but I creased the card, and then it's like eventually I just had to get rid of it because it was such a a bummer of a memory. But
well, you should have given it to Christina. She could have given it the Michigan juice job. I mean, it could have helped you out, right? She says it was because it was a platinum blue 1 of 1. I wanted the blue sky and the blue water in the background. I think, hey, Christina, no judgment here. I don't blame you. That picture would have been beautiful. The picture even looked nice when you showed it, and you could see droplets of water on the card. That's on her Instagram, guys.
Okay, so you see what the handsome gentleman Mike Petty says here. Hopefully you got a picture of it floating away. So when Christina called me to tell me the news, I said, take a picture of the card floating. This is now part of the story. This is part of the provenance of this card, is that it floated away from you. And she did. She posted the pictures of it floating away.
So I got a bit of a, it was like I was laughing and crying at the same time when I saw those posts that she made. So funny.
I want to see it though. Like at some point, can she reveal it to us? Can she show us its current state? Like whenever she's ready, it doesn't have to be tonight.
Is she gonna now? What will be interesting is if she gets it graded and seeing how the card grades.
It's a 1.5. I'm going to predict it already. It's a 1.5.
Has there been Christina's in the chat? Has it been is it damaged? Is it any worse for the wear? Like, did the water penetrate the fibers?
Yeah, I don't know. I'll let her say what this current state of it is. I think it may still be drying.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, interesting sequence of events for the Jake Ottinger 101 for sure.
Also, Jeremy, I think just to Joe's story, like I think we've all had stories like this. Or I once dropped a stack of like 50 cards that I was preparing to grade all on the same corner. I just eliminated a whole 50 card order that I was going to grade because I clumsily. I mean, I think we've all been there. We've all had a clumsy moment.
The worst thing I've done is, sometimes you put a card in a penny sleeve, you catch the corner a little bit, like that. That's just like, what am I doing, sort of thing. But the other thing that I remembered, this isn't something I could have ever not done, but I had a card in a screw down, and I opened up that screw down and opened it up and lost a whole bunch of the surface. We see cards like that all the time. That's a common flaw, like condition defect that happens to people. And I was like, it was a Pavel Datsyuk Upper Deck Premier Collection rookie card out of 250, a great card. And it was sad. I was sad, but I ended up selling the card at a card show. So somebody saw it. I showed it here. I'm like, was selling for 250. I think I was asking 150 Canadian, so a couple cups of coffee, and the guy bought the card and didn't even care. But Christina says, I can post updates. It doesn't look horrible. It's still drying. So
that's awesome. Hey, can we slip in one more Hoj question? Like a bullet, like a kind of like a shotgun kind of?
If he's got one, yeah, I'm good. I'm good for time. If you got one, Hoj.
I have tons of them, but I don't know if any of them are like really lend themselves to short answers. Joe, was there one that we were talking about this week that you wanted to introduce?
I mean, you asked the one. I don't know. They are all potentially deep. The one that I was in my mind was the one about taste.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll just introduce it, and we can either just take a brief swing at it now and beat up the pinata more next week or whatever we want to do. But the question was this: what does taste mean to you in the context of collecting? Taste, okay? And how much does it matter? How much does taste matter to being a collector? Can you be a collector and have no taste? And it's just funny because I was talking to Joe about it, and like I actually saw somebody put a comment on a post that somebody else made, and the comment said, "You have great taste." And I showed it to Joe. I was like, I've told people they have great taste. I've told people their cards reflect their great taste, but I'm not sure that I actually know 100% what that means when I say it. I don't think I've ever reflected on what it means. I've certainly told people great taste. When I say great taste, am I just really, complimenting? Am I really just saying like, oh, I like what you like? Like is that all I'm really doing is just saying, you like what I like, so you are awesome. Or is there something more to it? Is there something, or does taste mean something else? Like what even is taste? Like taste in the more literal sense is like the taste of a food. It's one of your senses, but we mean it metaphorically. We mean in collecting it means something else. It means something bigger. Is it just as simple as, you like things that I like, the way, or is it mostly aesthetics? Like you like things that look this way, and that means you have good. So that was the question. Is like, what does it mean to have taste as a collector, and how important is taste to being a collector?
Fun question. I want to, because you and Joe have already talked about it, I think we should get Joe's thoughts. But Joe, before you come through, I want to just do a couple comments that already have come in on this. Dog Food Soup says taste is important. If it isn't a one-on-one that tastes like lake water, it's not for me. Sorry, couldn't resist. Rob Starr says, I'm more of a card sniffer than a card taster. And Brad's Vintage said, and this is the serious answer, he says, you can absolutely be a collector with no taste. A set collector just wants every card and buys the first one they see. The only way that I'll add to that comment for Brad is that, well, a set collector has to first decide what set they want to collect, and that might be a function of taste. But I think if I can, Brad, if you don't mind, if I just try to take your comment to where I think you're going with that, is like, if you simply want to collect the Topps flagship set every year and you don't care what it looks like, you're just collecting. Your taste in that case is to have the Topps flagship set that represents every player basically that was in the league that year. That's kind of how I'm interpreting Brad, because that's how I'm interpreting Brad's comment. Or what he's saying is, okay, you might choose this. Maybe you want to collect. Let's just take the 48/49 Leaf set. Maybe you want to collect that, but you want all 48 cards, but you might not actually like the looks of some of them. So you maybe just your taste isn't really coming into play there. Jim at the Bank says taste is curation style. That's one. I certainly think that's one way to look at it. So okay, let's go to Joe. Josh, I got you next. Let's go to Joe first.
Well, I'll try and keep this brief. I have to go to a moment early on in my collecting history, which was when I was, sort of a teenager / even early 20s, and I was focused on 70s baseball cards mostly, and some 60s. And my taste back then was cards that had action shots. I liked seeing athletes, and I've come, there were moments, now, like if you're going to ask me, like, do I like the, gloved hand Walter Johnson or the portrait Walter Johnson, I'm going to take the portrait all day. But back then I really liked action shots. And I think because it brought me closer to the experience that was being replicated, which was, the actual sport, the actual game. So, colors are important to my taste. Like colors are appetizing to me. I see nice color. I see nice registration, set design, obviously the player featured, obviously, but yeah, I think it is really hard to quantify what it amounts to, but it's kind of one of those things where it's like, it when you see it, that's it hits. And for me, one of the origins was not just like a stock playing card that like happens to be the rookie card, but something that's like interesting and brings me into the experience of the athlete and or, you know, the moment of the card's creation.
Yeah. Yeah. I want to love looking at my cards, and some cards I just would not love to look at except for their significance, but that's not the aesthetic. I like aesthetic. Random Esports here says everything is subjective. Yeah, absolutely. Josh, you wanted to jump in, I think, before. What were you going to come in with?
A couple of things, but everything is subjective is a pretty, I think spot on point.
Yeah.
I want to address the one guy who said if you're just collecting sets, you don't have taste. I would respectfully push back on that a little and say you collect sets because maybe you want the historical record of either a year or a run of year. I have a friend who collects every set from 52 tops on because he likes tops and he wants a historical record of every set. That I think his taste is he likes history, he likes baseball, he likes the history of the sport. I think that's his taste. I think frankly a more accurate description of not having taste is people who just buy the most expensive card they can find, they keep them in a vault and they never touch them. I know a lot of guys who have a lot of money and have no taste. So I think and also I collect sets. I don't care what condition they are. I want the set because the set's important to me for many reasons. I don't care I don't care if it's centered, if it's off centered, if there's a hole. I mean, there's a big hole, obviously, but I want the whole card.
Okay. So I was struggling there, Josh, when you were saying that, to Brad's comment about people who collect sets don't really aren't not they don't have taste, but by collecting sets, they're not expressing their taste, which is, I think, what we can all sort of say that he was saying. But you then started talking about, but maybe someone just wants a historical representation of that year. Okay, fine. That's true. But to me, that's not taste. And then I'm thinking to myself, wait a second, like Chris led this off with, what is taste? And I think we're circling around that. So to reconcile in my mind, Josh, where you were just going, I think there's a difference. And Jim at the bank here says taste is curation style. We said that a bit ago. Yeah. But here's how I think we can carve out collecting sets from what taste is. And that is, and Greg's been talking about this lately, and I've been thinking about this lately in the background, lanes. What lane are you in? A lane is different than a taste, than the taste you have. I can be in the lane of collecting sets. That's not my taste. I don't think that's my taste. I think it's something different. Within the lane of collecting sets, I can say, what is my taste? My taste might be, 53 Bowman color might be my taste. Mm-hmm. Or maybe I like 63 tops with the Pete Rose rookie. That might be my taste. But I think if we can differentiate collect what your lane or your lanes are that you collect in versus what your taste is. That's how I separated those two concepts based on what Brad said and what you said. And I think it's making sense to me right now, Josh. Does that kind of resonate with you at all?
Not really, in the sense that, a lane, and I think we're kind of splitting hairs a little bit.
But words matter, right? Words matter.
Absolutely.
What is taste? Is taste what you like? Is taste your taste in design or your taste in properties, as Chris would say? I think. What's your taste in properties to collect? Do you collect rookie cards? Do you collect one of ones? Is that your taste? Or are those lanes? These are. I think there is a difference here. Otherwise, they would be the same word in the hobby, and they're not. So, David, I think I saw your hand go up.
Yeah, this Jim at the bank for me nailed it exactly the way I was thinking. Right when Hoj ended up saying it, that taste is a curation style, and it really brings me back. This makes me sound so crazy, but like 7 months ago, Hoj, this is how your questions what they do to me. You had a question on an episode where you asked, is the curation of your collection art? And I'm telling you, I am so weird that I have thought about that question literally like every day. Okay. I just like it's just something that I just always think about. And at the time, it wasn't discussed, but what I always thought about it is, I consider that it's your curation is style, which is like taste, very similar to that. And the way that I kind of explain it is, yes, is it art? Well, it's kind of like, those like cool girls in high school that went to the thrift store that wore those funky clothes. They didn't make those clothes, but they like put together the coolest style, like Penny Lane from Almost Famous. If you can picture that, right? Those are like really cool chicks, like back in the day that I used to like be in love with. And that's kind of what I think of as art or style or taste of your collection. That's how you can kind of like see. I went to Mike Petty's house, which I should have spoken about earlier, and I saw his collection as a whole. Man, his taste is crazy. It is such a different version than what I do. And it made me really understand his essence of collecting. And it was just so cool to see his taste. Another show, we'll talk about that in more detail. But man, it was so wonderful to see somebody, like it really, by looking at their entire collection together, you really get a sense of who they are.
Okay, so I'm great to hear about Petty's collection, by the way, because I have not been to his house and seen it, but I would love to. Mookie looked it up. Taste, wherever he looked it up, told him taste equals the ability to make valid judgments about an object's aesthetic value. I looked it up. Now, but what about the ability to make valid judgments about an object's olfactory value, or the actual, the way your food tastes, the way flowers smell, or the way cards look? So I say to Mookie, the definition of taste, does it apply to more than just aesthetics? I think it must. It must apply to the flavors you like, the smells you like, the whatever, those sorts of things. Your taste in choosing a partner, what you find attractive. There's all sorts of different ways. But as far as aesthetic value, that does make sense to me in this limited definition, I would say, to Mookie's, what he found there. But the ability to make valid judgments about an object's aesthetic value, to me, I don't see historical value there. I don't see those sorts of things. And I don't think that the expanded definition of taste, based on what Mookie shows us here, would include the ability to make valid judgments about an object's historical value. Now, maybe it does. And maybe, hey, listen, you can really define it however you want, I would think. Collector Charles said, judging how someone collects cards is a choice. Taste and preference, are they the same thing? Great question. Carl from Oz says, taste is very subjective, and I'm sure when we tell someone they have taste, we are saying that that they like what we like, and vice versa. Right? I think that's what we're saying. If I say you have good taste, I'm saying I like what you have. I know that's how I would be saying it. And then Jim at the bank comes in again and says, the cultivated ability to perceive, judge, and appreciate the aesthetic qualities of one's collection. Again, just like with Mookie's comment, the word aesthetics comes into play here. So to Chris's original question, what is taste? I think taste is what you like the looks of as far as card collecting goes. Not about the, this is why I still think that it's different from the lane. I can, like, if I say I like card, listen, I guess a taste could be a lane, but I don't think a lane can necessarily be completely your taste, because I could say, maybe it could be, I like rookie cards that look nice to me. Well, that's taste, and I guess it's lane. So I'm sure there's a way to really delineate those two, like separate them from each other, but they may be more similar than I thought before. Chris, let's go back to you. A lot has been said now. I'm sure you got things going on in your brain. Where help me understand what I'm struggling with here, this lane to taste relationship.
Yeah, no, lane to taste is a great distinction. I do think, like, because this is something that Joe had brought up to me too. He's like, doesn't taste really kind of have a real aesthetic property to it? Isn't that sort of built into what it is? And then Mookie Chilson brought out the technical definition. It does seem that aesthetics is something that is a factor of taste, although I'm resisting that, just because, a buddy of mine mentioned to me today that he found the first ever one of his PC player, and he was making a move on it. And to me, like, the first thing that came into my mind was like, I like that. I like your taste in cards, that you would go after your PC player's first one. I like that. That's taste to me, but that's not really aesthetic. Or it's aesthetic in the broader sense. It's aesthetic in the sense that David was pointing out. It's aesthetic in the sense that you're shaping your collection is a work of art. And so sort of, I don't know, it's tough. So I think the lane versus taste thing is a great distinction. I think that it is worth sort of preserving taste and like not letting taste cannibalize everything, because it really could happen that like all of a sudden everything's taste, like just we're using the word taste to just describe every single aspect of what we like and don't like about collecting. And that's probably an overbroad use of the word. And so then the other part that I go to, and Josh was gesturing at this, is what about when you exhibit bad taste? Okay, this is the underbelly of the topic, but it's so present. I think it's present with me on a subconscious level. Anytime I share a card, I think like it might linger in the back of our minds, even if we haven't really articulated it or we're not really totally aware that it's there. Like Josh was sort of pointing out, hey, there are some people who throw around a lot of money, but it ends up in a collection that doesn't reflect much taste. And that's alarming. I don't think anybody wants to be that person who spent a bunch of money on cards, but it ended up showing that they really don't have any taste. And the same thing I think could happen on a smaller scale too, where like, what if I just start showing these awful, hideous cards? Like just all of a sudden I just start this new collection of just the most ugly cards, and I'm posting them and I'm talking about how great they are, and people are going to look at that and they're going to think to themselves, man, this guy has no taste. This guy's taste is atrocious. I think that's like something that is scary. That's a scary thought, to think that my contemporaries would look at what I'm doing and say, oh, what this guy's lost whatever semblance of taste he once had. This is atrocious. So what about that? What about the other side of taste? What about having bad taste and then revealing it to the community unwittingly?
Well, it's only bad taste if other people don't like what you like, right? Like if you like it, that's your taste. If everyone else doesn't like it, it becomes bad taste. So I'm not sure. Again, it comes down to, it's all subjective to me, but I'm multitasking, so I might not have heard every word you just said in that, Chris, but that's where my thoughts went on what I was able to process and what you said. So, but yeah, it's the whole thing. What's the best card? What is it? The most expensive? Well, that's going to change over time. Or is it the earliest? Like these things are all so subjective, and I kind of hate to come back to that word again, but they really are. But and again, as you were talking, I started to think to myself, the word connoisseur. How does the word connoisseur come into all this? Because you can collect cards that are the most important cards, and someone could say, oh, he's a connoisseur of sports cards because he's only collecting the most unique, the most elusive, like T206 Wagner is a very elusive card, and maybe, but then anyone can say that. So as you can see, I'm trying to get my head around this, but I'm trying to think of like, does having good taste, according to the majority of people, does that make you a connoisseur? Because to Brad's vintage original question about collecting sets, you're not a connoisseur, I don't think, if you're just buying the set every year. You're not really exercising any individual. You're not applying any of your own critical or tastes to what you're collecting. If you just want the set every year, you're not really a connoisseur. Now, I can easily get pushback on this. And well, you're a connoisseur. You want the set every year, just like we said about taste before. But I think there's more to it there. So I'm off on a tangent here, I know. But I'm trying to, just like you, Chris, we're thinking about what does taste mean? Well, what's a connoisseur? A connoisseur is just a respected opinion out there. Really, that's what it is, I think. And does that mean you have good taste? A lot of people might think you have bad taste. Some of the finest foods out there are weird fish eggs and stuff like that. It's like, does it really taste good, or is it a flex that you can afford to eat that stuff? I don't know. I'm just putting it out there. Card Fuchsia says connoisseur implies expertise. Wonderful.
Jeremy, is a connoisseur a taste maker?
Yes, I think that's I think that in many cases, because they are a respected opinion. respected.
So like taste is not fixed. Taste can sort of change over time. The taste makers can sort of change how people look at things. And if the item comes from the right person at the right time, something that might not have been seen in good taste before can become in good taste now, and vice versa. I think somebody grossly like overpaying for a card or something, or flaunting it or something, can take something that once seemed really attractive and make it kind of seem grotesque.
Again, yeah, it comes. It's like Mookie here says, I think Hoj is talking about the ability to make valid judgments. In other words, admiring someone's taste is admiring their good decisions. Wow, but why are they good? How do we know they're good? Who's the judge on what's good? Anyone can say that I like the T206 Wagner. I don't think that makes you. I don't admire somebody because they like the T206 Wagner. To Mookie's comment, I don't think that's admirable. That's easy. It's easy. I would be more interested in the person who has taste for the Red Hearts or the Bond Bread, that kind of thing. That's a little bit more off the beaten path. To me, that's a bit more where I would find admiration, because anyone can admire all the iconic cards. That's why a lot of people don't want them, because everybody has them.
You know who's been exhibiting great taste in his content recently? He showed up in the chat a little while ago. He just put a really quick comment in. Putnam Cards, the Hoops Collective. He has been showing great taste, but the way he shows taste is not by sort of like calling out cards that are well known, that everybody agrees are amazing. He's like identifying and discovering cards. That his comment to the chat was something along the lines of like, discovery is the most fun part of the hobby, and he puts out episodes all the time that are like, hey, look, did you know that this insert set exists in this product, and here's what it looks like, and these are like $50 and these look amazing and they're rare, and this is what the pop is, and this is how frequently they sell. And like, he just is demonstrating great taste. He has an eye to identify cards that are really interesting and beautiful and or meaningful and or hidden and waiting to be discovered. That's taste too, but it's like, it's taste making more than just having taste.
Well, he's sharing knowledge in that case. He's actually he's showing people what opportunities are out there. But is that necessarily good taste? Again, here, Chris, you are saying he has good taste because you like what he likes. Doesn't mean everybody.
I just look at him like, yeah, that looks cool. Yeah, you have good taste.
Cool. Here. Charles is taking this to a whole new level. He says, can two people collect the same card, and one being collecting it in good taste and one collecting it in bad taste?
That is a 100%. Fantastic question. Go ahead, Josh. I know. Yeah. Yes, please.
Josh, expand.
100%. And I'll tell you why. And this is going to be very judgmental, because one person's collecting them. And I'll tell you right, because they love, either for the love of the game, for the love of the set, for the love of collecting. Another person's collecting it because this is worth a lot of money. I have no respect for that person. Sorry. And that's in bad taste, because you just want it because everyone else says it's expensive. The other person wants it because it's important to them.
Okay. And I agree with you, Josh. I agree. But the one caveat I will add to that is that the second person might, depending on their intentions, might be new to the hobby and might not really know and are finding their way still, and need to soak in some content, hear from some people that have been around longer to cultivate their taste away from what the big influencers are talking about buying right now, because there's so much more out there. There's so many more opportunities. So I hear what you're saying, and I think Charles's question was a real thought provoker. But you, Josh, came up right away with a good response to it. But I think there's a little bit more to it, or there could be. But I think the second person that you were referring to is the person who is really just in this hobby for the money, doesn't really apply their own preferences to what they buy. They don't care. These are all just widgets to them, and they just want them because they're going to make money on them down the road.
Like the people that bought the Kobe Jordan auto for millions of dollars. Just saying. No taste.
The Wonder Fund.
I didn't want to give their name.
I think that,
but yes. No, yes.
I think, yeah. No, listen, I don't know these guys. Like I don't know either Mr. Wonderful or Shine. My understanding is Shine's a true collector. I have no idea. That's what I've heard, but I mean, I don't know. And I think Mr. Wonderful's just in it for the money. He doesn't give two pieces of you-know-what for the cards themselves. To him, it's just a financial, it's just an asset. It's just a financial instrument that he hopes to earn a return on. Joe.
I mean, this is getting into deeply philosophical questions. Anytime you get into subjectivity, all possibilities exist. The card that I just keep thinking of is our dear friend Mike Petty would call it the kaboomies. The kaboomies exist in the hobby as, I think, kind of an interesting litmus test for your taste. And it's not that anyone is right or wrong, right? Like obviously there are passionate collectors who value kabooms, gold kabooms, green kabooms, and I am not here to tell them that they don't have good taste. And I can appreciate a nice kaboom, depending on the year and if it's representing a cartoon character or an actual athlete. And the sort of, again, back to aesthetics. But to me, that's a really interesting area in the hobby where we might sort of hone in on, some people would probably think you have really good taste. You have the first year Kobe Kaboom, that just sold for, I don't know, some exorbitant amount not too long ago. And then other people might be like, that's just a nothing card to me. That means absolutely nothing. I'd rather put that into, a 48, 49 leaf satchel page and be done with it. So yeah, I mean, if we're looking at how drastically different people's tastes can be. And then the other thing I'm going to say is that, Hoj and I were talking about this. I picked up a card that, I didn't necessarily feel like, I wanted to own, but I kind of got caught up in it. It's a platinum impeccable Curry logo man. And it's a very thick card, if you can see. I mean, it's heavy. It's got a big old chunk of silver here. And it's not the kind of card that I typically would go after, but it was a Curry, and I kind of got caught up in it. And Hoj said something that I think is important here. And he's like, no, that's not really the kind of card I would collect. However, maybe if I got it in hand, I would appreciate it a little bit more. And I think there are cards that are like that, where once we get it in hand, it's like, ooh, I kind of like this maybe a little more than I thought I would. And I'm very, now that I have this in hand, I'm like, ooh, this feels good. And I like the way the platinum pops. And anyway, so that's an element too, is we don't always know our tastes until we actually sample. And the best way to sample a card is to actually hold it and be proximate to it.
Josh.
I can respond to that. I think kaboomies in real life are very cool. I think they look neat. I would never buy one for that kind of money. My partner John had a Walter Payton one that I would definitely buy. It was really cool. It's the older, the dusty guys I would buy. The Payton looks really neat. If there's old baseball players, I would buy those. I mean, they are cool aesthetically. I like them, but not what they trade for.
I do like kabooms more than downtowns. I'll tell you that. I just aesthetically, that's my taste is kabooms over downtowns. I don't own a single of either, but and then you got the color blasts, which I think are even nicer than both of those. But I've owned one, but I don't anymore. Josh, you're gonna.
They have uptowns too.
I know.
They should make a Billy Joel uptown. I would buy that.
Yeah, that's right. That would be great for sure. Well, I'm kind of solving my no podcast for the week after next problem with all these extra minutes of content here, so I can chop this episode into maybe a week and a half worth of podcast instead of just a week. I have 31 comments that are noted to be addressed. I don't think we're going to get to all 31 of them, but there's been a lot of great stuff in the chat that I'm just sorry we haven't been able to get to yet. Does anybody on the panel want to, usually this show ends about 30 minutes ago. We have the very private after party where we kind of hang out for another 15 to 60 minutes, and then we all say goodnight and go our separate ways. we're kind of at that point right now where some of these guys might need to go. So I want to give everybody the opportunity, if you're on the panel right now and you do need to go get on with your evening, to do that. If you want to stick around, I'm good to stick around. We can go. We're 15 minutes shy of a 4-hour show here, and I'm good to go for another 15 minutes. If you guys are, everyone's nodding except for Chris. Chris, do you want to jump off or you want to stick around?
No, I'm good. I'm in it for the long haul, as the great Rippin' List says. And what I'll add too, Jeremy, really quick, I hope you put out one of your solo podcasts over the next week or two. I really like those. I hope you put one of those out.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to. I will try. I appreciate that. I don't know if I'm going to get around to it because I'm traveling on Wednesday and I'm out of pocket for 5 days from there. And the days are ticking by here. So I will try. I appreciate the encouragement. Thank you for that very much. GC, hard stop. No hard stop tonight, GC. But a couple of comments that have come in. I just want to even clear these off because there's some good ones. Jim at the bank said, putting a card on a gold chain is negative taste. Card Fuchsia says, taste is personal. How can you argue that, right? Yankees fan says, Hoj, always with these open-ended questions that have a million answers and no answer. And yet no answer. He's right, but that's what's fun. And I don't know where else you really get this type of conversation. Collector Charles says, oh, we did that one. So I just wanted to keep that one starred because I really like it. Frank Meal said, taste is also a little different. If someone compliments somebody on their taste in clothes, those clothes likely look different on a fat guy than a thin guy. Tall one, even as a compliment, is good. Brad's Vintage. Carl from Oz here says, I'm definitely influenced by what others collect, no question, especially those I respect. And listen, I'll take that a step further and say, even if I don't respect you, but I happen to catch a post of yours or a piece of content of yours and you show me a card that I really like, my respect for you kind of doesn't matter, but as he said, especially those I respect, you're more likely to influence me if I respect you because I'm more likely to be watching you than if I respect you than if I don't. This is the comment that I think Chris was referring to from Hoops Collectors. Discovery equals the most fun aspect of the hobby. That's already from a while ago. Brad's Vintage said, I like the concept of taste within the lanes you collect. And I do too, Brad, but I think I in my own mind and maybe yours and your own mind too, need to kind of really flush that out a little bit and get a better understanding of it, even what I meant. Oh, and I'm noticing now that a lot of these comments that I have starred are from a long time ago, like over 3 hours ago. At the beginning of the show, this is kind of off topic, Inspired Sports Card said Brian Pirip's mint cases were released this past week. Thoughts? I wonder if I'm aware of this. I had Brian on the show a few years ago. He's a really nice guy. He's got this new product called the Mint Case. I don't know a ton about it other than it may be the finest case in all of the land. I think it's expensive. I think they're like $500 to $1,000 for a case. So they may be for the finest cards in all of the land. Does anyone else on the panel know anything about these mint cases? No. Chris, are you familiar? No. Joe, no. Okay, we will move on. Collector Charles just wanted to say that David is fabulous. That's from his first time on the show. Jim Sholey here said that I admit I am way over addicted to my 71 Topps and O-Pee-Chee baseball cards. We did have Collectors World Fargo with us earlier. Good evening. Nathan Josser said that the eye appeal is the real deal. I don't know if that's just for some slick poetry or maybe it's the poetry and the meaning behind the words. And a lot of the other comments that I have noted here are from way earlier on the show. Carl from Oz, great show again, Jeremy. Thank you, Carl from Oz. Appreciate that. But yeah, a lot of these comments are from the eye appeal discussion from earlier on. Yankees fans, so there's a club after hours. Not only is there a club, is there an after hours club, but I wanted to say to Dave when we opened up the show that David had an appearance on Midlife Live on Monday, and being someone who hosts lives, just like Greg, who hosts multi-person live streams, I know that there's a bit of an after party after a live stream ends. So I think I might have put it in the call. I said, hey, text me the link. I'll come join the after party. So I joined that midlife live post stream. Let's call it the after party for about an hour, David, and just hung out with the fellas. And it was a nice time. But great appearance by you on that show. And thanks to Greg for letting me join the After Hours Club. Yeah, go ahead, David.
Thank you. Yeah, that was super fun. You know, I had crazy anxiety going on that show only because Greg asked me, hey, do you want to go on the live show? And I was like, hey, yeah, that sounds great. Like, those are like, that's my crew. I love those guys that are on there. And, but then he starts like saying that there's a special guest 17 times. And like, oh, this is a really special. And I'm like, Greg, he's talking like it's Michael Jordan's coming on. I'm like, dude, please don't do this to me. And I'm like thinking like the chat's going to go and get like, this is who you're bringing on, you know? But thankfully the chat was like super supportive and wonderful and nice and stuff, which a lot of them are the Sports Cards Live family. So I really, really appreciate that. But it was just very funny how like I'm with my wife and I'm like, dude, Greg, stop pumping it up. It's only me, you know? But it was a really, really great time. It was a fun show.
It was a great show. I watched. I had to leave. You know, my kids are they like to play Uno now. So before we go to bed, we play family Uno, and of course, you know, they make up their own rules, and we can. My wife and I can never win because you know, they make them up as they go along. But I did leave for a little bit and come back. But that was a fun show. Comment just came in from Pop Junk, which is kind of helping us on this mint case. He says yes. The G1, which is, I guess, the type of mint case, they were $1,000, but the owner refunded people $500 as a grand opening promotion. Mint also has hobby cases, which are for ungraded 35-point cards, which is kind of specific. I believe that those cases can hold raw cards as well as slabs, I think. I also think that you can get I think they may have done some sort of partnership with PSA, I think. Maybe Pop Junk can verify where you can actually get PSA's grade on this case instead of the traditional PSA label or flip. I think Brian Pirrup, who is the founder of this company, and he's a big TikTok sports card guy. He's not on Instagram much. He's not on YouTube much, but he's got a big TikTok following, and he's been around for a long time. I had him here on the channel 4 years ago, probably, if anyone wants to go see who he is. But you see this guy, he's at baseball games opening up packs of 88 tops and giving cards out to people and all that. Joe, what's going on?
Well, you introduced me to him at one of the Burbank shows, and he's just a wonderful guy, I think. And we hung out, and you know, he's always on the move. He's very interactive with like what he's doing in the hobby, like out in the world. Like, yeah, great presence. Great.
He's kind of like an influencer that I think like everybody would like. You know, I think some of these, you know, I've seen some comments in the chat tonight about Roth Cards, who he's kind of off. Roth Cards is kind of off my radar. I guess I just don't follow him in enough places to see what he's up to. But I think he's, you know, there's him, there's King of the Cards, there's a few others that are out there. And they have big followings. And I think that a lot of the older generation collectors don't necessarily look fondly upon some of these young guys out there doing the card show content, the transactional based content, all that. But Brian is one of these guys who's on TikTok with a huge following, like legit growing the hobby from, I think, a very authentic and, you know, meaningful sort of way. I don't know him all that well. I've had him on the show. I've met him in person a few times. Nice guy, but I don't. He's just not. A lot of people aren't aware of him for whatever reason. It just might be a platform thing.
Might be a platform thing. Yeah, and what I like about him though is he does a lot of stuff in public, right? Like he'll show up at card stores and like buy packs and like talk to the owners. Like he's engaging, or he'll go to live sporting events and do things there, which is also kind of cool.
He does videos of him opening up packs and giving them out to the people in the stands near him at baseball games. So, I mean, I think that's kind of cool, you know? So Yeah, Tim. Oh, there's Tim, SF Giants mem guy. What's up, buddy? Says Roth pumped Taylor Heineke, Sam Howell, Jaden Daniels, aka RG3 Jr. There's every year we get a new class of rookies and they are pumped. And you know who the biggest pumpers are the card companies. I mean, they need to pump the rookies to sell the product. Rookies are what sell products in most cases, not all, but in many cases. And then it trickles its way down, because if you are a card flipper for a living, meaning and by that I kind of mean the people who don't own LCSs, the people who are literally just working out of a Zion case, you need the case hits, the rookies to make your living, I think. And whether it's pumping deliberately or just documenting what you're doing is trading these players, and ipso facto you are pumping them. I think I used ipso facto properly there. Then as the two legal minds look at me kind of funny with yeah, so anyway, you know what I'm talking about. Anything else? Oh.
Yeah, real quick, just I'm still sort of preoccupied with this lane thing, and I'm wondering if maybe also one way to refer to it is like style. Like, yeah. I think of you as having a distinct style of collecting, and I'll tell you what I think it is. You can correct me, but I think of you as, you think about players and you think about what's the best card I could have of that player, and then you go look for that card. You target that card, and that's a style. But your taste is which card you get of that player.
I think taste and style can be very similar. But when you said, I try to figure out what is the best card of that player that I can get, and then I go for it. But would the best Kareem Abdul-Jabbar card not be his El Sindor rookie? And I don't want that card. Would the best best Bart Starr or John Unitas card be their 57 Topps rookie? Probably. I own second and third year cards respectively of those guys. So I think you're on the right track, but I think your assessment or expression of my style just needs a little bit of tweaking, but I think you're getting there.
Well, we're really actually examining the words and the terms, not so much you. You're the rat in the experiment.
Yeah.
So let's think of, so your style is to find the most attractive card of the player that you identify that you want to have, right? And then your taste is what that target ends up being.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yes. But yes. And for me, to make it about me, it depends on the era. If it's vintage, I want to be within 5 or 6 years of their career beginning, or I want it to have other meaning, like the first year Lakers Kareem Abdul-Jabbar card sort of thing, which is, maybe 6 or 7 years into the career. And then it changes when you go to 90s inserts and parallels. I mean, now it is completely aesthetic taste for me, along with rarity and availability. And, I kind of blend those two things together to land on wanting a Ruby's Ken Griffey Jr. or a Molten Metal Fusion Titanium Cal Ripken Jr. Those things, what the Shaquille cards I have, whether it's a Playmakers Theater versus, selling some other ones that I just fell out of love with or didn't love as much when I had to make some tough choices. So I think we have tastes, we have styles, we have lanes, and we can have multiples of all of them depending on the era of the. And Josh is nodding because he loves the Chickles and the Leaf, and he loves the Essential Credentials, and and the Fleers and the 90 Leaf, his favorite card, 90 Leaf Frank Thomas. We all. So I like how you said we're examining the words here. I agree, we are, and I think that whoever said it in the chat, I forget, we are responding to a prompt from Chris that really has no right answer, or we're just not there yet because we haven't had enough time to do our research into what these words truly mean and find and come up with a final thought on them. Josh?
What I like is Chris's questions. Maybe there isn't one answer, right? There's a lot of different answers, which I love because I always learn something from this show. I always, look at different perspectives because I think a lot of us have this like tunnel vision in collecting, and we like what we like, and we don't really venture into different paths. So it's nice to like learn about different things, and I really enjoy that, and it's meaningful. So,
Yeah. They don't have to have answers. We just like to talk about. But Mike Petty has a great comment. He says, "It so fatso, I have low expectations of taste in my collection." Yeah, look at the spelling on that, Chris. If so fatso, if so fatso, I have low expectations of taste in my collection.
The
Petty
comment was made in good taste, good humor.
Good humor. Good humor. Good humor. What's this comment? Pop Junk here says they have another grading company, MBA, which are affiliated, and raw cards will be graded before going in the expensive G1 cases. There may be a PSA graded case, which I don't really know about. I think he's talking about the mint case there. Don't know either. Okay, what working out of a Zion case is classic, says Tim. You like that one? Frankenstein collection like Mangini. Yep, just being all over the place, which is, I do think a lot about lanes, and something I've been thinking about for a few months now when it comes to the Hobby Spectrum project is because again, it reveals your core archetype, but that doesn't tell people what you collect or what you like or what your preferences are. So we've now added the what you collect aspect. We're going to be adding the preferences aspect to it. And then there's something that I've been really workshopping in my own head, which is the ability, like an open-ended, what I've been calling your lane statement. It's kind of like a mission statement, but your lane statement. Like how would you just, as Joe tried to do for me using those words earlier, what is your lane statement? Which is, which is like as Joe was saying, maybe it's your style, but it's your style. It's what you collect, and then it gets really hairy when you're a collector like me who feels like I'm in several lanes. I have 30 different PCs at least in my collection. They're all different lanes. So for me to write a lane statement would be an essay. Actually, Greg did this in one of his recent videos. I think he was using very similar terminology to what I use, called it like his lane, I believe. What is my lane? And he wrote it out and shared it on his screen. And it was a very thoughtful lane. And it really did help me understand Greg's collecting. I might need to use that sort of as a template type of thing, or at least inspiration for what I'm trying to build into the Hobby Spectrum. So, okay. Any other comments? Anybody got anything else? We're 4 hours now, guys. This is a marathon show. Chris, I saw you kind of going to the pen and paper. Maybe you have something you want to jump in with.
No, I'm good. I was just jotting down lane statements because I wanted to think about that a little bit.
I'd love to hear what you have to say. Brad, what did you buy from me? And by the way, I've sold cards not because I don't like them, but because I bought a very expensive Joe Jackson Cracker Jack and I needed to part with cards. So he says, so since Jay Lee decided to sell it, do I have bad taste in his eyes? What card, Brad? And I'll tell you if I still like it or not. If I don't like it, I'll tell you I'm not gonna say I think you have bad taste. I'll just think that I'll say that I think that I don't like that card anymore. And you can interpret that to be me telling you I think you have bad taste or not. That'll be that's all. That's your head. But what card did you buy from me? I'm curious. And when was it? I don't know what card you're referring to. Skeppy says, what do you guys think of a grading service, grading cards, holding them raw until someone wants them shipped and slabbed? This is likely coming from MBA. Save for later, maybe. That's interesting. Grade it, but don't slab it. Very interesting. He says this is, I'm curious, Skeppy, why you say this is likely coming from MBA. Did Mike Baker tell you that? Did you have a conversation with him, or is this pure speculation? Brad says a Jim Palmer. Oh, it's the Jim Palmer rookie. You can say I have bad taste. I have thick skin. No, there's nothing wrong with the Jim Palmer rookie. I don't remember why I sold that card though, Brad. Do you remember why? Oh, the virtual expo during the pandemic. Oh, that was, man, yes.
Way back.
Way back. early Sports Cards Live era. No, I don't think you had bad taste acquiring that card, Brad. But I will tell you, the Jim Palmer card that I now want to add to my collection is the 75 Tops. Can anyone picture that Jim Palmer card? Josh is nodding. That to me is almost like, I don't know. I saw that card recently. I'm like, ooh, there's the Jim Palmer for me.
You mentioned you like the Bart Starr third year card, his third season card.
Yes, the
Yeah,
pink
choice.
background.
You know, I like Bobby Orr's second year card. I like it better than his rookie card.
So do I.
Right.
I do too, actually.
Great
I
minds.
do too.
Great minds. There you go.
I do too. Okay, so the Jim Palmer. Let me go look at the Jim Palmer rookie card, because, and I have to.
I feel like I remember that. Like you were getting rid of some baseball rookie cards. You kind of, I don't know exactly what was going on. Maybe you just wanted to make things interesting on a random COVID, pandemic night show.
Yeah, I the Jim Palmer rookie card is I don't remember why I sold it, but
it was, I feel like
I have nothing against this card. Like, I think it's nice.
It's beautiful.
So I don't remember what I said about that on Gordy's show the other day. Skeppy says stated in an interview with Gordy Bonker. I don't know what I said. I really don't know what I said in that show. And I might have said the wrong player. Who knows? David.
He's not talking about that. What happened was Gordy Bonker interviewed Mike Baker on an episode. And at Mike Baker, he discussed the future of his slabs are going to be where you get the grade and then they're going to slab it and then send it to you. And that's how they're going to be more efficient compared to what PSA is doing right now.
Thank you for clarifying. That's just a coincidence that I was on Gordy Bonker's show the week before Mike Baker was. And so, okay, sorry. I was totally confused there by those comments, mixing up Brad's comments with Skeppy's as well. So my apologies. Brad, you still have it? Yeah. No, Brad, I like the card. But now I'm at a point where, will I go buy that same card again? I've had it once. Probably not. Like I said, the 75 is a card that really catches my eye, that I think is one where, like, for people, I don't know. I want to be different, I guess. And I don't want to own the card that everybody owns. Just because it's a rookie doesn't mean it's a card I have to own. Nothing against rookie cards. Trust me, most of the rookie cards I have now, I'm never selling. Like, and I love rookie year cards, but just like I've sort of lost I just don't care so much about the grade on a slab, the technical grade. I care more about the eye appeal. I also don't necessarily care about the rookie card designation on a card to drive which particular card of a player I need to own. I'm more interested in the eye appeal of the card of that player. And that's why I'm moving away. Like, that's why that's just how I'm collecting now. And it's also like, these are my new lane. Hey, the other thing about style, lanes, taste, all these things, that these things can change. It can change. You can change. Your taste can change. You're entitled to that. I think, not like I'm the boss of you, but I think you're entitled for your taste to change. Joe.
I mean, one thing I associate with your collecting, I don't know, taste, style, lane.
Wait, so are we talking words or me now?
You is, you talk about cards that would be welcome into your collection, and usually that's about condition. So where does condition factor into this?
Again, I don't care what is condition. What is taste? What is condition? Is condition technical grade, or is it how a card looks to me? Is it eye appeal? Right? Because I don't care. PSA ones are welcome into my collection if I like the way they look. And I'm fortunate to have a few very nice PSA ones that I absolutely love, and wouldn't just go trade them away for a more valuable PSA 3 just because it's a 3 with it's horribly off-centered, or I just don't like the looks of it. So welcome into my collection, I think, really can mean both. When I say that, Joe, I think I'm saying it in both cases. The case of the condition of, not the grade, the condition of the card, and or the aesthetic, the design, the colors, all that. I can say that to both. of those instances. Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah. Are we losing steam here, fellas? Anyone got any more? Well, I mean, we need more. We need something to talk about. Anyone in the chat want to throw a comment or question or topic out there? Does Chris Hoge, does David Chase, does Josh, does Joe? Anybody have anything else to talk about? Okay, David.
I mean, I have a question. I have like a question to think about that I loved that I heard on another show a few months ago, or maybe a month ago. And that was, it's a very simple question, but I thought that the thought about it was very interesting. And it is it ever okay to trim or cut a card in your mind?
Josh is shaking his head saying, no, it is never okay.
Hard no.
Hard no.
Yeah.
Hard no.
Anybody else? Anybody that thinks that it is okay in certain circumstances?
I'm interested to hear what the circumstances would be.
Yeah.
Okay. So this was on Jake Waxpack's Wisdom. He was talking about this. And he had a card that was hand cut. And it was kind of falling apart a little bit even. Mm-hmm. And he thought for him to go and cut off a little piece of it, which was already, it was a raw card. He was keeping it for himself. And it was going to make it look a lot better if he just trimmed the part that was a little bit hanging. Is that okay to do that, and then even to submit it to the grade, knowing that you're probably going to get an authentic anyway? Would that be okay?
Well, this is a difference. This is a hand cut card, so you're just further hand cutting it.
Are you allowed to hand cut cards nowadays? If it's one of those,
like what I don't know. This is a really interesting scenario, right? It's a hand cut card that somebody hand cut it, and now somebody else is saying, I don't like the hand cut job that you did. I'm gonna so let's do this. How about that? Because Josh gave that look of like, I don't approve. But let me say this then. What if you bought a card that was meant to be hand cut, you hand cut it, and a week later you further hand cut it? Because I think the reason Josh was feeling tension was because, and correct me if I'm wrong, Josh, but like a hand cut card, once it's hand cut once, that's it. No more hand cutting it, maybe. And then, then after that, it's bad. Maybe is what Josh was thinking. Your scenario here kind of threw me, Dave, because I wasn't expecting that. I thought, to me, when I think about trimming a card, I think about it being a pack pulled card that was not meant to be hand cut. So you kind of threw a curveball there with this particular set of circumstances. But it's okay. It's a legit thing to talk about and to think about. But and then the question becomes, it's like type 1, type 2, type 3 photos. They're all, those types are based on how many years have passed since the picture was taken, sort of thing. Well, if a card was hand cut in 1968, I might feel the same tension Josh did to someone now further hand cutting it here 40 years later to make it look better when cards are now graded and they're trading for so much money. Back then you hand cut it because you had to. There was no thoughts of value. So now that you think of value, it's like, well, maybe we shouldn't fix the job that Joe hand cutter did back in 1968 in his parents' basement, sort of thing. But I want to go to Josh. Why the tension on hand cutting a card that was already hand cut once?
And that, under that definition, then the Wagner, the first, whatever, the McNall Gretzky Wagner isn't trimmed. I mean, it's a 3-card panel that was cut once. You're cutting it again. But I think also then, does it matter if it was hand cut or if it was cut by a machine? I think that's a distinction without a difference.
What kind of machine? Like a guillotine paper cutter, or like?
No, I mean, like single cards are cut cards are made in a sheet and then they're cut up, right? So yeah. I think it's a distinction without a difference, that it's just a hand cut or machine cut. I think it's still...
But the difference is one is cut before distribution and one is cut post distribution to the public. So pre-distribution cutting is what you're talking about. Sheets are produced, they're cut and packed out. Now you can't trim those cards. So to David's original question, once a card is packed out, cut from the sheet and packed out, no, I think it's bad to trim. I think you used the term just trim. I think you said to trim it. no, I don't think there's really ever a case where that should be trimmed and not disclosed, at least. But if it's a hand cut card, I mean, that's a whole different thing that I don't think the hobby's thought much about. And in that case, if a card is hand cut because it was distributed in a panel or a sheet or a box bottoms are hand cut, right? So they're hand cut once, and maybe someone uses, maybe you're not using your scissors, maybe you're using an X-Acto knife, or maybe you're using a guillotine paper cutter. Those are all hand cuts, right?
Yeah.
But then can you do it again? Let's face it, the hand cutter who's using the guillotine on those box bottoms, they're hand cutting it, and then they might shave off a little bit more. They might re-angle it. Well, now they've done it a second time. So I don't really know that I see anything wrong with that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good question. It's a lot to think about.
Yeah.
So this is a 1968 Atlantic Oil Roberto Clemente, and PSA gave this an altered designation, and it's probably considered altered because it did not adhere to the perforations that were originally given to cut it out. So I think that enters into the conversation. It's like how close, and you're right, Jeremy, like you can't really know which iteration. Like somebody could, like, they cut it out big, they cut it out a little more, they cut it out, like, how can we know at what moment the latest iteration of the card was, severed? But I think there are, if you think about the Sports Illustrated cards, like I collect Kelly Slater. So like, that's sport, Tiger Woods has a pretty big Sports Illustrated card. There's, at least in theory, a correct way of unperforating them and or, doing what I suppose the original manufacturers intended you to do as closely as you could. And, there are errors that are made when people try and get perforations out, but this is probably I'm imagining being in Chris's mind right now going, this is why I like the cards that were created in the way that they were created. But yeah, I mean, we're a little bit in the realm of, I don't want to say oddball, unless people like the term oddball. I like the term oddball, but this is one of my favorite cards, and it's altered. So I'm not going to say it's bad to do that. Like somebody like, did the best they could, and they didn't do it very well, but it's an authentic card, and it probably happened in a way that was sincere for them to actually get the card in a state where they could appreciate it. Was it perfect? No.
David?
So I love that thought. I agree with you. I don't really know what's right, what's wrong. And if you have like a new, I don't know, one of these like cookie sets or something, and are you allowed to really cut that now? That's kind of a weird thought also. Or like the Hemmett's Journal that I mentioned, that Ali card, if it has a very thick border and you get a low grade, is it okay to cut it a little thinner to try to get a higher grade, especially when it's like such a big difference in price? Very weird way of thinking. And here, if we don't want to talk about hand cut because that's such a oddball situation, how about thinking of it this way also? If a card is already altered, is it okay to alter it further? It's already altered. It's already in an altered state. Are you able to then, and by the way, I'm saying this as devil's advocate. Obviously, we don't want anybody to alter a card. Okay, let's put that out of there. Okay, this is just a discussion. But let's say it is trimmed, but let's say it's still off-centered. Is it a terrible thing to trim the other side? I do think it is, but it's kind of a weird thought, isn't it?
That's a good, yeah. Like this, I've never heard this conversation before. If it's already, go ahead, Josh.
Can I give you an answer by analogy?
Yeah.
If you go and try and shoot a guy, but he's already dead, you're not charged with murder. You're charged with attempted murder because you thought you were trying to commit a crime. If you trim a car that's already been trimmed, you're still doing something that's wrong, even though the car's already been altered. So you're still, it's your intent. It's your intent to.
Sorry, Josh. Can you explain the shooting the person thing? Because if you shoot a guy and you kill him, that's only attempted murder?
No. If he's already dead, but you don't know he's dead.
Oh.
This is a classic bar exam question. And you kill him, and you shoot someone that's already dead, you're charged with attempted murder because you didn't know he was dead. You trim something, it's your intent to trim it. You may
But
know
you know it's
altered.
already altered. You know it's already altered.
Yeah, because he knows it's altered. You didn't know he was dead.
Okay, good point. Never mind. The point is you're still trying to alter it. It goes to your intent. Your intent is to still alter it further. Just because it's altered once doesn't absolve you of any sort of responsibility.
But it's they don't distinguish 7 different ways to alter. I mean, is it okay to soak a card that's been trimmed because it's already altered and it's already going to be the distinction of an altered state? You already have that. It's not going to tell you which way is what because PSA doesn't want us to know, right? So does that matter?
It's kind of
like already altered.
It's kind of like when Mike Moynihan bought those fake autos in Strongsville, and then on his show he ripped them in half. That he altered the card. Nobody got mad at him for doing that. The card was already kind of bad because the autos were deemed not real, and then he ripped it. I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's okay. It was okay that he altered the card by ripping it in half because he knew that the card was bad. So what I'm saying is that if you have an altered card that you are now going to say, oh, you know what, I want to trim the other side just to make it look better because I know it's already altered. What, you know, it's kind of like, you know, I've had base cards in binders before, and maybe as you're doing it, one of the cards drops on the floor, dings a corner. Card's worth pennies. Who cares? I'll get another copy and replace it. But now I got this copy there. I've sat there and folded it in half in my hand because it's ruined. I know it's kind of totally different, I guess. But okay, I'm going away from the point here. I don't know, David. But I think Josh brings up a good point. Like it depends. I think it depends what you're going to do with it after. Like, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to get one over on somebody by saying, hey, it's not so bad? But if you say, hey, it's not so bad, I bought it, it was trimmed on one side, I just trimmed the other side to even it out. Maybe you want it for your collection, I'll sell it to you for $50. Then, I mean, everyone knows it's altered. You can tell because the border's missing. Does it really matter? Is that a bad thing? I don't know. I think there's going to be very specific to the set of circumstances. And I think I could see ways where it's like a big no-no and ways where it's like, who cares?
But also, isn't it interesting that sometimes you can look at a card that says altered, but you really have no idea why?
Yes.
So, I mean, like, is it because it was soaked? Is it because it was trimmed? I always just assumed it was trimmed. Like, that's just where my mind goes. But we have no idea. And, I mean, it could be altered 7 different ways.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that does that mean that I like it worse? I mean, I don't like altered cards in general. Like, I don't know if I have any in my collection, to be honest with you. But it's just a very interesting thought of if it already has that designation. And obviously, if you're trying to submit it and you get a grade, that's unethical, horrible scenario. But let's just say it's altered and stays as altered. I don't really know how I think about it because I don't collect altered cards, but it's just a weird thing to think about.
Yeah, the only altered card I would buy would be like 52 Topps Mickey Mantle. That is just so beautiful and looks complete, but maybe there's color added back or paper added back, or maybe it's been trimmed and it's like, looks like an 8, but it's still authentic. It's authentic altered. And if I can get that for 10 grand instead of 10 million, I might be willing to buy that card for my collection. But to Joe's quoting my terminology, what cards would be welcome into my collection? That's like the only situation I can think of, and maybe I might extend it to the Nagurski, Chickle, and the Mikan 48 Bowman are like maybe the only card. Oh, maybe the 48 page. You're right. Yeah, those are like the only cards I can think of that I would welcome into my collection, unauthentic, altered. Yeah, because otherwise I'm just probably never going to own them in an aesthetic that appeals to me. I don't want complete beaters. I don't want complete beaters. Joe's giving me the old
complete. You don't want any beaters. You don't want anything beater. I don't. I'm not a beater. I don't collect beaters.
Well loved
can be, yeah, but see, I don't mind a card with sexy rounded corners. You know, that to me can be well loved, but a card that's been crumpled up and flattened back out and placed in a slab, with chunk missing and all sorts of paper loss front and back, not for me.
Or a perfect card with a print mark.
I don't want my 100-year-old cards to look like they came out of a pack. I want them to look 100 years old.
Well, I do. So do I, Josh. But that doesn't mean that they have to have been run over by a truck, literally.
That is true. That is true.
Listen, I also don't. I'm suspicious of most high-grade vintage cards.
I like Foul Ball's comment here. Anybody who alters a card should walk away.
Way to tie it back, Foul Ball. Well done. Well done. Oh, here, Bo. God, look at CS. He says, should altered cards be evaluated for stickers? I mean, obviously not. They should be excluded from having a sticker because a sticker almost what's the word I'm looking for here, Chris? My and Joe, it almost like affirms it or validates it. A sticker almost validates a card. But so the question is, though, if stickers are about eye appeal and an altered 52 Topps Mickey Mantle has like amazing eye appeal, superior eye appeal, should it get a sticker? Or should the stickers then come in brown for you know what, green for that, and funny colored for, you know, like all the things that come out of the human body? Maybe they should be colored that way if they're going on an altar card, but it's still a sticker because they have strong eye appeal. This is another question. This is a legit question. This question might seem funny, but I think it's actually a legit question for the discussion we're having. Who has something? Joe. I mean, David.
I just getting back to my first response to David's question was I was struggling to think of a moment I've ever even been like even the thought has gone through my mind to like get out some scissors and do something. Like it just never has happened. I mean, I've tried to wipe stuff off, like back in the day, you'd have bubble gum on a card, or, you know, the pantyhose trick, like, let's get that off. So like that, you know, is something I would do, but like never something like taking like a drastic step to alter a card. It wouldn't occur to me. It'd be like, preserve it, take care of it. But I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean, because I've never been the one extracting a card from a Sports Illustrated magazine or, you know, a 1968 Atlantic Oil magazine ad, or however they came. So like I've been in that situation, and so it's not something that I've ever really considered.
David, you were going to jump in too.
I think the reason is kind of what you were saying before of why there can't be a sticker on an altered, which I'm almost positive you can't have one on an altered card. And I'm guessing, this is just speculation, it's because of exactly what all of you have been saying, is that because that would make it where you can alter it further for it to look better, right? If it's altered, and then you could easily trim it again. If it's good, you're wanting it to look nice, it's altered already. Let's try to get the sticker. What do we need to do now to the card to be able to get it there? Just a guess, but I would think that would maybe be a reason.
Okay, here's another really interesting scenario. But first, two comments. Links here says, but why is it that in sports cards collecting only, like famous paintings are restored and repaired and it's fine? It's only sports card collecting that curses it, I guess he's saying. And that's, yeah, I think we've talked about that on the show. Why is it that restoration in cards isn't accepted, but it is in just about everything else? Cars, paintings. And I don't know that we know the answer except just tradition. Okay, that was that comment. Brad here says there are no standards to measure the eye appeal versus for an altered card. So, and I think like you said, David, you said you don't think you can get one. Well, that's because NBA made that decision, or Fanatics Collect made that decision, or now Four Sharp Corners made that decision. What about Matt EC's project? Can an altered card be submitted to Matt EC's Eye Appeal Inc. and get the God tier or the A+? I don't know the answer to that. That'd be curious for him. But here's a really another interesting scenario brought to us by Billy, aged beyond time grails. He says, what about the guy that crumples up an 89 Upper Deck Griffey and then gets it graded, hoping it comes back a PSA 1 to sell for high dollar to the person trying to get the full 1 to 10 run. Now, the reason now this, Josh, people do this. PSA 1 Griffey sell for more than PSA 5s because they are so rare and people want that run. I know it's ridiculous, but yes, they do.
That's awesome. Wait,
yeah,
like a run like they want PSA 1 through 10s?
1 through 10.
I think the 2 is the hardest one to always get because it's hard to make
harder
it
to figure.
Yeah.
But here's
incredible.
Here's the conundrum with this thing, though, guys. It's an altered card. He crumpled it up. He altered it by crumpling it up. Did he not? Is that not altered? You've altered this conditional state of the card by crumpling it up.
Generally, people use alter to mean make it look nicer, but your alter to make it look worse.
But I
you're
mean,
right.
listen,
You're right.
In the hobby, I'm probably wrong by that because
You're right.
cards that were played with in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s were also altered. Their condition was altered, but it was the intention. The intention wasn't to get one over on somebody.
Right.
By crumpling up an 89 Griffey so you can get a 1 to sell for more money, that intention is to get money out of somebody. Is that not altering it? I don't know. Yeah. You've altered the state of it. You might, in crumpling it up, you might lose a bit of paper somewhere. I've over the years I've referred to that as the first instance of alteration. If a kid writes his initials on a baseball card in pencil, that's the first instance of altering the card. The second instance is someone trying to rectify that, reverse that. Something that like Kurt's Card Care would do, removing that blemish, that mark from the card. That's simply the second instance of altering. We don't go after the first instance. We only go after the second instance of alterations when it's the removal of something that wasn't there in the first place. Interesting concept.
I have a question about alteration. Sorry, go ahead, Chris.
Oh, sorry.
No,
when I dropped my 50 cards on the ground and dinged all their corners, did I alter those?
You damaged them. Is damaging altering them? I think you I think by the dictionary definition of altering, yes, you altered the physical state of that card. But
so I think that might be an indicator that what we want altered to mean is a little narrower than that.
Yeah, absolutely. Because all cards that are not pristine 10s are therefore altered. And
yeah, like if I put my fat thumb on a card as it comes out of the pack and some oil from my finger gets on it, have I altered that? You know, like I on a technical definition.
Well, there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people who don't believe in card cleaning off that oil. Well, so I mean, yeah, you put some, if it's bad to remove it, then you altered it because people want they want the grade of the card to reflect that your oil is on it.
Well, and I'll tell you this, how scientific do we want to get? When you open the pack and you expose the cards in it to the air in that particular room, you are in some sense altering its chemical. There are chemical reactions happening.
There are and to take that further, there are cards and slabs that if you could open them up would smell like cigarette smoke. And they could still be PSA 10s because they are in great shape, theoretically. So yeah, I mean, yeah, it depends how scientific you want to get. Just a discussion.
It brings to mind the 97 Topps Chrome Kobe, right? Like in hulking, and like that's an interesting consideration. Is that, I mean, it's a huge element in the market today, right? Like what's going on with that card. I mean, how we're evaluating that, how that's, you know, price wise. I saw someone at the Ontario show. I think they were paying like PSA 9 price for a PSA 7 that wasn't hulking, you know, like pretty massive amounts of money for, you know, the oxidity, you know, why, I mean, you have some experience in that, Jay Lee, like talking to people about the chemical impact, or like why certain cards hulk and why certain cards don't hulk.
Yeah, that was discussions with Gene McLeod several years ago now, so I'm rusty on what was all said. But But that whole paying 9 prices for a 7 because it doesn't have greening on it, that comes back to the old sticker conversation and eye appeal. Like, back to Josh Adams. Like, if you have a completely perfect non-green Kobe or LeBron Topps Chrome refractor rookie card, when green copies are selling for $1,000, if eye appeal isn't important, then your copy that has no greening should sell for the same price as green copies. But I don't think that's the case. Those cards should sell for a premium because they have stronger eye appeal. They haven't gone green yet.
I would say let the market decide, put it at auction and see what happens. That's the best way to test it.
And like Joe, and the market decided that eye appeal is worth a premium relative to the grade because it's a different scale. It's a different set of standards. It's a different measuring tool. It's like the difference between inches and centimeters. They both do it different. They're different. Technical grade is different than eye appeal.
So then why get anything graded then? If you have no confidence in the grade, why get it graded? If you're just going to rely on this extra sticker, what's the point in getting it graded? No one's ever answered that one for me.
Because some people want their listen, that's a great question. It's a legit question. And I don't grade cards. I've graded cards. I buy graded cards, but I don't really grade cards. So why get it graded? Because you're forgetting what the number one function of the grading company is, I believe, and that's to authenticate, not to grade. So you want it for the authenticity. I believe that grading company's number one function, for me, let me rephrase. The most important thing a grading company does for me is authenticate the card, not grade it. Why? Because the grading, I believe, is way more subjective than the authentication. Obviously, they get the authentication wrong several times out of 1,000 probably, but I believe they get the grade wrong 50 times out of 100. So why get a card graded? Well, you're right. I'll tell you what, I wouldn't need graded cards if I could buy cards that were simply authenticated and then I could assess eye appeal. I don't need grades on my cards at all. Personally, I want what looks nice to me, and it's a whole different measurement system than grading. But I do not reflect the greater hobby. And that's why people get them graded, because they don't know otherwise. That's why people get cards graded. They don't know otherwise.
And like Joe said,
and by the way, that's not an insult to people who get cards graded.
No, not at all.
It's because the market rewards grading. That's why the market rewards it, and people like money in many cases more than cards. Some of us like cards more than money. You and me, Josh, both like cards more than money.
Yeah.
But most people in the hobby, not most, many people in the hobby like money more than cards. David?
I've always said the same thing about getting a card authenticated, but there's been a couple of things that's happened that has scared me about that. Number one, I mean, this was just a very easy way to think about it, is Teapot's video where he sent that same card in 9 times. I think multiple times it came back altered, multiple times of the same card. And sometimes it came in as an 8, and sometimes it came out as altered. I've also had an off-the-record conversation with a top national dealer who, if they get a card that comes in authentic and they cannot figure out why, they sometimes send it to the other SGC, to PSA, to SGC. And if they do it 2 or 3 times, they almost always eventually get a grade. And these are the biggest dealers there are. So I'm just saying that we don't really know what's altered or authentic. And it's unfortunately, I wish that's what these grading companies do, but I think that they don't even know what they're doing in that sense also.
Yeah. It's one of the biggest problems is that counterfeits are only detectable when they are kind of like detected. I know it sounds silly, but there are the known counterfeits and there are the unknown counterfeits, and we all have cards and slabs. I think we'd all be I think we'd be correct to all assume if you have a few hundred slabs that you have a counterfeit in your slab. I have in the past. Luckily, it got caught, and I got paid out by PSA's insurance program, which I'm a huge fan of the insurance pro. I'm a huge fan of upcharges, by the way. I might be the biggest fan of upcharges out there. I think they're wonderful, partially because I don't think I've ever paid one myself, but I just, again, I love upcharges because other people, I buy a card and someone else has paid my lifelong insurance premiums. It's the best. Upcharges to the moon. Love them. But yeah, you're right. Like even myself saying that the number one function that they do is authenticate, a bit of that is a bit of a leap of faith. I'm not willing to take a leap of faith that they grade consistently or even according to their own standards all the time. I think they do their best. I do think they do their best in many in the like, a shade off of 100% of the time. I think they do their best, but I think I trust their ability to authenticate, not detect alteration, David. Authenticate the card, because authentic and altered are two different things. Inauthentic is different than altered. So I think that, but Brad made a good comment. He said the most important thing grading companies did was allow for collectors to feel comfortable buying cards online instead of only in person. That absolutely, to me, that is what made grading what it is. But that to me isn't the most important thing that they do. That's a function. That's a consequence of what they do. They authenticate and grade. Now people can buy comfortably sight unseen and remotely. That's not what they do, though. That's a result of what they do. It's different than what they do, but it's certainly very important. I agree with that. Lynx here says, so if Chris was the one that attempted to fix those 50 cards back to their state before the accidental drop, do those alterations cancel each other out? Maybe. I mean, has anyone ever dinged the corner of a card, dropping it on your desk, and then tried to flatten it out with maybe your fingernail or your finger? Maybe. I mean, I'm sure people have done that before. Yeah. What are you really trying? You're trying to hide damage. Well, you drop the card like it. We are a weird hobby. We are a weird group of collectors with our very unique set of standards and what's the word here, Joe? Social, not like mores, maybe something like that. Our own set of things that we apply to these, our ways of existing, and I think a lot of other like there's I forget James. He's like the graded magazine guy, the leader in graded magazines. He has a pressing business. He presses out comics for his customers. Totally accepted. Imagine starting a pressing company here to wipe out creases. I mean, okay, Kurt's Card Care has done that, but imagine going publicly starting that company right now. You'd be under attack. And in other collectible areas, you're praised for your skills. Before David, I think Chris, you are jumping in. I
leaned in. I might not be able to formulate this as sharply as I would like because it's getting late, but I want to take a stab at it. Here's sort of the thought experiment that I always come around to when the topic of alteration comes up. And I'm coming from it from a different point of view because I really collect 90s cards and later, so it's a very different story than eras that have hand cut and things like that. But if the thought experiment is if there was total transparency, if the person who dinged a corner and then smooths it out was willing to have it stamped in invisible ink on the card, or I guess that's another alteration, but hypothetically, if they were willing to be totally transparent and say, I dinged this corner and it was then flattened out, and everybody who ever owns this card going into the future will know that. And they will know that there are other copies out there that didn't have this done to them, but this one did. If that level of transparency was guaranteed, how would the market sort that out? And I think the way the market would sort that out is the market would strongly prefer the one that hadn't been dinged and then flattened out. And because of that, and because that general sense is known, much of alteration is really about deception. It's about hiding from the next consumer, the next collector, and the next collector after that what was actually done. It's about deceiving people so that they don't actually know what happened. Now, if it became acceptable somehow that the market in particular didn't differentiate between those scenarios, then maybe alteration would start to gain some purchase or something. But I think that's the thought experiment, is that if it was all done under the light of day, and if every collector down the chain was able to know exactly what happened, that would be a different scenario. The tricky part is that it's often concealed. It's often not known. Now, the other side of this coin,
every time.
Yeah, exactly. Now, the other side of the coin is that people can do what they want with their property. If somebody owns a card and he wants to cut it in half, he can cut it in half. And then if the community catches wind of it and doesn't like it and think that this person's destroyed an important artifact that matters culturally, they can have that opinion too. But the part where it becomes really scary is when the person does it, but then they don't want you to know that they did it. They want to deceive you for the purpose of a transaction. That's where the alteration stuff gets into a tough. It's one of the ways that alteration becomes really a morally challenging subject.
Exactly, Chris. I've thought the exact same way. You may have heard me mention on a past episode somewhere where I've said that if you are so keen to do the Kurt's Card Care sort of activities, remove, trim. I don't know if he trims or not, but remove stains, remove ink, add color, any of these things, and not just Kurt, but any of these alterations. If you're so proud of your work, sign the card. Make it your piece of artwork. Sign it with a pen. But no one's ever going to do that because, like you said, the market will prefer the card that was never altered. So all that's left now is deception. So it's all about transparency, and there's none of it when it comes to this. I recently saw a Kurt's Card Care clip somewhere where the serial number was hidden from view. And I believe that him and his customers do that so that they're not caught by PSA for using that product and sending it in. I see deception all over the place there. And yet I've received emails from people listening to me say this, saying that there's nothing wrong with it. There is a group of people in our hobby, a segment of people who have no problem with altering cards and deceiving their customer. They see nothing ethically or morally wrong with it. And who's to say which group is right or wrong? Like Chris said, it's your property. You can do what you want with it. But I say it's wrong because it comes down to deception and trying to get one over on somebody. And as a collector, I want to know what I'm buying. I think as a buyer, you have the right to know what you're buying. And in this hobby, where there's so much money involved for little pieces of paper, you have a right to know as much of the history as you can on that item from the person who's selling it to you. Now, that brings into question a whole bunch of other things, like here's a good one for you guys. I take a card to the card show. It's a slabbed card. It looks really nice for the grade. I take it to Mike Baker. I say, hey, can you sticker this for me? And he gives it back to me and says, no sticker for you. Now I go to sell that card because it's not there. I go to sell that card, and someone buying it from me is going to say, hey, this is a great looking card. I might buy this and try to get a sticker on it. Have you tried to sticker this card yet, Mr. Vendor? What does Mr. Vendor say? Are you obligated to say, yes, I did try to sticker it and it didn't get it? Josh is saying, yes, you're obligated to say that. But why, Josh? And I'll say, and I'm devil's advocating, but why? He might sticker it the next time.
Well, that brings a whole other set of questions, but that's materiality. It's material to that transaction. If you said yes and you couldn't get one, he wouldn't buy it. But if you said no, he would buy it. So it's a material aspect of the transaction.
Right. As a buyer, I even as a seller myself, I'm 100% on board. I want to know what I'm buying, and I want to know if it's like the same thing goes for have you ever tried to submit it to get a 10? It's a 9. Have you ever resubmitted it? Have you ever cracked and resubmitted it? Well, am I obligated to tell you that I've cracked and resubmitted? It came back the same grade. I mean, I would tell you that's just how, I want to live and how I want to be treated, but I don't think that happens. And I think go ahead.
So you're never selling it on eBay?
Say again?
So you would never sell it on eBay then? That card that you cracked out and put into a higher holder?
Oh, and couldn't get put into a higher holder?
No, I'm saying, let's say you did that, but you're saying you would tell the buyer, but that means that you would never sell it online. You would only sell it in person, that means.
No, I would sell that online because no one's there to, like, you'd need to ask me, right? If I'm at a card show and I know who in an auction through a third party, it's a little bit different. You don't know who your customer is. I think I need to think this through a bit, but I think in that case, I would sell the card at auction. And am I going to put in the item description that, oh, by the way, I tried to resubmit this to PSA and I couldn't get the grade? Or I don't know. I doubt that I would put that in the auction description at that point. But at the same time, when I'm buying a card at auction on eBay, I don't expect that information to be there either. I also don't buy cards to resubmit. So, I mean, I'm happy with the card and the slab I get it in. And but if you were to ask me, Jeremy, did you ever submit this card back to PSA to try and get a higher grade? I'd say yes, I did, and I didn't get it. Or Jeremy, did you ever try and get Mike Baker to put a sticker? If you ask me the question, I'm going to tell you the truth. 10 times out of 10. I don't know if that exonerates me or not. Go ahead, David. Your finger's up.
So
again.
if that's your answer to it, I mean, that means that somebody has to ask you to find out if this happened. How often when you're buying a card, do you ask them that question?
Yeah, it's a good question. If I'm selling at a card show and someone is going to buy a card like that from me, no, I don't. You know what? Even if I tried to get a sticker, like, would I tell them that I tried to get a sticker? I don't know. Probably not. Now, if they asked me, I'm going to tell the truth.
But isn't there a third option here? Isn't there the option of someone can ask you, Jeremy, have you resubmitted this ever? And you can say yes, you can say no, or you can say, I decline to answer. And you can decline to answer, and then they can take that in the direction that they like. I certainly would say a decline to answer is the equivalent of a yes. And then if we permit the answer structure of 3 different types of answers, then I would say every card starts from the default position of the seller's declining to answer. And so me as a buyer, I would assume for all intents and purposes that this has been resubmitted, that the grade it has achieved at this time, I should have no expectation that it would achieve higher. And I should operate from that starting point unless and until I specifically do ask, and then I get the answer directly back to me. No, this is the only time it's ever been graded. It is known for a fact that this is the only time it's ever been graded. Not by a prior owner, not by anybody else. I know for certain that it's only been graded one time, and it was this time. Unless that specific answer is procured, then otherwise the default assumption should be it has been regraded infinite times.
That's a safe default for sure. That's just the conservative way to look at it. Definitely. I have asked people, did you get this graded yourself or did you buy it graded? You know, kind of trying to figure out a bit about the history of the card, because I do like to know the history, not the history of submissions and that, more just like who owned it before, where'd you get it? I want to know a bit about the journey the card has taken before it gets to me, if I can. Yeah, this is an interesting kind of moral dilemma to think through. David.
And I looked this up just now just to confirm, because I thought it was true, that every card reviewed by MBA is entered into a database, and you have a pop report, and you can check every specific card that's been submitted that has received or has not received a sticker. So they actually do keep track also of what cards were submitted, and you can look that up yourself. So just know that for your own knowledge if you do care about that.
Yeah, I think that's very that's very important for the Mike Baker brand for sure that they do that. I like Brad's Vintage says, I'm going to become a dealer and call myself Plead the Fifth. That would be the best, Brad. That would be the funniest name for a dealer. Pleading the Fifth. Absolutely. Yeah, it's all. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I just want to bring one kind of type of altered that maybe doesn't have a nefarious underlying story, and that's the case of the screw down, right? Like a lot of cards that, and this includes 90s, Chris. This actually is in your wheelhouse. There's a number of collectors through the years, including myself, who we thought that was the best way to actually protect the card, and then as it turns out, it flattens it out. So and that's been one of my mild frustrations. I mean, we critique grading in a lot of ways. One frustration I've had is, how do we understand the altered authentic designation? Is it trimmed? Is it a screw down holder? Is it somebody cleaned it with some substance that they shouldn't have? Like sometimes that ambiguity can leave all of us wondering, especially when it gets 2 or 3 collectors removed from the original owner. But yeah, that screw down thing to me is an interesting one, because I would certainly volunteer that if I was the one that had it in the screw down. I would say the reason this is altered is because I took it from the pack or the card store and I put it in a screw down and I had it there for 22 years, and then I took it out and they didn't like that over there at Beckett or PSA or wherever. And SGC doesn't always, I think they started cataloging like what the reason for things being altered was like a couple years back, but like before then, like there's a window of time where they didn't, and especially for vintage cards, that can be quite a puzzle.
I wish they just said what the alteration was. I mean, that's a level of transparency that the hobby deserves from the leading grader, that you just don't know. It's a black box. You just don't know.
Yeah, we kind of get to that like before, we were talking about the distinction between like sort of taste and style and lane. And then here you have something similar. You have altered versus damaged versus condition sensitivity. And I've thought about this before a long time ago, and it's sort of flooding back to me. I don't know if this is perfect, but it's sort of like an alteration is when a property of the card is changed, and damage or condition impact is when the properties of the card stay the same, but somehow they're degraded. I don't know if that makes perfect sense, but it's sort of trying to draw the distinction between altering is changing, condition is just impact to something that already exists. So like an alteration would be like erasing the number on the backside of the card. Now you've actually changed a property of the card. And damage would just be, a corner got dinged. It still has a corner. The corner hasn't been, replaced or anything. I don't know. It's getting late. I should probably stop.
To me, it really comes down to intent. It comes down to intention of the alterer or the damager. You drop those cards, Chris. That's fine. Slab them in a PSA, whatever it gets, a 2, 3, 4, 5, and that card is not altered. It's just got a condition problem.
Right.
Try to flatten that out now. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is at that point. A card with a pencil mark on the back is a card with an M. PSA would say MK, or they would just degrade it. I think that's fair. Trying to remove that pencil, I don't really know. What that is. I do know though that if I'm buying a card that had pencil mark removed, I would want to know about that, because I would want to know if I could. Like, I don't want it to be there and I just didn't notice it. I'd want to know. I don't care what the grade is. I just want to know that it was there, and it could still be welcome in my collection, even if it's got the very light remnant of an ink or a pencil mark on it. So intention to me is very important when it comes to all this, because intention can also drive like nefarious, unscrupulous activity that our hobby's majority does not look at as favorable. David?
If you really do care about a pencil mark, then you really should never buy SGC cards in a 1 or a 2, because there are a lot of cards that, because they don't distinguish if there's an MK on there or not, and they just know that it's a 2 or lower.
Yeah.
So if that really is something that bugs you, you should be very careful of that, because I know there's a lot of dealers that don't like that MK grade, and they just switch it over to SGC to not get that designation anymore.
But can you see the pencil?
You just said you want to know, even if you can barely see it or where it is, you wouldn't know. So when you are inspecting a card that's a 1 or a 2, you better inspect that like no other, because there really could be something.
And I think that goes for PSA too now. I think PSA is getting away as much as they can from the qualifiers. I think if current management ownership could go back, they would have never introduced qualifiers in the first place. It's just the weirdest thing. It's like your card's gem mint, but it's junk at the same time. Like it just whatever. It's very strange. So yeah, I think to me it all comes down to intention when it comes.
Well, let me ask
these things. Yeah, Joe.
So like, let's say you had a 56 Topps Ted Williams, with like somebody wrote just a tiny little pencil thing on the reverse, and you get it into your collection, whatever, and you're not thinking about it necessarily even in a monetary way. You're just like, wow, there's just a little pencil mark here, can I erase this? And you erase it and it comes right off. And then down the road you think, hey, I'm going to grade this card, and the grade goes in and nothing is apparently detected. Did you commit hobby fraud in that moment of like altering your card with erasing the pencil mark because you saw like, hey, I wanted this pencil mark off and the eraser helped, and the card, you didn't notice it?
I don't know. I mean, again, it comes back to that first and second instance, right? Like the card you're trying, in that case, the person who's erasing the pencil mark is trying to remove the first instance of altering the card by adding it. In that instance was probably good intention. Pencil mark was probably good intention, some kid, right? Back in the 50s or whatever, 80s. But removing it, I don't know if that's bad. Like, I don't know. I've never had to do this. I've never done it. I also would never erase pencil. Like I don't really buy vintage cards that are not slabbed. And I certainly do not crack out vintage cards to do something to them, to resubmit them. I've never done that. I don't ever plan to do that. But in that scenario, I'm at a loss, Joe. I don't know if removing that pencil mark is hobby fraud or if it's okay. I think the hobby would consider it hobby fraud, though. And I just don't know. But I don't know that I agree with that. I really don't. I'm not saying I'm not saying I don't agree with it. I'm not. So luckily, I don't never need to make that decision for myself.
I did this. Like, so, here I am confessing. I got a 56 Ted Williams that I got in the 70s, 1978 or 9. And it had 5 cents on the back of it in the slightest little pencil mark. And when probably around, soon after I got it, maybe 79, 80, I erased it. I've owned it. I've never sold it. I got it. It's an SGC slab now. I think it graded a 3. And so, I don't know if maybe they did notice that I had erased it back in 1980, with a pencil mark, but it's pretty subtle. Like it was a very subtle little 5 cent, that was the price that it cost in an antique shop in whatever moment. I didn't buy it there. I bought it at a convention. It wouldn't have occurred to me as a 14-year-old collecting in the 70s that I shouldn't do that. Like, so in my mind, I feel like I'm innocent, but I'm not gonna, that's not a card I'm interested in selling because it has deep personal meaning to me. Did I create a hobby fraud?
I don't know, man. I don't think so. I mean, I would bet that when I was, in 1985, I might have written on the back of cards too, you know, to reorder them, but maybe rank them my favorite 1 to 10. Then the next day, wait a second, I meant 5 to be 4 and 4 to be 5, erase and rewrite on them. Like no one's gonna, you know, take me to court to hobby fraud court for that. If you are, I'm not showing up, you know? So like again, intention, right? What were you trying to do there, Joe? If I did that when I was 13 years old, it wasn't to get one over anybody. It was because I misranked my cards one day and changed my mind the next day. David.
We're all going to visit you in hobby jail, Joe. I promise. Okay. I promise. But you know, I know we've kind of said this part already, but I want to reemphasize it. I really think comics and cards have a lot of similarities. They were both kind of like children's toys that were not meant to be, you know, an expensive collectible, right? And it's just a little odd that you mentioned before that there's large companies that press. It's not large companies. It's the graders press. PSA presses comics right before you grade them.
Who said large companies?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was mentioned. I misheard.
I mentioned there's a guy I know, James, I can't think of his last name right now, who does it. CGC SI or something like that he's called.
Got it. So but when you submit a comic to get graded, it's a check on when you submit it for grading. Do you want to get it pressed with it? And that includes with PSA. PSA does it. Our PSA. The PSA that cares so much about alterations, right? And it's just crazy to me that you can get a comic pressed and get the wrinkles out, and that we have just a no altering zone of you can't erase a pencil mark. I agree with that, but I think that I agree with it just because I'm told that I'm supposed to feel that way. I don't really 100% know that, like, if something is like an undetected, you know, there's just so many versions of wiping something off, right? Where you can go to at every card show now, there's 17 guys that are there to prep your card, right? And like, it's just I don't know what the line is, especially when it's something that's not detected. And I get it that's a very taboo thing to even think, but it's just hard because the comic area is okay with doing it. It's weird to me.
Comics, magazines, yeah, they are. We're a different breed. The card community is a different breed, and we're entitled to be a different breed. We can be. I don't think I hear what you're saying, David, and I feel that way too. Like I feel like, why are we so different? But at the same time, I feel like we can be different if we so choose to be, and especially if there's a critical mass of us that feels that we shouldn't be restoring and altering our cards to improve their condition and therefore improve their value. But it's okay in comics, it's okay in fine art, it's okay in classic vehicles, it's okay. I don't know where coins fall on that. If they can, I don't think coins can be. I think even cleaning a coin might be frowned upon. I don't know for sure, but why are we so different? Why are we so much different? And it's all paper, right? We're all in the ephemera category. Why is this class of ephemera any different than the comic books and the magazines? What about tickets? Where does the ticket community stand? I don't know. I'm asking. Like, I'm literally asking that. No, Josh, do you know where the ticket community stands on restoration and even alteration?
That's a good question. I'm going to ask my friend Tom, who watches this show. But I mean, I'm like, a knee-jerk reaction is, I don't know if does a condition of a ticket really matter? Like,
well, if a grading company grades it, I think it does.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're right. I'll ask them. That's a good question.
They grade them. I mean, if all they did was authenticate them or not, it might be a bit different. But then there would be people who prefer it as it is, you know, as it survived, or did it go to the hobby hospital and get rehabilitated at all? I don't know. I mean, I don't want my cards rehabilitated, and I like my cards to look their age to a degree. By that, I mean, like, you give me what I hate the most is a card from the 60s or earlier, maybe the 50s or earlier, that has stark white borders. It's like, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I even wonder, well, this is where I don't know, but like people are still opening packs. So when I say I don't believe it, I'm definitely having some false positives there. You know, there are cards that are legit, and I'm probably excluding them from me wanting them because they look too good to be true, yet they are true. But I think I'm better. I'm happier with that position. Like I want my if you know 50s Parkhurst cards, they tone. I love that toning. So do Leafs and Bowmans. They tone. Play balls, tone. They all tone. The Gaudis. Well, you need a border for the most part, and any card with a border that is not like white, like painted white, but just natural, they tone. I like that toning. That tells me that this card has not been soaked or bleached or whatever they do to them. God, this can go on for hours. Hey, we're 5 hours in. This is the longest episode, I think, ever of Sports Cards Live. Some more comments here. Professor says the comic breed accepts restoration, but card breed does not. Perhaps this will change as it is going on with some of the card breed.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Chris had a good point. If a card was altered and it was identified on a slab as being altered or changed, you know, the market would prefer the non-altered version. Anyone here in the chat who knows about comics, does that happen in comics? Like if there's like a Spider-Man and it's, you know, all, you know, restored cover, does that sell for less than Spider-Man not restored cover? I mean, I'm very interested to hear about that.
Yeah, I think it does. David, do you know? Yeah.
Yeah, it does. And it tells you on the slab if it's been restored. I actually think that it might even have a different color, or at least it used to for the slab when it's been restored, but it goes for a much lower number than if it wasn't, even with a lower grade.
Yeah, here Diamond Relic says way less, which is on par with what you were saying.
All right.
So Brad's Vintage bought cards from an antique store as a kid. The store wrote the price back on the back in pencil, and he would erase it when he got home. Cards were beaters, still have them, but as a kid never thought about it. Good intentions right there. Yeah, I personally take no issue with that. And in that case, even though he erased it, that card is still kind of cool. It's got an innocent story. Like the story is now not one of greed or fraud. It's one of innocent childhood. To me, I like the stories with my cards when I can get them. And that to me is, I would want one of those cards from Brad's collection. I'd be happy to own one of those cards. More than welcome in my collection, because that's a collector who, what he did as a kid with innocent intentions. Skeppy here says, so you drop a card, you ding the corner and flatten it out. You drop the card again, ding the same corner and fix it. Is it altered twice? LOL. Knowing that it's kind of, we're going into some, you know, the depths of these discussions is what we're getting into here. But I got to tell you, we've talked about a lot of things over and over again on this show over the years where the same topics are brought up again. And there's a lot of new material here tonight. David?
I just want to say something also, Josh, about your comment that I want to make clear. When you were talking about alterations, pressing a comic and getting out wrinkles is not considered an alteration. It really has to be like a real restoration. Restoration. I meant to say, not alteration. Restoration.
That isn't
that is not a restoration.
It's not a restoration.
Not in the comic world.
Wow. Pressing
so every comic is pretty much pressed when you submit it nowadays. You pay like an extra 10 or 20 bucks and they pretty much press all of them that are going in, and it gets out the wrinkles. It sometimes makes the spine a little bit better. It does all of that, and that is not considered a restoration. Restoration means like you're fixing pages or putting the staple back in, things like that. So it is very interesting that I think you were going down that path. Yeah, nobody knows when a comic has been pressed or not.
Well, Professor here says, is the O-Pee-Chee cut an alteration that the hobby and grading companies have accepted because it was done in the factory? He's talking about the rough cut. And it's not, how could that be an alteration if it was cut in the first instance and the only time? It's just a dull blade is all that is. I would say, no, that's not an alteration. But if you're going to clean it up, I think you're altering it. because you're changing how it came out of the pack. You're changing the amount of physical matter that the card has. You're shaving it off. Yeah, I think that's an alteration. Yeah, Gord, welcome to the late night stream. We're 5 hours and 15 minutes here. I've definitely solved my lack of content for the week after next, even to Chris's dismay, perhaps. Can we end this one, guys? You get to end this? Yeah, I'm calling it. I'm calling it. We got to wrap it up. We're going to wrap it up, guys. This was a crazy episode. This was a lot of fun. Tons of topics. Wow, what a night. So thank you, everybody on the panel. Thank you as well to Leighton Sheldon. Thank you to Johnny Amendola. Thank you to Mikey Singer. Thank you to Jonathan Bernier. Everybody on the screen, the chat, of course. I'm going to save a lot of these comments we didn't get to, maybe for another later episode, maybe not. We'll see. I will be back tomorrow night for the Fanatics Collect weekly auction-ending card assessment session, both on taste and on condition and on lanes and all these things. We'll see you there tomorrow, and no show next week on the live stream. I will be at the Toronto Expo. Come on down, say hello to me and Josh at the booth. Me and Josh will be seen verbally quarreling over the merits of the sticker world. No, of course not. Of course not. After Hours is not next, Skeppy. Thank you, Yankees fan. Thank you, Brad's Vintage, for your comment. Thank you, everyone, for the comments tonight. Some really good ones. What a great conversation. A lot of unanswered questions, but that's the way this goes. But guys, that is it. We are now well into April the 26th, but I'm going to still call this April the 25th, 2026. This episode of Sports Cards Live is now over. Over. And with that, good night, everybody.
Thanks for tuning in and being a part of the Sports Cards Live community. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and most of all, keep collecting. More great content to come. Sports Cards is a lifestyle.